healthcare networks. Aster DM Healthcare operates a vast array of world-class facilities, including hospitals, clinics, pharmacies, labs, and patient experience centers across India. With a dedicated team of highly skilled doctors, nurses, and paramedical personnel, the organization delivers exceptional care, comfort, and quality healthcare services to millions of people, from primary care to advanced quaternary care. Aster's commitment to clinical excellence is unwavering. Equipped with the latest technology, the hospitals are driven by highly skilled medical professionals who come together to work towards one goal: delivering quality healthcare services to everyone.
Hello.
Aster delivers care through an integrated healthcare network spread across the country, with cutting-edge patient care centers and a focus on world-class quality. We are bringing transformative patient care closer to every community. Aster hospitals are recognized as among the best in India. In 2024, Aster DM Healthcare was adjudged the best hospital chain by Financial Express, the best healthcare brand, and the best hospital chain of the year by the Economic Times, and the best multi-speciality hospital group by the Associated Chambers of Commerce and Industry of India. In the Times of India Multi-Speciality Rankings 2025, Aster MedCity was ranked 2nd, Aster CMI 5th, and Aster MIMS Calicut 12th. In the Outlook Best Hospital Ranking 2025, Aster MedCity was ranked 2nd, Aster CMI 4th, and Aster MIMS Calicut at 10th. The hospitals were also featured prominently in Newsweek's Best Hospitals in India. Aster MedCity and Aster CMI have received a prestigious 4-star rating from Newsweek's Global Hospital Rating. Our network includes 16 NABH, 8 NABL, and 2 JCI accredited hospitals. Aster is committed to innovation, excellence, and accessibility, transforming healthcare through cutting-edge research and technology-driven solutions. By seamlessly integrating services across verticals, we create an interconnected ecosystem that ensures exceptional healthcare anytime, anywhere. The Aster Health app and digital initiatives redefine healthcare accessibility, offering a seamless omni-channel experience that connects hospitals, clinics, pharmacies, and labs, ensuring convenience at your fingertips. Powered by data. It enhances clinical outcomes and fosters lifelong patient engagement with Aster services. Labs, delivering seamless and reliable services. These are complemented by clinics that integrate pharmacy services to enhance integrating 10 UN Sustainable Development Goals into its operations. Through Aster Volunteers, it drives community well-being, while environmental efforts like renewable energy, rainwater harvesting, and waste recycling via STPs for non-potable use of treated wastewater reduce its carbon footprint. Aster stands as a responsible corporate citizen, contributing to India's vision for a greener, more sustainable future. In the financial year of 2025, through our sustainable initiatives, we have avoided over 8,500 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions through renewable energy use. Over 640,000 kiloliters of water was recycled, resulting in a 7,400 kiloliter reduction in water use from the previous year. Additionally, over 749,000 kilograms of waste were recycled. Aster's commitment to driving social change is guided by the founder chairman, Dr. Azad Mupin's unwavering value of how medical care is a service to society and profit should be a byproduct. ASTA has embarked on various social welfare and healthcare programs for the community in need, in line with our values, every step of the way. The ASTA Volunteers CSR program has touched the lives of over 7 million people, providing healthcare, humanitarian aid, and support to those in need. To celebrate nurses as catalysts for change who are shaping the future of patient care, the ASTA Guardians Global Nursing Award was launched in 2021 with a grand prize of $250,000. In 2022, Kenyan nurse Anna Kabali Duba was awarded at a grand ceremony in Dubai. In 2023, nurse Margaret Helen Shepherd from the UK won the prestigious award for her work on monogenic diabetes. In 2024, nurse Maria Victoria Juan from the Philippines was announced as a winner at the award ceremony held in India. In 2025, nurse Naomi Oyul Ohene Ochi from Ghana won the prestigious award in Dubai for her remarkable contribution towards helping launch Ghana's first oncology nursing training program and shaping the nation's cancer research and policy. Over the years, governments and institutions have honored Dr. Azad Mupin's contribution to healthcare through several awards and recognitions. Notable among them is the Padma Shri, the fourth highest civilian award in India. Forbes magazine recognized Dr. Mupin as one of the most powerful Indian leaders in the Arab world and one of the 100 most influential Indians in the world. The Federation of the Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry and the Association of Kerala Medical Graduates presented him with a Lifetime Achievement Award. The Harvard Business Council awarded him for organizational excellence during one of the toughest times in recent history, the COVID-19 pandemic years. He was also awarded a doctorate in philanthropy by Amity University. Recently, he was honored with the Global Entrepreneur of the Year by the Economic Times and the Healthcare Leader of the Year at the Financial Express Healthcare Awards 2025, adhering to the core values of compassion, integrity, respect, passion, unity, and excellence. ASTA DM Healthcare is moving forward with its aspiration of providing high-quality healthcare through technological advancements and innovations, while embracing the belief of a caring mission with a global vision to serve the world, with accessible and affordable quality healthcare services across India. ASTA DM Healthcare continues to remain committed to its promise. We'll treat you well.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin our first session of the day. I request all the delegates to kindly be seated inside the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and welcome to day 2, the final day of NAVARATNA 6.0 conference. We hope all of you had a refreshing start to the morning, and we thank you for joining us again today for another enriching set of sessions. Without further ado, we now begin our first session of the day, which is on a very important and relevant topic, lifestyle diseases. The session will be handled by Dr. Karishma Dey, an accomplished specialist in geriatric medicine. Let us now have a quick introduction of our faculty.
Dr. Karishma completed her MBBS from North Bengal Medical College under Kolkata University, followed by an MD in geriatric medicine from the prestigious AIIMS, New Delhi. She also holds the MRCP qualification from the Royal College of Physicians, United Kingdom. She currently serves as the head of the department, professor, and founder of the Department of Geriatric Medicine at Aster MIMS, Kannur, and brings with her 8 to 10 years of rich experience in this highly specialized field. Her expertise includes managing chronic health diseases, mobility, and memory problems, and age-related conditions such as Parkinson's disease, dementia, and frailty.
I now request C.A. Shivaprasad K., past chairperson of Kannur branch, and C.A. Danya G., chairperson of Palakkad branch, to kindly escort our speaker, Dr. Karishma Dey, to the dais. Let us all give a warm round of applause to the faculty.
I now request C.A. Shivaprasad K. to honor her with a ponnada.
Now, over to you, Doctor.
So, good morning, everybody. Today, I will be speaking on a very important topic, which is healthy aging. Now, what is healthy aging? And healthy aging starts not just with elderly people, but it's simple tips to age gracefully. Okay. So, I will be talking about a very important domain of aging, which is intrinsic capacity. We'll be picking up topics on vitality, visual capacity, hearing capacity, cognitive, that is memory capacity, psychological, mood capacity, and mobility. So, what makes us age differently? Many elderly people, an 80-year-old behaves like a 20-year-old and a 20-year-old behaving like an 80-year-old. So many factors are there which make such age differently, like genetic inheritance, where we live, our habits, our access to healthcare. First, I'll be talking a little on hearing and vision. So, everybody who is above the age of 50 should get an annual hearing test, get hearing aids, make appropriate living accommodation changes, see an occupational therapist. And for vision, annual vision checkups, ophthalmologist visits, cataract surgeries, these need to be accessed. Most importantly, what I will be talking in my further slides about lifestyle diseases, that is manage diabetes, eat healthy, BP control, and protective eyewear. Second point of intrinsic capacity is locomotor capacity. What is locomotor capacity? So we have heard a lot about the number of steps. Does it really matter? Yes, it does. So the recommendations are 6,000 to 8,000 steps per day, which reduces mortality by 39% and heart diseases by 21%. 150 minutes per week of moderate intensity exercises like jogging, skipping, brisk walking should be started. Muscle strength training exercises with dumbbells and with a guided physiotherapy should be taken twice a week. Balance training and gait instability exercises thrice a week. Why do we need to focus on mobility in elderly people? It reduces the risk of falls. It avoids chronic diseases like hypertension, obesity, diabetes, cancer, and non-communicable diseases. Avoid and control these diseases, weight reduction, and stay more independent and with aging. Next is vitality. How do we maintain our vitality? By eating healthy. What is eating healthy? Eating healthy is fresh, homemade, healthy foods which are rich in protein. So as we age, our muscle mass reduces. And we have seen in our medical practice, muscle mass is directly proportional to having increased risk of, reduced muscle mass has an increased risk of diabetes, coronary artery disease, stroke, and all the chronic lifestyle diseases. So, fresh, homemade, healthy, protein-rich diet. Avoid unhealthy choices like sugars, unsaturated fats, quit smoking, limit alcohol, drinking lots of water, and maintaining a small meal diet. So, 3 meals with 2 snacks. This is how you maintain your vitality. Another very important part of healthy aging is psychological capacity, mental health. So that is something which we are focusing on now as geriatricians. How to manage stress. If getting low, if feeling helpless, if feeling hopeless, get help. Visit a psychiatrist or a psychologist. Relaxation techniques like meditation and yoga. Personal meaningful connections. Build your social group. It doesn't only have to be family, it can be friends as well. Clubs, volunteering work, family, friends. These are the mental health activities that can be taken to maintain psychological capacity. So, approximately 20% of the people aged 55 years and above experience some sort of mental health problem, such as anxiety and depression, and it is overlooked, especially in our Indian community. The good news is that people who participate in social and leisure activities and attend conferences like this actually have a reduced risk of depression. So continue doing this. Next is very important, cognitive capacity. How to build your memory, brain workout. Now, as we age, our memory loss, increased risk of Alzheimer's disease, these are the things which have an increased risk in elderly age group. So you can do some brain workout daily to prevent dementia. So learn new skills, new hobbies, which are not related to just work. Like wake up the old ones, like gardening. Gardening is associated with 90% reduced risk of Alzheimer's disease above the age of 65. So gardening, board games, music, dance, cards, and there are now multiple online brain apps which are available, which should be started at the age of 50, like Lumosity, Brain HQ, Cognifit. These apps help you to do certain activities which will prevent dementia in your later years. Very common problem among the elderly people is insomnia. So, sleep. Sleep is something which is always a problem. They have to wake up in the middle of the night for going to the washroom, increased urination, and especially in patients who have taking multiple medicines for diabetes, for hypertension, for cholesterol. So these drugs also have an increased risk of waking up the patient for urination. So what do you do to maintain a good 7 to 9 hours of sleep each night? Here are some tips. Go to bed and wake up at the same time every day. It should be a routine which you have to follow. Avoid distractions, screen time, specifically 2 hours before sleep, like cell phones, computers, TVs, and also the bed that you sleep on should not be the same bed that you eat on, same bed that you watch TV from. So the bedroom should be entirely different from the eating room. Next, exercise at regular times, and specifically the exercise should not be within 3 hours of sleep, because if you exercise within 3 hours of night time sleep, that also disrupts your sleep in the middle of the night. Next is find ways to relax before bedtime. So build habits. What kind of habits? Habits such as reading a book, listening to meditative music, calming the brain. Calming activities before sleeping. Don't eat very large oily meals before sleep. So there should be a 3-hour gap before going to bed. The dinner time and the sleep time, there should be a 3-hour gap. Avoid long naps in the afternoon. More than 30-minute naps in the afternoon can disrupt sleep and cause insomnia as you age. So these are some sleeping tips which are to be followed. So here are some syndromes which are very, very common in elderly, and that is what I specialize in, which is falls. Falls means as an elderly ages, they have an increased risk of falls. Why? They have balance issues, they have gait problems. So that. Secondly, sarcopenia. As we age, our muscle starts to become very weak. That is sarcopenia, loss of muscle mass. So that also needs to be addressed in Indian society. Why? Because our diets are not that high in protein. And we focus mainly on brisk walking or cardiovascular activity, but we should also focus on strength training and muscle mass building. Next is urinary incontinence. That means not having any control on urination. Just with a little cough, urine is coming out. Straining of urine. So these are common things which are seen in elderly population. Another, dementia. Dementia means with age, memory loss. Loss of memory and loss of the activities of daily living. Whatever you could do before as a 25-year-old, you're having difficulty, slowness in such activities. Next is delirium, that is confusion. Delirium means confusion, because the elderly people are at increased risk of infections and increased risk of low sleep, constipation, bodily pains like muscle pains. All these factors increase the risk of delirium, that is confusional state. Frailty. Frailty means overall reduction in all the physiological reserve. What is physiological reserve? For example, you're a 60-year-old and you've got a lung infection. So if you're a frail person, you have an increased risk of hospitalization because of the frail condition. So people who are strong, people who work out, people who have a good mind, that is cognitive capability, people who eat healthy, they are at a very low risk of frailty. Lastly, malnutrition. Malnutrition means, so in high-income countries like US, UK, malnutrition is very rare. But in India, when 70% of the rural population, 70% of India is in the rural population. Malnourishment is very, very, very common. So that is something we geriatricians have to deal with and have to combat. Simple. Home-cooked, protein-rich meals and regular exercise. Lastly, fragility fracture. What is fragility? So as we age, our bones become very weak. So that is bone density. So somebody who falls on the ground and has a fracture, that is, the mechanism of action is not that dangerous. You're just falling on the ground and still you have a fracture. That means fragility fracture. So the bone density is very low. So these are the diseases that we geriatricians deal with, and if you are facing any of this, you must come and visit me. So, take control of your health, schedule regular appointments, do not be scared of doctors. Doctors don't just give you drugs, they also help you in calming and in discussing your problems. Discuss screening exams, what screening tests you can get at your age. So you must discuss with your physician and discuss your prescription. It is not just about adding the number of drugs, it is also about adding vitality to your life. So these are few tips on healthy aging. Now this is the last, this is very important. Do you need proof? Power of 9. Make movement a natural part of your day. Knowing your sense of purpose is very important. Prioritize stress relief. Eat only until you're 80% full. Eat a large plant-based diet which is rich in protein. Drink alcohol in moderation. Connect with your community. Put family, biological or chosen, first, and choosing social circles that support healthy behaviors. These are the things which you need to focus on. Thank you. So those were a little bit tips on healthy aging. Now I'll talk something about lifestyle diseases. So anybody knows what are lifestyle diseases? It's not a classroom teaching, but I just want to know your opinion. Anybody has any idea what are the lifestyle diseases? Yes. So I think I heard ma'am say obesity. Yes. So today, in very short, I'll just talk about the lifestyle diseases and how you can prevent them in very basic non-medical language. So obesity, hypertension, that is high blood pressure, type 2 diabetes, stroke, that is having paralysis, high cholesterol, cancer, depression and infertility. All these are lifestyle diseases. Incidence in India, 30 to 40% of people or humans in India are obese. 10 to 15% have diabetes. 30 to 35% have hypertension. 10 to 15% are at increased risk of heart attack. And 20% have depression. What are the factors that increase all these lifestyle diseases? So diet, very important. High fat, high cholesterol, fatty foods, very common in Indian population. The parampuri that you ate yesterday, you have to be very careful with how many you eat. Smoking, tobacco use, pollution, not that common in Kerala, but in rest of the country. Alcohol, high amount of alcohol intake, physical inactivity and stress, these are common. So you have to change your food habits. What are the habits? These are the habits. This is just little non-medical slides which I'm showing you. Smoking is injurious to health. Why? not just because it causes cancer, but it changes your genetic. That is the problem. So if you smoke, your children and your grandchildren have an increased risk of lifestyle diseases. Increased heart rate, increased blood pressure, increased heart attack, increased lung diseases, and low sperm count. Infertility in males. One of the most common causes is smoking. Alcohol. Alcohol, not just health-wise, but it causes financial crisis, end-stage liver disease. The bad quality alcohol, which are commonly available in small shops all around the country, they have the highest risk of adverse effects. Sedentary lifestyle, increased use of technology, increased use of automobiles. Benefits, what are the benefits of physical activity? Obesity reduction, hypertension, diabetes, cholesterol reduction, improved physical and mental health. Stress. Stress is a very important and very common thing that all of us are facing now. And invariably, it is affecting our diseases. We are at an increased risk of all these lifestyle diseases because of increased stress in our lives. So increased blood pressure, altered habits, sleep problems, depression, and all these diseases, chronically feeling tired all the time. You have slept for 8 to 9 hours, and in the morning you get up and you still feel tired. You feel that your mind is not able to function properly. These are all features of high stress related issues. So, little bit on each lifestyle disease, not much. Obesity. It is a worldwide ranked third type of lifestyle disease. Its risk factors are a lot, but mainly risk factors are dietary habits, wrong dietary habits, type 2 diabetes, dyslipidemia, that is high cholesterol levels, osteoarthritis. So these are all things which make, osteoarthritis means body pains and joint pains in elderly. So when you have joint pains, you don't feel like going out, you don't feel like walking, you don't feel like doing physical activity. So that makes you obese. Obesity is just the start. Obesity means that you need to get your heart, your mind, everything checked. Next is hypertension and diabetes. These are silent killers. In India, type 2 diabetes happens at a very early age. Generally, in populations, we've seen diabetes happens above the age of 55. But in India, now, it is happening at the age of 20s and 30s. That's what we are seeing. So we have to control our diet. We have to cut down on sugar. We have to cut down on cola. So how do you check? What do you say? What is diabetes and what is hypertension? So our target blood pressure should be less than 130/80. And our target fasting sugars should be less than 110. Our target after food sugars should be less than 140. If you're within this range, then you're safe. Kidney and heart. Why? Because high blood pressure and high sugars affects the kidney, affects the heart. So kidney means it's a vicious cycle. If your kidney gets involved, then it is very hard to control complications of diabetes. Stroke. Stroke happens not just in the old, it happens in the young also. Specifically in the age group of 40 to 50 in India. And Kerala is one of the states which has reported the highest stroke incidence in India. Why? Because of the dietary preferences. So, high BP, that is increased palaharam that you have in the evening, all the fried items, fried snacks, they increase your risk of stroke, cardiovascular problems, smoking, heavy alcohol use, sleep apnea. Too much snoring at night can also be an indication of stroke. So if you're snoring too much at night and in the morning you're having too much daytime sleepiness, so you need to check for something called obstructive sleep apnea, which is a major risk factor for stroke. Cancer. So cancer is another lifestyle disease which is becoming exceptionally common in our Indian population. Before, cancer was not there. It was the disease of the Western countries. Why? Because they used to eat a lot of processed foods. They hardly had any physical activity. It was never a problem in India. But in the last 20 to 30 years, we've seen an increased risk of cancers In males, we see prostate cancers. In males, we see an increased risk of lung and prostate and oral cancers. In females, we have drastically seen an increase in breast, ovary cancers, and cervical. So we need to know what are our screening programs in India, what are the Government of India schemes that are available to screen cancer in elderly and in young also. Another is depression. Depression, habits, multiple medical issues, poor social relations. Now in the era of phones and computers and Instagram, hardly we go out and socialize amongst community. So we have seen this new lifestyle disease, that is depression, which is very common and underlooked. So this is something which we need to focus on and we need to talk more about in our seminars. What are how can you prevent? Little that I've already spoken on the healthy aging tips, something like that only. But main thing is diet. 60% diet, 40% exercise. So 60% diet means carbohydrate. Morning, afternoon, night consumption of rice items have to be stopped. Only in the afternoon, rice. Morning and night should be millets. It should be low carb, or it should be oats, millets, ragi, these things, bajra, these kind of things you have to introduce for your morning breakfast with a protein. So something which has egg or cherupire or kadla, these are very good sources of plant-based sources of protein. Yogurt, high plant-based protein. So this is what you need to introduce in the morning. Then more green leafy. So if you make a plate, 50% of the plate should be veggies and green leafy vegetables and salads. 1/4 should be carbohydrate and 1/4 should be protein. That's how your plate should look. Then added salt, taking extra salt in curries or adding achar, adding too much of papadam, that increases your salt intake. So that should be cut down. Having a sweet right after your major lunch, absolutely no. So having a full glass of payasam right after having a nice long, big sadhya is not at all recommended. That will also increase your risk of heart disease. Next is oily food. Evening snacks, completely cut down. You have to have roasted peanuts, roasted kadlas. Don't have too much chaya. You might say that I'm having home-cooked meals all day, but you're consuming 4 cups of chaya with 2 tablespoons sugar daily. 4 times a day. That is not a good diet at all. So cut down on your sugar, cut down on your number of teas. Drink plenty of water. 2 to 3 liters of water per day, bare minimum. Whole grain, multigrain. So multigrain means multiple grains together. Why? They reduce the sugar spike in your blood. Then avoid binge eating. In one go eating 5 puris, then having a plate of pathri. All these things need to be controlled. At least, already discussed, 30 to 60 minutes of brief exercise on the form of jogging, walking or gymming, minimum 3 to 5 days a week. Maintain your basic body weight, that is your basal metabolic index should be between 20 to 25. Try using stairs whenever possible. Reduce sitting and screen time. So when you're doing conferences or you're doing on-calls also, try to walk and do that. Not just sit in front of the computer for 7 to 8 hours a day. Brief walks after food. This is very important and not talked about much. After having a heavy meal, you must walk for 10 to 15 minutes. That reduces your sugar spike and reduces your risk of diabetes. So what can you do? You should know that your BMI should be between 21 to 25. Once you have been diagnosed with any of these lifestyle diseases, you make sure to regularly go to a physician once in 3 months for optimization of all these drugs. Fasting sugars less than 110, PPBS less than 140, get an ECG, echo, TMT, urine creatinine levels if you have hypertension and diabetes once in 3 months. Already spoken about good sleep, meditation, yoga, relaxation in the form of community building. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the insightful session. May I now call upon C.A. Danya ji to honor Dr. Karishma Dey with a memento. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. We are very much grateful to our event partners. Once again, announce them. Our Elite event sponsors, ABC Group in association with Simpodo and Bebeto. Our diamond sponsors, Kerala Grameen Bank and Astramims Hospital. Our platinum associate sponsors, Malabar Gold and Diamonds. Our silver partners, South Indian Bank, Tally and Federal Bank. Our bronze sponsors, Ashore AI.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our next technical session for the day, which will be handled by C.A. Gururaj Acharya on the topic Private Limited Companies under Companies Act 2013, Obligations, Privileges, and Non-Compliances in Financial Statements and Audit Reports. Let us now have a quick introduction of our faculty.
C.A. Gururaj Acharya is a highly accomplished chartered accountant with exceptional academic achievements, having secured all India ranks in both CA and ICWAI examinations, including first rank in ICWAI Inter and 10th rank in CA Final. He is the senior partner of KG Acharya & Co. Bangalore, specializing in corporate finance, corporate taxation, and company law. He has served as a director on the boards of Karnataka Bank and State Bank of Mysore and has contributed significantly to ICI through various expert committees and review boards. He is also the author of a practical handbook on internal financial controls and is a well-known resource person on accounting standards, auditing standards, Companies Act, and corporate finance. So we are very privileged to have you with us today.
I now request C.A. Saju Sridhar, past chairperson of Kannur branch, and C.A. Ramya N, chairperson of Kottayam branch, to kindly escort our speaker, C.A. Gururaj Acharya, to the dais. Let us all give a warm round of applause to our faculty.
I now request C.A. Saju Sridhar to honor him with a pannada.
Check, check. Check, yeah. Thank you. Good morning to all the learned members of our esteemed profession. It is a great honor to be in the land of Raja Rajeshwaram, that is Kannur, and I profusely thank my good friend Jaya Prakash, who has been calling me over and over to Kannur and giving me the divine experience and helping me upgrade my knowledge. Okay? It is always, I say, that it was not when I was taught, but when I was teaching that I learned a lot. So thank you for upgrading my knowledge. The last time I came to Kannur was pre-COVID, and just about the time the COVID happened, I think November 2020, I was in a virtual seminar or a NAVARATNA conference I addressed from Bangalore, sitting from the comforts of my office. But now after 5 years, again I'm back for the NAVARATNA conference on my very favorite topic, slide changer. on my favorite topic, that is private limited companies under the Companies Act and obligations, basically dealing with the obligations, privileges, non-compliance in the financial statements. And before that, let me tell you, yesterday I was here listening to Girish Ahuja ji on the Income Tax Act 2025. And those of you who noticed me yesterday, I was in a different attire. Okay, Sajuji, you know why? My good friend Jaman K. George. I told you that what is Income Tax Act 2025? The same person, you remove the coat. The same person, you remove the coat, and that is 2025 Income Tax Act. I'll remove now. No, today I'm talking on Companies Act. So normally when I'm talking on 2025 Income Tax Act, I remove it and tell him that's it. So the person is the same. It is just that he completed 60 years. Shashtabdi Purti ho gaya Income Tax Act. So somebody asked why the change. So after 60 years, people have to retire. So they got the Income Tax Act of 1991 retired and brought in the new Income Tax Act 2025. So in short, when I was hearing Ahujaji, I wanted to tell that it is only change in the words, the reduction of the words in the Income Tax Act, no change whatsoever in the Excel computation. When you actually compute the income tax for your client and or for yourself or for the advanced tax purposes, there has been no change in the computation mechanism. Every number is going to be the same. And even if you get into some of the readings, it will look like they gave one more extra year for assessments. But please note, all these years, the reference was with relation to the assessment year, but the current regime of 2025 Act is with reference to the tax year. So since, it looks like we got one more year reduction or extra, but actually since it is earlier referring to assessment year and now referring to tax year, the change has happened that way. So Income Tax Act, on some other day, we will probably get into the details. So today, let me get into the specifics. A couple of quick changes which have happened, which is very welcome from the company's point of view, is, Jamanji, that all the while we were expecting that the virtual AGM, virtual AGM has become a boon for the management because they don't have to face the shareholders. They don't have to literally face the shareholders. So it was always given on a yearly lease basis. That means because of COVID, we are extending the period by one more year. So now, I think in September 25, they have virtually extended it for all times. That means the virtual AGM, what we have, the OAVM, audio, other audio visual means, or that is virtual conference, AGM will be on a continuous basis, not on a yearly extendable basis. So which is good news from the point of view of the management, probably also good from the point of view of the company at large, because the savings in the expenditure, at least the AGM expenditure itself for big companies used to be from 10 lakhs to a crore of rupees. So that expenditure is saved. And also all of you must have noticed that the definition of small company is extended now. So we have seen that MSME, the definition itself has got changed up to 31,325. Let me come closer, and also I have a secret intention of getting the nice breeze. That there it's quite hot there. Okay. Having said that. So, small company definition has got the small is now not, you're able to hear me? Yeah. So, small is not anymore small. Small is not anymore small. You have seen that. Now it's good. I would like both the hands to be free because I am also a dancer, that way you'll see. So, small is not anymore small. You've seen the definition of MSME. What was 550, 250? You just remember this number 550, 250. Earlier, 20% of that was the investment in plant and machinery, return on value. That was considered to be MSME. Now they have doubled that. 550, 250 has become 5 became 10, 50 became 100. And so 100 is very important for us. 100 crores turnover. 100 crores, up to 100 crores turnover, you will be a micro or a small entity. You will be a micro or small entity with 25% of that, which is 25 crores, is the return on value of plant and machinery. If you are 25 crores invested in return on value plant and machinery at 100 crores turnover, you will be coming as a micro and small enterprise. Micro and small enterprise have got great benefits, and they have got, unfortunately, great disadvantages also. What I mean by disadvantages is 43B, for example, in income tax, is greatly hitting the MSMEs only. Because I sit on the board of Karnataka Bank and other banks also. When we lend to the micro small enterprise, we have seen that, is it good? Not as good. It's okay? Can I stand from, okay. So if it is a micro and small enterprise, the greatest amount of delinquency in a bank is from MSMEs only. So therefore, we are afraid to lend. While there is a priority sector lending to MSME, the amount of diligence that we exercise in a micro and small enterprise is more than in a case of a large. So a large can probably get funding faster than in the case of a micro small. So they will be the ones who will be greatly affected by 43B. You know what I am saying. So please understand, this year, the numbers have got doubled in terms of turnover, and that turnover's 25% is the WDV of plant and machinery block. So you'll have to warn all your clients to pay the MSMEs faster, at least by 31st of March, to get the benefit of 43B. So why I'm talking about income tax is, on the same lines, the small companies definition also has got extended. What was 440 has now become 1000. You know what I am talking about? The capital, paid up capital was earlier 4 crores, and turnover of 40 crores was considered to be small. Now they have enhanced. That means the limit for you being considered as a small is increased as far as paid up capital is concerned, 10 crores, and turnover is concerned, it is 100 crores. 100 crores. So until you have any one of them breaching, please understand, any one of them breaching, you will be considered as not small. So the good thing about the small company is, a chartered accountant need not give a CARO report. He need not give a internal financial reporting separately. Although audit report is for the moment there. I'm using the word for the moment. Maybe the intention of the government is to probably, I think very active discussions are happening, to exclude small companies from audits altogether. Exclude small companies from all audits altogether. Good news or bad news, we'll debate on some other day. I mean, I feel it is a good news, because to that extent, anyway, companies have to get themselves audited for various purposes. Otherwise, if they don't audit, every day the balance sheet numbers keep changing. So if they have to freeze it, it has to be audited. Okay? And if that is not required by the Companies Act, it is good for me. I am anyway freezing that number. It will be something like the 9C. It will be something like the 9C for GSTR. We will audit it. We will put an end, but probably we will not be that lending our name and risk on that particular balance sheet. So small is not anymore small. So what is a private limited company? Having 3 important restrictions: restricts the transfer, limits the number of shareholders, and number 3 is prohibits invitation of shares contribution from the public. So how many shareholders can be there maximum in a private limited company? 200. How many partners can be there in a partnership firm? How many partners in a partnership firm? So earlier, you remember, it was 20. Now, with the introduction of 2013 Act, it is 50. Who tells it is 50? Who tells that the maximum number of partners in a partnership firm can be 50? Interestingly, it is the Companies Act. It is the Companies Act section 464 of the Companies Act, which says that if you have any association in business, in any association of persons in carrying on business, which is more than 50, it will be considered as an illegal association. It will be considered as an illegal association. So therefore, the restriction of 50 for partnership. How many partners can be there in an LLP? How many partners can be there in an LLP? So as it is there, LLP, there is no limit. So there is no limit for number of partners in an LLP. Now we always, whenever a client come to us saying that we want to form a company, okay, we always desist him from forming a company, and that is a good strategy. I mean, I always have 3 books behind me, one the Companies Act, the LLP Act, and then the Partnership Act. Okay? So if you want, for whatever purposes, more than 2 people, of course, it has to be a partnership firm or an LLP or a company. The moment he comes to me for forming a company, sometimes he doesn't even know that he is talking about a private limited company or a public limited company. He just tells, I want a company. And we, in our eagerness, form a company for him. I mean, this is what used to happen initial practice when I started. The moment he says company, I used to form a company and give it to him. Now I realize, why the hell did I form a company for him? So much of a risk. And let me tell you, today, for every company that you go to form, the Companies Act is sufficiently warning you not to form a company. You know, they give you a SIN number. What is the SIN number? So they're telling you in advance that it is a sin to form a company. I mean, that's what I keep telling all the clients, that, you know, you are given a SIN number, would you like to go and still commit a sin? And if you want to form a company, this is the number. I mean, I put the Companies Act behind me and the LLP Act and tell them that, you know, this is the Companies Act do's and don'ts. What is the Companies Act? It is a list of do's and don'ts. So the list of do's and don'ts is so much as compared to a LLP. As compared to a 1932 Partnership Act, which is only some 32 pages. So would you like to have a partnership firm, a LLP, or a company? Then he says, no, sir, I want to raise money. I said, when do you want to raise money? No, eventually we want to raise the money. So then we say, eventually you step up from an auto rickshaw to a car to a bus. I mean, otherwise, these are all vehicles. You know, after all, business does not really care what type of format or what coat you are wearing. So you just have to have the right amount of business organization depending on your risk appetite and your need. So please desist people from forming company unless it is absolutely essential. So let's get into the what are the changes in Companies Act 2013, and in the process we'll get to see what are the recent changes also. Wider choice of companies, of course, we have a one-person company, a small company, and a dormant company. One-person company. I always used to say, who is a one-person? In India, why should we have a one-person company? Maybe it is very foreign. Now, people in Europe or US they don't even know when their wives will leave and things like that. So it is very, very unnecessary to have a one-person company. But of late, we have realized that there are advantages in a one-person company also, especially when it comes to taxation. Now, we have seen that the tax rates are the lowest as far as, like yesterday, Guru Girish Ahuja ji mentioned, that the new regime for Partnership Act is not there. New regime for the Partnership Act is not there, which means you can take the advantage of a company, especially if it happens to be a doctor, no, where the limited liability advantage is there. So we have now started advertising for one-person company, especially for professionals, where the rate of taxation is low. Of course, they have the do's and don'ts, and then if they draw money out of the company, they have to again pay dividends, distribution tax, but then the control is remuneration. We always pay through remuneration if it is a closely held company. The rate of taxation is one great advantage as far as company is concerned in relation to a partnership firm as well as in relation to a proprietorship concern. So that's why one-person company could be popularized. Small company, we will see what are the advantages. And then incorporation, no registration fee. That means they say you first come in, then we'll collect all the registration fee through your DPT3, through your AOC 4, MGT7, DIR 3, KYC. So many forms have to be filed. You come in first. So, I mean, that is how we also, as only chartered accountants, I can tell you that our strategy also in our office is like that. We also charge them no fee for incorporation. Now, I'm just telling you, keep the cost low at the beginning, and once they are inside, they are anyway inside the cage. So I'm just trying to tell you these strategies. So CSR. Sorry? No, I'm just telling, by the way, I just winked, you see. So CSR. Now I'm just what I'm trying to say is, keep the cost of the promoters also low. As he grows, you grow. I think that is the polished way of telling it. Okay? So CSR, corporate social responsibility, very good. But then there are various do's and don'ts with respect to CSR. You have to be, I mean, who has to do a CSR? Is it applicable to a private limited company? If you see the slide, anything in red is also applicable to a private limited company. CSR is also applicable to a private limited company, 5 crores, 1000 crores and 500 crores. Now why I said 5 crores P&L profit, 1000 crores of turnover and 500 crores of net worth. So any one of them breaching in a private limited company, that private limited company also should subject itself to CSR. Now when I talk about profit, is it PBT or PAT? Is it PBT or PAT? It is PBT. It is PBT. Does it include profit on sale of fixed asset? Does it include profit on sale of fixed asset? Now please understand, the profit for the purpose of CSR is coming from section 197, which is for the purpose of determining the remuneration, maximum remuneration to the directors. Initially CSR was not there, though the companies actually, came together to share as much of profit as good, because 11% of the profit, that much more remuneration they would get. Now they said we will link the same profit definition for the purpose of CSR. Does it include the profit on sale of fixed asset? The answer is yes, subject to certain conditions. Please see section 197. There is a formula given. Use that formula. Beyond that, it will be included. Not all the capital profits will have to be covered under CSR. So having said that, there are a couple of things you have to note, that CSR has to be spent before 31st of March. If you don't spend by 31st of March, when I'm saying previous year is the criteria, subsequent year you will have to spend. If you don't spend, you will have to know. Then you'll have to decide whether it's an ongoing project or a closed, you don't have any project. If it is an ongoing project, by 30th of April, you have to put it in a separate bank account and prove that next 3 years I'm going to spend. If it is not an ongoing project, by 30th of September, you should have to deposit in the approved fund under Schedule 7 of the Companies Act. Now the challenge is, what if I given it to a trust? Because normally I don't do the CSR activity, I give it to a trust. If I have given it to a trust, please note that the trust also, on 31st of March, if I have given it to a trust, have I come out of my obligation? The answer is no. The answer is no. The trust also must give a certificate saying that I have spent it. Otherwise, everybody would give it to a trust and wash their hands off. So they want the trust also to actually spend the money. Who can be a trust? Can it be any trust? The trust should have been in operation for 3 years, unless it is a trust which is formed by the company or its group. So these are the points to be noted. 2% of the profit for the last 3 years, average profit of the last 3 years, that is a computation. So in a private limited company, probably reaching the 5 crores is the first threshold. They may not reach 1000 crores of turnover or 500 crores of net worth, but they would reach 5 crores. What if in 1 year it is 5 crores and next year it is dropped down to 3 crores? Fortunately now, if that is the situation, you have to spend it only in 1 year. Earlier in any year was the criteria. Now they have restricted it to, if in the subsequent years it goes down, you can wash your hands off and say, I am out of CSR. So these are the points to be noted for CSR. Dividends, if the company has, very interesting, the dividend section is 123. Section 123 of the Companies Act talks about dividend, and in case the dividend is not taken by the company for is not taken by the shareholder for whatever reason, because he's not identified for 7 years, we had to transfer it to IEPF. Now, not only the dividends, but also the shares must be transferred to the IEPF. So that is the change which has happened in 2013. So in our own bank, we have at least 0.23% shareholders of IEPF. That's how, because so many shareholders are not identified, along with the transfer of the list of shareholders, IEPF is also a shareholder now. Private placement and preferential allotment. Be very careful when you are allotting shares in a private limited company also. There are certain very big restrictions on the limits, on the amounts, and one of the important things is, if you are raising, of course, shares, public issue, private placement. Private placement, you also have rights issue and sweat equity and ESOPs. I'm not talking about that. Private placement not being rights issue, you will have to open a separate bank account, and then after filing the PAS form, you can allot shares. We have come across notices from the ROC where separate bank accounts have not been opened. All the compliances have happened just because the separate bank account is not open. There was a notice from the ROC for the penalty, which is 100% of the shares collected, and telling that the shares has to be returned. Now imagine a company which has actually borrowed shares, invested in some properties or machineries, and now you have to return the shares. So please be very, very careful with the compliances when you're raising capital. Go through the requirements properly. And this is one of the biggest challenges of a chartered accountant who is having only one company or a few companies. So please consult your seniors or have a company secretary or get it done properly, and don't get into the advice by yourself if you don't know the subject. Charge creation CHG1 and for satisfaction CHG4 has to be filed, and today it is also to be reported in the financial statement. Schedule 3 and CARO we have to report. So please take care of that. Charge creation under the 1956 Act was only required for mortgages and for it was not required for pledge. If you are pledging let us have FD receipt and getting a loan, you don't have to file was what CHG1 under 1956 Act. But under the Companies Act 2013, even if it is a pledge or if it is a hypothecation of a car, I have taken a loan from a bank and already hypothecated through the RTO, the Registrar of Vehicles. I have already hypothecated, but if you did not create the CHG1 in the ROC, it is not considered as a charge creation at all. Charges must be filed within 30 days, 30 to 60 days with additional filing fee, 60 to 120 days by paying ad valorem charges. Beyond 120 days, you cannot file a charge. You cannot file a CHG1, which means you will have to again enter into an agreement and then only consider that latest agreement and file the charge papers. So that is the change which has happened. Obligation of the company to establish internal financial controls and auditors to comment on that. So please note that the auditors of a private limited company also every company has to have proper controls and definitely internal financial controls. Should the auditor comment on that? The answer is yes. Small companies are exempt, as I told you, from not having a control. Controls should be there even for small companies, but the auditor to comment on the IFC is not required for a small company. And for a small company, non-small company with 25 crores borrowing and 50 crores turnover, 25 crores borrowing and 50 crores turnover, you shall still, although you are a small company, small company you don't have to, but if you're a private limited company with a borrowing of 25 crores and a turnover of 50 crores, you shall have a IFC reporting. Now I don't know, they may tweak this because the small company definition itself has gone up from 40 crores to 100 crores. Until it is modified, we have to go by this particular notification. So what is internal financial controls? The best way I keep telling is, what is internal financial controls? It is saying, in an audit report, I give what has gone wrong. In a IFC report, I will say what may go wrong, what will go wrong, or what can go wrong. I mean, the right word to be saying is what can go wrong. I think as auditors, we have to keep on thinking about what can go wrong and try to plug that particular gap in the control systems, So you and I were talking yesterday. Okay, I will give you a chance. I and George, okay, both are driving two different vehicles, and I'm going from here to Bangalore in, let us say, 7 hours. And George reaches in 4 hours. Whose vehicle would you like to go? Sorry? Okay, you are saying you'll go with me so that we can have a good conversation on the road. A lot of the people, they keep saying that they will go with the fastest vehicle. That is a human tendency. I would like to go with the person who reaches faster. Now then, if I tell that such a person that in Jamun's car, there are no brakes. There are no brakes. But then immediately you will say no. If I had told you, real life, now if I had told you before that the last 10 times that Acharya has gone, he has taken 7 hours, and last 10 times that George has gone, he has taken 4 hours, you will be now saying, okay, last 10 years he has gone for 10 times he has gone in 4 hours, so I'll go with him. Nothing has gone wrong. So the main audit report only gives us what has gone wrong. What can go wrong is what is going to be commented in IFC. So I'm going to say that the controls are not there, or the controls are there but it is behind the back. The brake is there but it is behind the brake. Or I also probably tell you that the brake is also in its proper place, but German has actually sat in a Vajrasana and never, George, Jamanji, you have sat in a Padmasana, putting your leg up and driving. So confident that, let the other person take care of himself. I am having my bulldozer with me. So the point I'm saying is the controls are not there, or it is not effective or not being used effectively. So any one of these things that could go wrong. What can go wrong is what we are going to comment on IFC. So please note that you are commenting even in the case of a private limited company subject to certain conditions. Revision of financial statements is possible, avoid it as much as possible, subject to certain conditions. Rotation of auditors, is it applicable to a private limited company? The answer is yes, because it is in red. Please note that is the criteria. Rotation of auditors is also applicable for a private limited companies, subject to the company, even in a private limited company, if the company has a borrowing of more than 50 crores or a paid up capital of more than 50 crores. So please note that. And then we have auditors to attend general meetings. Are we attending the general meetings? Because most of the general meetings in a private limited companies on 30th September. Right? So 30th September. So if I were to be the auditor for 100 companies, can I be an auditor for 100 companies? As per the Companies Act, yes. As per the Companies Act, yes. But as per the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, I cannot be auditor of more than 30 companies. Please keep that ceiling in mind. So should I attend? The answer is yes. Is it an obligation or a right? Is it a duty or a right to attend the? It is both a right as well as a duty. In case you don't want to attend, the company has to send you a notice of the AGM, and in case you don't want to attend, you have to either send a person who is capable of being appointed as an auditor to the AGM, or you should seek permission from the company that you will not attend. So these are the points to be noted with respect to attending the AGMs. Internal audit. Should a private limited company have internal audit? 138 of the Companies Act. The answer is yes. You shall have an internal auditor appointed who can be an employee of the company also, not necessarily an outsider, but you shall have a department or have an outside chartered accountant auditing it, outside professional auditing it, if the company's turnover is more than 100 crores, turnover is more than 200 crores and borrowing is more than 100 crores. Women director. There are certain class of companies in which women director must be there. Not a must in a private limited company. Section 149 of the Companies Act. Dhania, where is Dhania? No, okay, I don't see her. I always ask the women only. Is it good to have a women director in a company? By virtue of a compulsion. 149 of the Companies Act says that every class public limited company, private limited company it is not applicable. In a class public limited company, a women director is a must. Okay? Is it a good provision or a bad provision? It's a good provision. I will say it is a bad provision. It's a bad provision. I know I will not get votes from the women today. For the reason that when I was seeing in the NAVARATNA the chairman of the 9 branches of Kerala, there are 3 women chairpersons, by virtue of which the other 6 people are also called chairpersons. I saw the brochure and I was telling Dhanya that the chairman has also become chairperson. So in a crowd like this, when I used to teach for CA final, there used to be about, let us say, 40 students. There were only 1 or 2 women those days and hardly one in some cases. But now I am seeing that we have got majority women. Majority women. So women don't come by virtue of reservation. They come because of their merit. They come because of their merit. So much so, maybe the next Companies Act, there must be a reservation for a man in the board of every company. Isn't it? Thank you, sir. So what I'm saying is, women power is so strong, and they don't need reservation or 149. Maybe for some time it was required, but after that, I think it will be the man who requires a reservation. Related party definition. Related party transactions also applicable to a private limited company. Section 188 of the Companies Act deals with the compliances required for related party transaction. 188. I mean, I always say 188, you remove 18, it becomes 18. So 18 is accounting standard 18. You will have to comply with the disclosure norms as far as AS 18 related party transactions are concerned. Add one more 8 and it becomes 188. That is the compliances required for you to have a related party transactions. We'll see if the time permits what are those compliances. And just like that, we're talking about numbers. 143 of the Companies Act. 143 of the Companies Act matches with 143 of the current Income Tax Act. 143.3 of the Income Tax Act deals with assessment order. 143 of the Companies Act deals with an assessment by the auditor. The audit report is the assessment of the auditor. So 143 of the Companies Act and 143. Similarly of the, I was just trying to tell, I don't know, German is not there, 185 of the Income Tax Act 2025. I'm just giving you some chai in between. What is 185 of the Companies Act, Income Tax Act 2025? Income Tax Act 2025, 185, section 185 deals with, you go to 185 of the Companies Act, what does 185 of the Companies Act deal with? Loans to directors. 185 deals with loans to directors. 185 of the 2025 Act is loans, which is 269 SS. And at least 3 sections I will thought to 2025 I will talk about is 185, 186 and 187 of the Income Tax Act 2025 deals with the 269 SS, 269 ST, 269 T respectively. So 185, that is the link. You should start now slowly by hearting the new sections of the, so we are so used with 269 SS, 269 ST, 269 T. Over a period of 60 years we have gained that particular mileage, and in 1 year now we have to start shifting from all these sections to the new sections. Of course, although Girish Ahuja said don't go with AI, I am sure after listening to yesterday's AI, all of you will have a different view on the AI itself. You will have to definitely have, I'm sure a lot of apps are being developed, put 269 SS and it will tell 185. And then the best part, Sajji, is when you're talking about today, when I'm reading Income Tax Act 1961, I will tell you, the best way to understand 1961 Act in case you have a doubt right now about any particular provision, read the 2025 Act. In simple words, you will understand the provision faster. I mean, this is a technique that I am telling you. Read the 2025 Act because there is no change in the policy, and therefore you read the 2025 in case you are stuck up somewhere. 99% we are now through, but in case some issue comes up, you read Ranjitji, 2025 Act to understand the 1961 Act better because it's all in tables and formulas and things like that. So related party transactions are very, very important for as far as compliances are concerned. NCLT class action suits, appointment of KMP. Appointment of KMP, especially a company secretary in-house, is it required by a private limited company? The answer is an yes. If you have a paid up capital of more than 10 crores, you shall, even if you are a private limited company, have a employee company secretary in the company. Otherwise, there can be penalties. Companies amendment, I mean, these are all the things which were there in 2013 Act from 1956, but somewhere over a period of time, we have got 4 amendments to the Companies Act. What are the major changes? Minimum paid up capital is dropped. You can have a company with 1 rupee as the share capital. Earlier, if you remember, it was 1 lakh for a private limited company and 5 lakhs for a public limited company. That is dropped. Common seal is made optional. It's made optional, but you cannot suddenly release it You just cannot throw the common seal into the waste paper basket. If you have to do that, make a necessary amendment in the articles, or if you are forming a new company, you must have no provision with respect to common seal. So common seal is made optional. Fraud reporting by auditors to central government beyond 1 crore. If there is any fraud which has been committed by the officers or employees of the company, please note, by an outsider, we don't have to report, but officer or employee committing a fraud on the company, it becomes the auditor's responsibility to report that fraud to the central government, which is the ROC, by filing an ADT4. And if it is a fraud up to 1 crore, you report it to the audit committee and the board. If it is a fraud beyond 1 crore, you shall report it to the ROC by filing ADT4. Our institute came out, this is coming out of 143.12. So our institute came out with a guidance note to say that if the fraud is identified by the auditor for the first time, then and only then he has to report it to the central government. But NAFRA had a different view. So those of the auditors who are dealing with the listed companies, please note that even if the fraud is identified by the company, the management knows, the board knows, you still have to report the matter to the ROC by filing the ADT4, of course following the proper channel of informing the audit committee, getting their views, and then filing the ADT4 within 45 days of noticing the fraud. So for a listed company, you have to follow the NAFRA more than the institute's guidance given. Ratification of auditor's appointment. You know, once the auditor is appointed, he gets appointed for a period of 5 years. Earlier it was told that every year he has to be ratified. His appointment has to be ratified. That is removed. So they don't want the auditor to be under the clutches of the management. You give me a clean report, I will ratify. So once you're appointed for 5 years. And we also seen that rotation is also a must. Rotation means for a proprietorship concern for a period of 1 term for 5 years. And if it is a partnership firm, it will become a 2 terms of 5 years, which is a maximum of 2 terms. Even applicable to class private limited companies. Auditor to report on the adequacy and operating effectiveness of IFC. IFC was told what was amended is with respect to financial statements. I mean, I don't have to say that this machine is not working properly. There is control failure of the machine. AC is not working. I don't have to get into those aspects which does not have a financial implication. The controls with respect to financial statements is alone what has to be reported by the auditor. Rationalization of provisions related to 185, loans to directors. Can a company give a loan to its associate company? Earlier, when the 2013 Act came, there were hard restrictions on a company giving loans, guarantees or securities. We call it as LGS. Loans, guarantees, securities and investments. LGSI to be precise. So loans, guarantees and securities and investments, if a company is giving to another company, there were hard restrictions. Now, what they said that you cannot give is what was told. 185 after the amendment has been made liberal. Of course, the company cannot give a loan to its director unless you follow certain conditions. There are certain relaxations, I'll talk a bit later on. But a company giving a loan to another partnership firm, partnership firm in which the directors are interested, not possible. A company giving a loan to its 100% subsidiary is now possible, is now made possible. Okay. Now, a company giving a loan, guarantee or a security to a loan given by a bank is also possible, sir, by passing a simple ordinary resolution. Okay? So these are certain relaxations which have been given in 185, which we can probably now consider it as an advantage. Every company making public offer, I will miss only 120 days. We talked about every company, and I think we'll miss this. Now, I normally talk about Shodasa Samskara. I don't know whether you heard me talk about this Shodasa Samskara. That means if you're a born Hindu, what happens is you will have to comply with 16 of the samskaras. I mean, for that matter, any religion for that matter. Starts with Garbhadana. Garbhadana, you know what it is. Pumsavana, Simantonayana, what we call the baby shower. Then the Jatakarma, the writing of the horoscope. And then the Namakarana, the naming ceremony. Then the Nishkramana, baby's day out. Then the Annaprashana, the first eat, the Karna Vedana, the piercing of the ears, the Chuda Karma, the haircut, the Vidyaramba, which is the first time you sit in front of Goddess Saraswati and write the alphabet A or whatever, Upanayana, the thread ceremony, the Samavartana is actually the graduation ceremony, the Vivaha, as it sounds, Panchamahayagna, which a married person should do, Vanaprastha, that means almost saying bye-bye for the family and others, and finally the Antyeshti. That means the final goodbye. I always keep telling, don't take life seriously. Should you take life seriously? Should you take life seriously? Don't take life seriously. You are not going to come out of it alive. Okay? That's because Antyeshti is always there. There is a DOB and a DOD. Okay? What you do in between is a dash. What you do in between is a dash. And that dash is all that matters. It's a small dash. Okay? Why did I talk about this Shodasa Samskara? It's just like a human birth has 16 samskaras to happen. Every company has to go through this more than 16 samskaras. More than 16 samskaras. Although the Garbhadana happens first in the normal tradition, what happens here is the naming ceremony itself. It starts with the name. Although there is an incorporation which can happen today with the name together, but we prefer the company's name to be done first, and then because if there is any stamp paper, etc., all of them will be lost. But in very urgent cases, we file wherever the amounts are very small. So today it's possible to have a naming ceremony and the incorporation together. Okay? So then the INC 20A, I think this is what you are talking about. Please note that every company which has been set up, including a private limited company, within 6 months, you have to open a bank account and bring in the promised share capital only after and thereafter file a INC 20A, and then and only then you can start your business. So many companies have been incorporated and this step has not happened. So what is the answer? The answer is you have to apply for a strike off, or the ROC will strike it off. If the company has actually brought in 25 lakhs of share capital, I am afraid that it will be appropriated, finish, because once it is struck off, it does not belong to you. So, and then if you actually now pay this 25 lakhs to somebody, it looks like you have started your business. So those could be so please, the moment it is incorporated, it's not the end of it. You will have to the next step is very important, which is filing the INC 20A. So for start a company, open a bank account, bring in the capital, file INC 20A, and now you say I am good to start. MSME, DPT3. DPT3 has become, I always keep telling, every company in minimum has to file 3 returns every year. 3 returns every year, 4, 7 and 3. Or 3, 4 and 7. Those of you who are, in our office we talk like that, 3, 4 and 7 have you filed. 3 means DPT3, 4 means AOC 4, 7 means MGT 7. So 3, 4 and 7 has to be filed. And actually there is one more DIR 3 KYC also for all directors, for all the directors. For as far as the companies are concerned, please note that 3, 4 and 7 if you file, I have a proper thing, everything comes to me, 3, 4 and 7 if it comes, then I circle off ROC is completed for the year. And anyway, DIR 3 KYC is with respect to the director. If I am a director in 10 companies, if I filed one DIR from one company, it is as good as done for all it's for the DIN and not for the company. So DPT3. So when shall you file a DPT3? AOC 4 and MGT 7 has now become like those of you who are dealing with companies, you will see AOC 4 has become very, very tedious. Very tedious. It is to be filed online. And any change, we had a special office study circle for that purpose, and I was seeing, my goodness, so much of inputs go to that it is like filling an income tax return now. Earlier AOC 4 was 1 page and you attach the balance sheet and file. Now you will have to feed in every number in the financial statement, and if your audit report has got CARO, every item of the CARO has to be keyed in, and it should be made machine readable, not just a attachment. So a lot of amount of efforts are incurred in filing AOC 4 and MGT 7. And MGT 7, you also have to file the registered office location and a photograph of that particular registered office when you are filing the MGT 7. So DPT3 is very, very important. So what is DPT3? Whenever a company takes deposits, whenever a company takes deposits, it has to file DPT-3. Now the question is, what is deposit? What is deposit for a company? Please note, any money taken by the company amounts to deposit, unless it fits into the definition of exempted deposits. Unless it fits into the definition of exempted deposits. The exempted deposits are 18 in number. I mean, I'll give you one snapshot of what the exempted deposits are. It fits into the 18 deposits. Yeah, these are the 18 exemptions which are given. So you collect any money, you check whether it fits into any one of these 18 categories. If the answer is yes, it is exempt. Then it becomes a green channel. It becomes a green channel. Then there is a blue channel. That means companies can take deposits, can take money and call them as deposits. I hope you are able to understand. I can take money and call them as deposits by complying with some deposit rules. Then it's called a blue deposit. So we have a green deposit and we have a blue deposit. Then you collect money which neither fits into the blue nor into the red, nor into the green, then it becomes red. Red is not acceptable at all. Money which is collected, which does not fit into the deposit rules or doesn't fit into the exempted category, becomes a red. And if it is a red, please note, if it is a money which is collected without authority, the penalty can be as high as, for the contravention, the penalty could be as high as 1 crore to 10 crores, and the officer in default could have a penalty of 25 lakhs to 2 crores plus 7 years of imprisonment. And we were asking why 7 years? Because 7 years is the requirement to study and understand Companies Act. Okay? So point I'm saying is, while we can smile and laugh about it, deposit contravention is one of the toughest. If the company has collected money which does not fit into the definition of deposits or exempted deposit, it will become a contravention leading to. So for a moment, we will see what are the exempted deposits. If I have taken money from central government or any government, it is exempt. If I have taken money from a foreign person, subject to FEMA compliance. Somebody is going to talk about FEMA right now. So FEMA, he's coming, the next session is on FEMA. So please listen to that carefully. If you have taken any money from abroad, it should comply with the definition of FEMA. Then loans or facility from banks. If you have taken any loan from a bank, it is exempt. Loans or facilities from public financial institution is exempt. Commercial papers. If you have taken money from any other company, loans taken from any other company, it's called intercorporate. We call it as intercorporate deposits, but intercorporate loans. I have taken a loan from another company. Company means a private limited company or a public company. It cannot be an LLP. The question that comes, LLP is a body corporate. LLP is a body corporate. Can I take loan from a LLP? The answer is company. Company is different from body corporate. Then if I have taken share application money, and allotted shares within 60 days, it does not become a deposit or a red deposit. Share application. Now, if I have taken share application money and beyond 60 days, if I did not allot, I have to return it within the next 15 days. If I did not do that, then it becomes a red deposit. A red deposit means 1 to 10 crores penalty. Directors. I can take loans from directors of the company, no problem. And only in the case of a private limited company, I can take loans from relatives of directors. Nice to see you, Satish ji. Sorry, I did not see you for a long time. What is the definition of a relative? For the purpose of, yesterday we talked about in income tax, relatives is defined as aju baju, aage piche, upar niche. Okay, that's how the definition of relative is in Income Tax Act. Aju baju, husband and wife, aage piche, brother and sister, upar niche. That is lineally ascendant and lineally descendant. Now, in the Income Tax Act 2025, they went on to say the lineal ascendant being paternal or maternal. That's what I think yesterday, the speaker was talking about. Maternal and paternal also included. Earlier, it was only Hindu law talked about paternal, and therefore, in fact, one of the the question paper for IPCC suggested answer. Suggested answer said, the person has taken loan from his mother's mother. The person has taken a gift from his mother's mother. Should it be taxed? And the suggested answer said, it will be taxed. It will be taxed. And then they gave a asterisk below and said, alternative view possible. Alternate view possible. I mean, I was a vehement opposition of this particular thing. Hindu, or I mean, like yesterday Girish Ahuja said, income tax is not only for Hindus, it can apply to anybody, number one. Number two, it also says, I mean, I always used to argue that mother's mother is the first relative. You understand what I'm saying? Mother's mother saw me for the first time more than my mother seeing, because she would be asleep after the delivery. My mother's mother is the one who takes care of my mother, and therefore she is the one who has seen me first. And if you say that he is not a relative, I'll say you are mad. I mean, I said that I will definitely argue for that particular case, and 2025 has amended it. So be it as it may, aju baju, aage piche, lineally ascendant and lineally upar niche. Now, Companies Act, Satishan ji, the definition of relative is aju baju, aage piche, just upar, just niche. Now, my grandmother, grandfather, linearly or paternal or maternal is not a relative under the Companies Act. Because Companies Act has come from IFRS. I mean, IFRS, you know, International Financial Reporting Standards, calling mother and father as a relative itself is a big thing. India is also definition of relative is father, mother, son and daughter. Aju baju, aage piche continues. So, grandfather and grandmother, please note, is not a relative for the Companies Act. If I have taken a loan from, I am a company and I am a director in a company, if I have taken loan from my father, no problem. But if I have taken a loan from my grandfather, it is not considered to be a loan from a relative. So it works against me. But in some cases, it works for me. If my grandfather is a shareholder of Reliance, I can still be an auditor for Reliance. You know what I am saying. I cannot hold any shares in a company in which I am an auditor, but if my relative is a shareholder, up to having a paid up, I mean, face value of shares of up to 1 lakh or 5 lakh now, whatever that number is. So, I mean, I will ensure that none of my relatives hold. But the point is, you may have certain relatives who want to buy shares only because you are an auditor. You know what I am saying. So, be very careful with such relatives. The definition of relatives for Companies Act is aju baju, aage piche, just upar, just niche. And under the Companies Act, because they removed the grandfather and grandchildren, they have brought in 2 more relatives. One is the son's wife and daughter's husband. So the definition of relatives for Companies Act is aju baju, aage piche, just upar, just niche, daughter's husband. Who is daughter's husband? Who is the daughter's husband? Son in company law. Now you should tell like that. All these ways, law, which law? Son in company law, and she is my daughter. This is daughter in company law. So that is how the definition. Easier for you to remember now with all this. Of course, under 56.2.7, for the purpose of 56.2.10, yesterday Girish Ahuja also was mentioning that the relative list is very big. Okay, we'll reserve that definition for some other day. Of course, not to be confused. Aju baju, aage piche, upar niche, all those things are there. Aju baju of the upar niche. Upar niche of the aju baju of the aju baju. You know, all those things are also relative. That means brother or sister of either of my parents, are also, that is why I said aju baju of my upar niche. Okay, aju baju means brother or sister of either of my parents is also my relative. So please be very careful. Here there is a catch. I am related to him does not mean he is related to me. So which means my mama is my relative. That means my mother's brother, I can take gift and it will be exempt in my hands. If my mama, for my mama, I am the son of the sister or brother. Son of the brother or sister is not a relative. So therefore, while I can take loan from my mama, I should not give loan to my mama. I can give loan to my mama, but it will be taxed in his hands. And this is again probably done under the Hindu law, because under the Hindu law, the elders have to give to the youngsters and not the other way around. Not the other way around. Sometimes logical, sometimes illogical. Anyway, the point to be noted is A may be related to B, but B may not be related to A. A relative's relative is not a relative. So therefore, relative is very relative. if you enjoy the pun. Okay, so directors and relatives of the directors, issue of secured and compulsorily convertible debentures, issue of unsecured listed non-convertible debentures, amounts collected from employees up to 1 month, up to 1 year salary. Security deposit collected from the employees up to 1 year is exempt. Non-interest bearing amount and held interest. Non-interest bearing amount and held interest is also exempt. Why don't you sit down? I'm so sorry, my legs are hurting. Okay. Unsecured loan from promoters. Unsecured loan from promoters if and only if stipulated by the banks. Now, who is a promoter? Who is a promoter? Should every company have a promoter, yes or no? Should every company have a promoter, yes or no? Let me tell you the good news. The good news is I am a director in Karnataka Bank, and in Karnataka Bank there are no promoters. Promoters are not the same as founders. Promoters are those who are call themselves as promoters and step into the shoes of the promoters. So a company can have no promoters is not the same as founders, in short. Okay. So unsecured loan from promoters, if and only if stipulated by the banks. That means I have a bank loan. The bank says I have to bring in margins. I have to bring in margins to the company. So to that extent, till the loan is repaid, the margin money will not be considered as a red deposit. But once the loans are repaid, the margins also have to be returned back. That's a point to be noted. Accepted by Nidhi companies, any amount received from an advance from customer and the amounts listed there are exempt. Okay? So these are important things. I have also given this in the material which has been given to you. So going back, deposits, please understand, money received, any money received will be deposits. I'll spend some time here because the penalties are huge. So money is received by a company and lying on your liability side of your balance sheet will be deposits. What is not deposit on the liability side? Please understand. Sundry creditors, if you have received goods, or services, and they are sundry creditors or outstanding expenses, they shall never become deposits. They shall never become deposits. So what can be any money collected? Share capital, is it a deposit? The answer is once it becomes a share capital, it is not a deposit. If you have complied with all the rules of allotment of shares. But if you have collected share application money and did not allot shares in 60 days, it can become deposits. Then unsecured loans. We have seen the exemptions given. Otherwise, any unsecured loan taken from a partnership firm can become a deposit. So you have to comply with the deposit rules. So first of all, money received is a deposit, which can be an exempt deposit if you follow rule 21C, or if you have complied with the deposit rules, then you are okay. Now let's talk about what is the deposit rules. If it happens to be a public limited company, eligible public companies have to comply with lot of, if you'll see newspaper advertisements, I am raising deposits, L&T raises deposits by paying 12% interest for a period of 3 years. So they are eligible public limited companies by complying with the section 76, they call it as deposits and retain in their balance sheet as deposits. I'm not going to talk about that. For private limited companies, any money collected from shareholders can be a deposit. And how much money can I collect from shareholders as unsecured loans? Please understand, directors are different, shareholders are different. If a director is also a shareholder, then I will put him under the directors and take that as green. If only shareholders are given, normally what happens if somebody has to give the money to the company for some arrangement, I will allot one share to him and take it as, so he becomes a shareholder and then I can take money from him. Can I take any amount from such a shareholder, not being a director? The answer is, if it is a private limited company, I can take up to 100% of the net worth of the company. Up to 100% of the net worth of the company. Net worth definition is slightly different. Paid up capital plus free reserves plus security premium account. Now those of you who are dealing with Companies Act in a big way, when you are giving opinions, especially for buyback of shares and so many other purposes. You have this concept of reserves and surplus. Reserves and surplus. Whether reserves and surplus is like, I don't know, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. You know, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa is one person. And Rama and Krishna are two different persons, you know, Sri Rama and Krishna. So whether reserves and surplus is like Ramakrishna Paramahamsa or like Ramachandra and Krishna. Please understand, reserves and surplus is like Rama, reserves, surplus, Krishna. What I mean by that is, reserves and surplus, under the heading, you will have reserves and P&L account credit balance, right? P&L account credit balance. Although P&L account credit balance and general reserves or any reserve together will become reserves and surplus. Together will become reserves and surplus. Under the Companies Act, in so many places, they go on to say that if you have allotted, if you are paying dividends out of reserves, if you are paying, can you give dividends out of reserves? Yes or no? You can give dividends out of your current year profits. Definitely yes. Will giving dividends out of accumulated profits amount to giving dividends out of reserves? That is the question. The answer is no, because profits and accumulated profits are the same. Just like under depreciation for income tax purpose, current year depreciation and accumulated depreciation are considered to be current year depreciation. Accumulated profits, so if you are having a profit of 50 lakhs in a year and you want to give 75 lakhs as dividends, and accumulated profits you have got 3 crores. General reserve is 10 crores. So 50 lakhs profit, I want to give 75 lakhs dividend, I give it out of 50 lakhs plus the accumulated profits of the last year. It amounts to giving dividends out of profits, not out of reserves. That is what I wanted to say, that reserves and surplus are not Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, but it is Rama and Krishna, two different things. So reserves are different, surplus is different. So here, up to 100% of the net worth, when they say, they use only the word paid up capital plus free reserves. Free reserve does not include accumulated profits. That is what I wanted to drive home the point. Free reserve plus security premium account. Up to 100% you can take. In a private limited company, I can take unlimited amount from shareholders, unlimited amount beyond 100% of my net worth, if and only if the following 3 conditions are complied with. What are the 3 conditions? In my company, in my private limited company, I should not have a shareholder who is a corporate, who is a company. And borrowings in my company from banks, financial institutions and corporations are from borrowings, banks, financial institutions and companies by paid up capital is less than 2, or my total borrowing is less than 50 crores. And the third condition is no default in repayment of such borrowings. If these 3 conditions are complied with, then I can collect any amount of deposits. So please be careful with the mobilization of deposits. Whether it is a green deposit, a red deposit, or a blue deposit, you shall file a MGT 7. So that is what I was coming to. DPT 3, sorry. You have to file a DPT 3. The entire context was DPT 3 when you shall file. And if you have collected blue deposits, then the DPT 3 has to be certified by the chartered accountant. Certified by a chartered accountant. MSME form has to be filed, CHG 1, 4, ADT 1, ADT 3, AOC 4, 7, PAS 3, return on development, PAS 6. Now those of the companies, you may have done this, which are not small, 440s for now, and now it is, right now after 1st December, it has become 1000. If you have breached that, you shall have a facility for dematerialization of shares. And wherever you have a facility for dematerialization of shares, you will get an ISIN number. And for all those companies where there are ISIN numbers, you shall file a PAS 6 on a half-yearly basis. PAS 6 on a half-yearly basis. Then there are other forms which I'm probably not taking in detail. Yeah, this non-small company we talked about. Now look at the penalties. Look at the penalties for private limited companies not filing form 1 INC 20A, 1.04 lakhs. Let me talk about penalties. You know, penalties, how the company's ROCs will charge is on the company and every officer in default. Who is considered as an officer in default? Every director of a company. So therefore, I always keep telling, keep the number of directors and designated partners in an LLP as low as possible. Because if you have 7 directors, there will be 7 penalties to be paid. And these penalties have to be paid by themselves, not by debiting the company. They can't ask the company to pay. They have to pay it from their own pocket. So not mentioning company's address in the letterhead, not mentioning SIN number. We talked about SIN number on the letterhead when documents are filed with the ROC. At least when you are filing it with the ROC, ensure that SIN numbers are proper. Not filing form PAS3, not opening separate bank account while allotting shares under private placement. EGM notice was not called for, not issued. Most of the things can be either picked up suo moto by the company's ROC or based on a complaint by some other aggrieved shareholder. Please note that. Now, whenever you have an aggrieved shareholder, the statutory auditor will become a collateral damage. I mean, I hope you're able to understand. That's why we in our office, we have taken a stand that we will not be appointed as auditors of any place where there are stern elections, where there are trusts, especially clubs and all. You have got fighting parties, and in the process of the crossfire, you get caught. Most of the complaints to the institute are from the clubs saying that the previous auditor or the auditor has not done because he has favored that president, we don't even know that president. I mean, whoever the president of the club was. But they have rivalry, and because of which the auditor will become a collateral damage. So please be careful. What is that fire alarm? So then, not filing form BEN 2. Now what is this BEN? BEN is beneficial owner. Beneficial owner. Whenever there is an SBO, please understand, SBO, I was talking about this, SIRC of the ICAI. I'm sorry. I was talking to this about with Jaman. He was the chairman of SIRC, Southern India Regional Council. And today in the Ind AS, especially for banks, now we are going to come into Ind AS also. We have already come into Ind AS in parts for banks. All of you know banks were, they were deferring, and now we have got investments in line with Ind AS. Now as far as the financial assets are concerned, Ind AS 109 will come into effect for the banks from 1/4/2027. 1/4/2027. And there one of the important concepts that has come out is ECL, expected credit loss. Expected credit loss is stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. Now stage 1, stage 3 is actually more than 90 days, whatever NPA. I mean, you may say, why is Acharya talking about all this? Please be aware, from 1/4/2027, when you're doing the branch audits, you should be fully acclimatized with all the Ind AS concepts. Otherwise, you will not be able to do the branch audit. Okay? And now we are actually starting to gear up as directors of the banks, saying that one of the concepts that has come out is SIRC ke badle mein SICR. I was just thinking of you when I was. SICR is Southern India Regional Council ke badle mein significant increase in credit risk. Get used to such terminologies. Significant increase in credit risk, if there is there, under stage 2, you shall provide for the expected credit loss. So we was talking about BEN. BEN is a concept which comes when you have a significant beneficial owner. You look into the balance sheet of a company. Who is an SBO? Who is a significant beneficial owner in a company? If it is another company, in my company there is another company who is a shareholder, I will have to pierce the corporate wheel and find out who is that individual who is the owner in my company. I would always say significant beneficial individual owner. I mean, although the word uses SBO, I would always say SBIO. I have to go in search of that individual who is the owner of my company. So that is where BEN 2 has to be filed with the ROC to find out who is that individual behind me, behind the shareholders. Because a lot of companies try to morph. Who is my shareholder means a trust. Who are the trustees means a company. Who is that company means a partnership firm. So you will never be able to know who the owner of that particular is. So SBO is a concept. There are rules to say how. Section 90 of the Companies Act tells me, and the rules tells me how to find out that that individual who is holding more than 10% shares in me is considered to be a significant beneficial owner. Okay, so that is SBO filing. DAR 12, non-filing of DBT 3. So this is why I put up this screen is this gentleman was fined for not filing the SBO, Satya Nadella. Okay, plans afoot to put LLPs and companies on par in accounting, significant beneficial owners. So these acts, rules, and of course, where does the exemption come for private limited companies? It comes out of the acts, rules, and rods. No, rods means it's good for us because removal of difficulties. Removal of difficulties. Every section, I mean, we are talking about section 536 of the Income Tax Act 2025 deals with repeals and savings. One section before that will be repeal of difficulties. And now for a certain term, 2025, maybe 3 years, I think, it's told that for the next 3 years, if there are any difficulties in understanding, sometimes and will become or will become and, so many things like that, they'll just remove it. The ministry will be given an authority without amending the act to make the necessary changes. So that is one section before that. One section before that will also be removal of difficulties permanently. So removal of difficulties is where we get the exemptions. I have given those exemptions and removals in the material that is given to you. So next, small companies. Small companies, you see how the definition of small has been extending. To begin with, it was 50 lakhs and 2 crores. It went on to become 2 crores and 20 crores, to 4 crores and 40 crores. And from 1st of December, a large has become small. I don't think you are getting any naughty ideas. Okay. 10 crores to 100 crores. 10 crores to 100 crores. Now, what are the exemptions available to a small company? A small company need not prepare a cash flow statement and segment reporting. IFC and CARO, minimum 2 board meetings instead of 4 board meetings in a year. Maximum penalties will be 50%. I mean, that's the very good part. Maximum penalties will be 50% of the applicable penalties. Simplified provisions for merger of 2 or more small companies. Annual return, that is MGT 7. MGT 7 can be signed by the company secretary, if any, else by any director. So in the case of a non-small company, every MGT 7 has to be certified by a practicing company secretary. Now we have an issue, or a good issue actually. Since the definition of small company got changed, if a company's turnover was 80 crores, until 1st December, they were not a small company. But I am filing the MGT 7 now. MGT 7 now. Should I get it certified by the company secretary? Yes or no? The answer is no. The answer is no, because when I am filing, I am a small company. When I am filing, I am a small company. The next question on the same point that came out is, since I am a small company now, should I file the cash flow statement? Should I sign the cash flow statement? The answer there is, you have signed the cash flow statement before 30th of November. So therefore, cash flow statement or segment reporting had to be there wherever it was required. So that is how we have to deal with. Now, one important point, I have 10 more minutes, Jay Prakash Garu. I know the next speaker is ready. Okay, he will come. So, exemptions to small and medium companies, please note this. Small company is defined under the Companies Act. Small and medium company is told under the Companies Accounting Standard Rules 2021. There are differences. While small company deals with only paid up capital and turnover, for company being a small, please understand, it has to be first of all a private limited company. A public limited company cannot be a small company. Point number 1. Point number 2, such a private limited company should not have any subsidiaries or associates, or I should not be a subsidiary or I should not be a holding. That means the moment I am a child or a father, then I cannot be considered as small. Then I go to the checking of the limit of 4 and 40 or 10 and 100 now. So that is the first point to be noted. But a small and medium company, even a public limited company can be a small and medium company. A small and medium company, for the purpose of only accounting standard compliances or disclosures or a presentation, it is small and medium companies. So small and medium companies have been defined as that which is not listed. So if it is a public limited company which is not listed, it can be a SMC if its turnover is less than 250 and borrowing is less than 50. And it of course should not have a father or a child. So that is the difference between a small company and small and medium company. Now when it comes to small and medium companies, you are given certain exemptions. For a small and medium company, in one of the cases, it was not a small company, but a small and medium company. Look at this. Should we prepare a cash flow statement was one of the questions. Now, I don't know, in Companies Act 2013 when it came out, we had Companies Accounting Standard Rules 2006. There was no Companies Accounting Standard Rules formed under 2013 Act until 2021. Until 2021. Only in 2021, the Act had a rule of its own. Till 2021, we were referring to Companies Accounting Standard Rules 2006, read with Rule 7 of the Companies Accounting Standard Rules 2013, and because that rule said you can, till my own rule is formed, you must follow CASR 2006. Then suddenly one day 2021 came, we were all shocked. Then we say word by word 2006 and 2021 was the same. Somewhere we missed. I should have done this AI integration to find out is there any change. There was one small change which is the Accounting Standard 3. Accounting Standard 3 in this Companies Accounting Standard Rules said it is exempt for small and medium companies. But when it came in Companies Accounting Standard Rules 2021, they said it's exempt only for small companies. So until last year, I did not know this, so I had to be corrected. This is how it happens. So therefore, I propagate that you should have AI. Otherwise you will miss out. You cannot read every word of unless you are Rajinikanth. You read like this and then say, I understood everything. So you have to integrate to find out what is that one change. What is that one change which is there in the new rule as compared to the old. So Accounting Standard 3 has to be prepared by every small and medium company unless you are a small company. So that is a change which has happened. Accounting Standard 20, Accounting Standard 15 partially exempt. I wish I have time to explain, but today I will skip. Accounting Standard 19, 28, and 28 there are certain relaxations. Okay, let me just use the next 5 minutes for talking about some non-compliances in the audit report or the financial statements. Audit trail, please understand, has been there in vogue for the 2 years already. Every software, if a company is using an accounting software, it shall have the facility of audit trail. Audit trail, that means to preserve every change which has happened, who has changed, when it was changed, from what was changed, should be noticed by the regulator, not just by the auditor. If it does not have an audit trail, it becomes the obligation of the auditor to say that so-and-so software did not have audit trail, or it was not there throughout the year. And for the second year, has it been preserved for the first year? And for the third year, for the last 2 years. So whether it has been preserved for the number of years that has been told in the Companies Act, which is 8 years. Okay? So there has already started penalties. ROCs have started issuing penalties based on the audit reports that audit trail is not there. Bolne ke baad, immediately they are issuing penalties. Please note that when I said AOC 4 has become cumbersome by virtue of it being made machine readable, so the machine itself will read and say that the compliances have not been done. The auditor would say, now for the non-compliance, the machine itself will start issuing the notices also. So to that extent, it has become difficult. So accounting standards, referring to wrong framework accounting standard, a company cannot refer to accounting standard of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. A company should refer to accounting standards as told under the Companies Accounting Standard Rules 2021. A non-corporate has to refer to accounting standards of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Not using standard words. The words chosen in the accounting standards are sacrosanct or sacrosanct. If you interchange, it has an altogether different meaning. For example, what is the opposite of permanent? What is the opposite of permanent? Temporary. The opposite of permanent in Accounting Standard 2 is timing. Now what is the AS 22? For the purpose of AS 22, you have a permanent difference and a timing difference. When you go to Ind AS, the equivalent of deferred tax is there. It talks about temporary, permanent and temporary, because that is balance sheet approach. This is P&L approach. Anyway, talking about what is the opposite of temporary? What is the opposite of temporary? The opposite of temporary in Accounting Standard 13 is other than temporary. You look at this. The opposite of temporary in Accounting Standard 13, when you measure investments, you can have current investments or long-term investments. Current investments are measured at cost, or cost or normally what comes to our mind is net realizable value. The cost or net realizable value is used in AS2 for inventories. When it comes to current investment, the word used is fair value. Cost or fair value, whichever is lower. So if you use your common sense and put the words, it will have an altogether different meaning. There is a difference between net realizable value and fair value. Net realizable value is internal. Fair value is could be external. It could be with you or with others. Outside whatever valuations happen, you can apply that value to yourself. That is fair value. Net realizable value is very internal. That means tomorrow in April when you sell, you know what it is. So that is the net realizable value as far as it is internal and external. So I was talking about current investments are measured at cost or fair value, whichever is lower. And long-term investments are measured at cost unless there is a decline in value for reasons other than temporary. If they say that for permanent, if they use the word permanent, if you say temporary ka reason opposite is permanent, then you will have to provide for reduction in the value only if there is a permanent reduction. And there will always be an argument to say the reduction is not permanent. Suppose I bought a share for 10 rupees and today it is trading at 2 rupees and for the last 5 years it has been traded at 2 rupees. It becomes an obligation for the auditor to bring it down to 2 rupees. If the word used to be permanent, then I will say only when I sell it, that becomes permanent. So therefore, the words which are put in the accounting standards are very, very measured and put in right context. If you change the wordings, it will change the entire meaning. So therefore, use the right words. Wish I could talk to you for long, but then I am bound by my time. So subject is vast, but I think we have to end the show. Unless I can take some questions. I already see FEMA entering, so Companies Act has to exit. Okay. Thank you so much. I had a wonderful time, and I hope that you will have not so wonderful time dealing with so many penalties. And the more you learn, the more the fear that will set in you because of the mistakes that we did. But I think it's always better to be thinking of what can go wrong and do the right thing, rather than not attending, because all the empty benches are the ones which have not attended. They are the ones should be more scared. Thank you so much. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your detailed and insightful session. I now invite CA Ramya N to present a memento to CA Gururaj Acharya as a token of our appreciation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Before we proceed, we would like to acknowledge the support of our event partners, our elite event sponsors, ABC Group in association with Simpolo and Bebeto, our diamond sponsors, Kerala Grameen Bank and Astamims Hospital, our platinum associate sponsor, Malabar Gold and Diamonds, our silver partner, South Indian Bank, Tally and Federal Bank, our bronze sponsor, Ashore AI.
There's a small announcement from Tally Solutions Private Limited. Kindly visit their stall number 1 and 14 to get the latest updates on Tally Prime and the tools. They have a live demo today from 12:15 to 1:15 p.m. On the auditorium on the right side of this hall near to the dining area. Kindly do visit their live demo.
We are pleased to inform you that the conference has reached an overwhelming response with 685 registrations, reflecting the keen interest and active participation of the Chartered Accountant fraternity. Before we move ahead, let's revisit some memorable moments from yesterday's program. Please watch the highlights on the screen.
Get your hand.
Hope you all enjoyed our Navaratna highlights. Next, we have a 10 minutes presentation from one of our elite event sponsors, ABC Group. We will resume our technical session soon after the presentation. I now invite ABC Group to deliver their presentation.
समीर एंड बॉबी क्या लग रहे हो यार How is it going?
Yeah, your parties are amazing.
Thanks, man.
Agle Sunday bhi na?
Every Sunday, set. पार्टी यादगार होनी चाहिए और घर शानदार रहना चाहिए. Simpolo Tiles and Bathware. Live lavish.
ഹായ് ഗുഡ് മോർണിംഗ് എൻ്റെ പേര് ശ്യാം എന്നാണ് ഞാനിപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ നിൽക്കുന്നത് ABC ഗ്രൂപ്പിനെ പ്രതിനിധീകരിച്ചിട്ടാണ് ABC ഗ്രൂപ്പ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് 26 ഇയേഴ്സായിട്ട് മാർക്കറ്റിലുള്ള ഒരു ഗ്രൂപ്പാണ് ടൈൽസ് സാനിറ്ററി വെയർ പ്ലംബിംഗ് മെറ്റീരിയൽ തുടങ്ങിയതിൽ ലീഡിംഗ് ആയിട്ട് നിൽക്കുന്ന ഒരു ബ്രാൻഡാണ് നമുക്ക് കേരളത്തിൽ ഏകദേശം 17ഓളം റീറ്റെയിൽ ഷോറൂംസ് ഉണ്ട് അപ്പോൾ ഇത്ര നാളും ഈ ഒരു പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ആണെങ്കിലും ലാസ്റ്റ് ഒരു 5 ഇയേഴ്സായിട്ട് ബെബറ്റോ എന്നുള്ള പേരിൽ ഒരു ഡോർസ് ആൻഡ് വിൻഡോസിൻ്റെ ഒരു നമ്മുടെ തന്നെ ഒരു ഗ്രൂപ്പിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഇനിഷ്യേഷനും കൂടെ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട് അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് ജസ്റ്റ് ഒന്ന് ഇൻട്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്യാനാണ് ഞാനിവിടെ വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത് ഇപ്പോൾ ബെബറ്റോ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ബ്രാൻഡിൻ്റെ അണ്ടറിൽ വരുന്നത് കംപ്ലീറ്റ്ലി ഡോർസ് ആൻഡ് വിൻഡോസ് സൊല്യൂഷനാണ് അതിൽ അലുമിനിയം സിസ്റ്റം വിൻഡോസ് UPVC സിസ്റ്റം വിൻഡോസ് അതുപോലെ തന്നെ എഞ്ചിനീയർ വുഡൻ ഡോർസ് അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഒരു കംപ്ലീറ്റ്ലി കസ്റ്റമൈസ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഡോർസ് ആൻഡ് വിൻഡോസിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഇതാണ് വരുന്നത് ബെബറ്റോൻ്റെ അണ്ടറിൽ അതിൽ അലുമിനിയം സിസ്റ്റം വിൻഡോസ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ കംപ്ലീറ്റ്ലി കസ്റ്റമൈസ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സിസ്റ്റം വിൻഡോസാണ് അതിൽ നമുക്ക് ഇപ്പോൾ വീടുകളിലേക്ക് 5 മീറ്റർ ഹൈറ്റ് വരെയൊക്കെയുള്ള വിൻഡോസ് നമുക്കിതിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി പറ്റും അതുകൂടാതെ 30 ഇയേഴ്സ് വാറണ്ടി നമ്മൾ പ്രൊവൈഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് നമുക്ക് കേരളത്തിൽ എവിടെ വേണമെങ്കിലും നമുക്ക് വന്നിട്ട് അത് ഇൻസ്റ്റാളേഷൻ ചെയ്ത് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി പറ്റും കംപ്ലീറ്റ്ലി കസ്റ്റമൈസ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു വിൻഡോ സൊല്യൂഷനാണ് അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ജസ്റ്റ് ഒരു വീഡിയോ ഞാനിവിടെ പ്ലേ ചെയ്യാം വിളഞ്ഞേക്കണം. വോളിയം കിട്ടില്ല. വോളിയം കിട്ടില്ല. ടൈമിംഗ് ഒന്ന് നോക്കണേ.
Attend. നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞാത്തോണ്ട്
Imagine your living space that gives you a sense of protection and sophistication. Introduce Imagine your living space that gives you a sense of protection and sophistication. Introducing Lumina. Large, smooth, and effortless. Sleek designs built to endure. Optimized for performance. With automation at your fingertips. Feel safe and secure. Elevate your space. Transform your living. Lumina by Bebedo.
ഇപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ കണ്ടത് നമ്മുടെ സിസ്റ്റം വിൻഡോസിൻ്റെ ഒരു ആഡാണ്. അതുകൂടാതെ നമ്മൾ UPVC ഡോർസ് ആൻഡ് വിൻഡോസും ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഈ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ തന്നെ അതും ഫുള്ളി കസ്റ്റമൈസ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഡോർസ് ആൻഡ് വിൻഡോസ് ആണ്. അത് നമുക്ക് കേരളത്തിൽ എവിടെ വേണമെങ്കിലും ചെയ്തു കൊടുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി പറ്റും. അതും ഈ പറയുന്നത് പോലെ തന്നെ നമുക്ക് 20 years വാറണ്ടിയിൽ നമുക്ക് ആ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് മാർക്കറ്റിലേക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി പറ്റും. എല്ലാം തന്നെ ക്വാളിറ്റി അഷുറൻസ് എല്ലാം തന്നെ ഹൈ പ്രീമിയം ആയിട്ടുള്ള റോ മെറ്റീരിയലും എല്ലാം ഉപയോഗിച്ചിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ ഈ മെറ്റീരിയൽ എല്ലാം തന്നെ ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നത്. നെക്സ്റ്റ് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് എഞ്ചിനീയർ വുഡൻ ഡോർസ് ആണ്. നമ്മുടെ ഇപ്പോൾ നിലവിൽ മാർക്കറ്റിലുള്ള ഇപ്പോൾ വുഡിൻ്റെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ചതിലിരിക്കുക, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ സ്ട്രിങ്ങേജ്, എക്സ്പാൻഷൻ, ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള പ്രശ്നങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഒഴിവാക്കിയിട്ടുള്ള എഞ്ചിനീയർ വുഡൻ ഡോർസ് വെച്ചിട്ടുള്ള ഡോർസ് വിൻഡോസാണ് നമ്മൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നത്. ഇത് തന്നെ നമുക്ക് PU ഫിനിഷ്, ലാമിനേഷൻ, അതുപോലെയുള്ള എല്ലാ ഫിനിഷസിലും അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. അതുപോലെ ഡിസൈനും കസ്റ്റമൈസ് ആണ്. ഈ ഡോറും നമുക്ക് ഏകദേശം 4 meter വരെയുള്ള ഹൈറ്റിലും ആർച്ച് ഷേപ്പിലും ഒക്കെ ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി പറ്റും. ഇതിനും നമ്മൾ 10 years വാറണ്ടി പ്രൊവൈഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെയാണ് സോളിഡ് അലുമിനിയം ഡോർസ്. അലുമിനിയം ഇത് പറയുന്നത് പോലെ തന്നെ മൾട്ടി ലോക്കിംഗ് പോയിൻ്റ്, ഫ്രണ്ട് ഡോറായിട്ടും നമുക്ക് ബെഡ്റൂമിനും ഒക്കെ ഉപയോഗിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന പ്രൊഡക്റ്റാണ്. ഇതും ബെബറ്റോൻ്റെ അണ്ടറിൽ വരുന്ന ഒരു പ്രൊഡക്റ്റാണ്. അതുകൂടാതെ നമ്മുടെ അലൈൻഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള വേറെ ഒരുപാട് പ്രൊഡക്ട്സ് ഉണ്ട്. അതായത് ഹാൻഡ് റെയിൽസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്, അതുപോലെ ബ്ലൈൻഡ്സ്, കർട്ടൻസ് മുതലായ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റുകൾ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ സ്കൈലൈറ്റ്സ്, റിറ്റാച്ചബിൾ റൂഫ്സ്, നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ കാർ പോർച്ചിലൊക്കെ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന റിമോട്ട് കൺട്രോൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള റൂഫ്സ്, അതുപോലെ ബഫൽ സീലിങ്സ്, സോഫിറ്റ് പാനൽസ്, അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഒരുപാട് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് റേഞ്ച് ബെബറ്റോൻ്റെ അണ്ടറിൽ വരുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇതെല്ലാം തന്നെ കസ്റ്റമൈസ് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റാണ്. നമ്മുടെ വീട്ടിൽ വന്ന അളവെടുത്ത് നമ്മുടെ ഇഷ്ടപ്രകാരം നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. ഇതൊക്കെ വാറണ്ടീഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള പ്രൊഡക്റ്റാണ്. അതിലിപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് വിൻഡോസിൽ നോക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഒരുപാട് ടൈപ്പോളജിയിൽ നമുക്കിത് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി പറ്റും. സാധാരണ വുഡൻ ഡോർസിൽ നമുക്ക് കേസ്മെൻറ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നില്ല, ജസ്റ്റ് ഒരു ഓപ്പൺ ടൈപ്പ് വിൻഡോസ് മാത്രമാണ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുക. നമ്മുടെ ഈ ഒരു സിസ്റ്റം വിൻഡോസിൽ കേസ്മെൻറ്റ്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ 4 മീറ്റർ 5 മീറ്റർ ഹൈറ്റിൽ സ്ലൈഡിങ് വിൻഡോസ്, അതുപോലെ ടിൽറ്റ് ആൻഡ് ടേൺ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു മോഡലാണ്. അത് നമുക്ക് 2 രീതിയിൽ ഓപ്പറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. അത് രീതിയിലുള്ള ഒരുപാട് ടൈപ്പോളജീസിൽ നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ചൂടിൻ്റെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് DGU ഗ്ലാസ് ഉപയോഗിക്കാം. അങ്ങനെയുള്ള എല്ലാ രീതിയിലുള്ള കസ്റ്റമൈസേഷനും അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇതുണ്ടാക്കുന്ന എല്ലാ മെഷീനറീസും എല്ലാം ഇമ്പോർട്ടഡ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്ന, നമ്മൾക്കിപ്പോൾ പറയാനാണെങ്കിൽ ഇറ്റലി, തുർക്കി ഈ മുതലായ രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന് ഇമ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള മെഷീൻ വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് ഈ എല്ലാ ഡോർസ് ആൻഡ് വിൻഡോസും നമ്മുടെ ഓൺ ഫാക്ടറിയിൽ വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് ഇതെല്ലാം തന്നെ ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നത്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഹൈ പ്രൊഫഷണലായിട്ടുള്ള സ്റ്റാഫുകളാണ് ഇത് എല്ലാം തന്നെ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ക്വാളിറ്റീൻ്റെ കേസിലോ അതുപോലെ തന്നെ വാറൻറ്റിൻ്റെ കേസിലോ യാതൊരു രീതിയിലുള്ള പ്രശ്നങ്ങളും ഇല്ലാത്ത രീതിയിൽ തന്നെ നമുക്കിത് മാർക്കറ്റിലേക്ക് ഇൻട്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി പറ്റും. നമ്മുടെ ഒരു കോർ അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഇന്നോവേറ്റീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഡിസൈൻസ്. മാർക്കറ്റിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ നിലവിലുള്ള എല്ലാ ഡിസൈനും ഇന്നോവേറ്റീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഡിസൈൻസ്, ഇന്നോവേറ്റീവുള്ള പാറ്റേൺസ് എല്ലാം തന്നെ നമ്മൾ ഇതിൻ്റെ അണ്ടറിൽ നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി പറ്റും. പിന്നെ ക്വാളിറ്റി മെറ്റീരിയൽസ്, എല്ലാ റോ മെറ്റീരിയൽ തന്നെ ക്വാളിറ്റി അഷ്യൂർ ചെയ്ത് വാറണ്ടി സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റോട് കൂടിയിട്ടുള്ള, വെറുതെ വാറണ്ടി എന്നുള്ളത് കൊട്ടേഷനിൽ മാത്രമല്ല, നമുക്ക് വാറണ്ടി സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് അഷ്യൂർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന പ്രൊഡക്റ്റാണ് എല്ലാ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റും. പിന്നെ കസ്റ്റമർ സർവീസ്, ഇപ്പോൾ നമുക്കിപ്പോൾ ഇവിടുന്ന് തൊട്ടിട്ട് ട്രിവാൻഡ്രം വരെ ചെയ്യാമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാലും ഇതിൻ്റെ സർവീസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് വളരെ ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ് ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ഇതെല്ലാ സർവീസും നമ്മുടെ ഈ 16ഓളം റീറ്റെയിൽ കൗണ്ടേഴ്സ് വഴി തന്നെയാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. നമുക്കിപ്പോൾ മാനുഫാക്ചറിങ് യൂണിറ്റ് കണ്ണൂരാണെങ്കിലും നിങ്ങൾക്കിപ്പോൾ എവിടെ വേണമെങ്കിലും ഇപ്പോൾ എറണാകുളം ABC ഉണ്ട്, അവിടെ സമീപിച്ചാൽ ഈ എല്ലാ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റും കിട്ടും. ഇപ്പോൾ തൃശ്ശൂർ അങ്ങനെയുള്ള എല്ലാ സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലേക്കും നമുക്കിത് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി പറ്റും. ഇത്രയാണ് ബെപ്റ്റോനെ കുറിച്ച് പറയാനുള്ളത്. നമ്മുടെ ഒരു സ്റ്റാൾ ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും രീതിയിലുള്ള എൻക്വയറീസ് കാര്യങ്ങളുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ സ്റ്റാളിൽ ഇതായാലും നിങ്ങളുടെ സൈറ്റിലേക്ക് തന്നെ സ്കിൽഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാർ വന്ന് അതിൻ്റെ മെഷർമെൻ്റ് എടുത്ത് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കൃത്യമായിട്ടുള്ള കോട്ടും കാര്യങ്ങളും പ്രൊവൈഡ് ചെയ്ത് നല്ല രീതിയിൽ തന്നെ അത് എക്സ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻ ചെയ്ത് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് തരാൻ വേണ്ടി പറ്റും. താങ്ക് യു.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our next technical session of the day, which will be handled by CA Harshal Bhutta on the topic Navigating FEMA for Global Investments, Compliance Challenges and Opportunities. Let us now have a quick introduction of our faculty.
CA Harshal Bhutta is a fellow chartered accountant and a specialist in international taxation and foreign exchange laws with over 17 years of professional experience. He holds an advanced diploma in international taxation UK and a prestigious LLM in international tax law from Vienna University, completed with honors. He is a partner at PR Bhutta & Co, Mumbai, a boutique firm specializing in FEMA, international taxation, transfer pricing, and cross-border transaction advisory. He has delivered over 100 lectures, conducted long-format FEMA masterclasses, and has been featured multiple times in leading media platforms including Economic Times, Business Line, and CNBC TV 18. He is also the author of a 2-volume publication, FEMA Compounding Orders, a Comprehensive Analysis. Sir, we are very privileged to have you with us today.
I now request CA Nikhil R. Kumar, Thiruvananthapuram Branch Chairperson, and CA Lenny Lavian, Kollam Branch Chairperson, to kindly escort our speaker, CA Harshal Bhutta, to the dais.
I now request CA Nikhil R. Kumar to honor him with a Ponnada.
Now it's coming. No? Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Kanuban, for inviting me here. And it's a marvelous venue. I hope I'll make your time worthwhile. I will be taking for 1.5 hours, maybe little more if you permit me. Lot of slides, lot of things to cover. So, when I was invited by Mohammed ji, I asked him, please meko bataiye, so what should I cover? Because the topic is so broad. So then he connected me with Jayaprakash sir. I asked him, what is predominant in the Kerala area that I should cover and that should be worthwhile for all the practicing CAs and any of the industry members that are there. So I got to know certain focus areas which I thought I will cover here. The major chunk will be NRI focus because this is a predominantly NRI belt. So for, NRIs, lot of regulations that I apply, that is something that I will be covering in detail. Then I'll give some flavor of inbound investment, some flavor of outbound investments. If NRIs want to invest in certain entities here, so LLPs, companies, partnership firms. If individuals here, if they have family members abroad, they want to invest in, the entities that their family members float outside India. That is something that I will cover. Then another important area that I got to know is certifications. 15 CACB, especially for transfers under the 1 million scheme. When NRIs want to transfer their wealth from India to abroad. So that is also something that I will be covering. I will also be touching upon certain tax and allied aspects on all these areas. Okay. So obviously if you all have some queries, please interrupt me. If you want me to cover something else, then I will be more than happy to do that. But at least this is what I have thought for today's session. So let's dive right into it. What is the concept of NRI? So, we all use the term NRI very loosely. This person is NRI staying in US, this person is NRI staying in Canada, in Dubai. But legally there is a lot of difference between NRI, OCI. PIO is a concept that has actually merged into OCI. But certain regulations under FEMA still continue with the term PIO and the concept of PIO. But on paper, if you ask me, OCI, PIO are almost the same. So then it brings us back to the focus of what is the difference between NRI and OCI. A very simple and straightforward difference. NRI is a person with Indian passport. OCI is a person with foreign passport. Both are non-residents. But one is with an Indian passport, one is with a foreign passport. So one with an Indian passport predominantly in the Gulf countries where, you don't get citizenship there. You may have golden visa, you may have any kind of, visa that you want, but you will not get a citizenship there. Maybe in the future it may change, it may not change. But as of now, Indian passport holders staying outside India are typically called as NRIs, and OCIs are persons with foreign citizenship, that is, and they have a OCI card, which is Overseas Citizenship of India card. OCI card gives you a lot of benefits where you can have visa-free travel to India for not a restricted period of 6 months. You can come in, go back. For educational institutions, if your children are studying, there are benefits there, etc. That's under the Citizenship Law. Okay, Section 7A of the Citizenship Act deals with OCI concept. Coming back to FEMA, is there a formal definition of NRI? No, there is no. The only definition that you will find is person resident in India and person resident outside India. Okay. Who is a person resident in India? This is a very, very peculiar, the most important definition that you should study and bear in mind when you are dealing with any NRI matters. Okay. So, there is a basic rule and then there are certain exceptions to that. Okay. And this definition is very, very controversial. A recent FEMA tribunal, appellate tribunal decision brought out the difference. Economic Times had reported that also. I was quoted in that also. And still there is no amendment right from 1999. RBI says this is in the domain of central government. Central government is not bothered to clarify this. I'll come to the controversy also. Before that, let us understand what is the meaning of person resident in India and what is the meaning of person resident outside India. Outside India, very simple, a person who is not a person resident in India becomes a person resident outside India. So therefore, when you are dealing with NRI matters, you need to first analyze whether that person is a person resident in India or outside India. In order to qualify as a person resident in India, first basic condition is that you should have stayed in India in the preceding financial year for more than 182 days. Okay? This is the basic difference between the income tax definition and the FEMA definition. Income tax definition is from 1st April it will be tax year. Right now it is previous year. So 182 days in the previous year you should have stayed in India for the tax purposes. Then you become a resident. Then you see RNOR or ROR. But under FEMA you have to see for the previous financial year. So right now it is financial year 25-26 that is going on. So if you want to ascertain the residence of a person for 25-26, you have to test the number of days in 24-25. Okay. That is the first basic rule. What are the exceptions to that? Obviously, since there is a period mismatch, that will give rise to difficulties. So therefore, the exceptions are there to take care of the difficulties. So the first exception is if a person goes out of India in the same financial year, either for employment or for carrying on business or occasion, or for any other purpose that will indicate his intention to stay outside India for uncertain period. He doesn't know when he's going to come back. In today's world, it may not be so easy because visa restrictions are very strict. Especially with the Trump administration, one day of overstay, you will be barred. Your visa renewal will never happen. So the first two conditions are very, very important. If you are going out for employment in the current financial year, then from the next day onwards, you will become a non-resident. So therefore, this is the second basic difference between the tax definition of non-resident, person resident in India, and the FEMA definition. Tax, for the purposes of tax, a person is either a resident or non-resident for the entire financial year. Under FEMA, you could have dual status in a particular financial year. So till the point in time that you flew outside India, you were a resident. The moment that you fly outside India for employment or for carrying on business, you become a non-resident for the rest part of the financial year. Okay. So this is one exception. So this takes care of the difference between, previous financial year 182 versus current year. If you want to do any transaction, you will be considered as a resident or non-resident. Second exception is again also a relaxation. On the converse, a person who is not a resident in India, okay? So let's say in the financial year 24-25, you have stayed outside India. So therefore, you are a non-resident. In 25-26 till December, you have continued to stay outside India. Now you are saying, no, now let me settle back in India. Okay, so from January, I want to again settle back in India. I maybe want to take up a job here, maybe want to do business here, maybe want to retire. Retire will come in the third condition which is there. which is uncertain period. Okay. So for uncertain period, if you are coming back to India, then henceforth you will become a resident in India. Okay. So again, split residency is possible under FEMA, very much possible, very much normal, usual, and that is how typically it happens with persons who emigrate for job or business opportunities outside India and persons who settle back in India. In that particular year, you will have dual residency. Now, what is the controversy per se? So, the controversy is with respect to the second exception which is there. First exception is very clear. Person going out for employment, business or vocation, you immediately become a non-resident. Second exception, the way that we interpret, the way that a lot of professionals interpret, RBI interprets, is when you come back to India, the day that you come back or return to India for either of these purposes, you become a resident. But there is another interpretation also, which says that it's a cumulative condition. The basic rule and second is not an exception, it's a cumulative condition. You have to satisfy 182 days, but you should have come to India either for employment, carrying on business vocation, or for any other uncertain intention purpose. Only if you satisfy both, after that you become a resident. So let's say a person coming to India in January, you are not going to satisfy the 182 days presence in India, even though you may be coming for retirement or employment business vocation. So 25, 26, you will not become a person resident in India. 26, 27 also, because you will be there only for 3 months, basically 90 days, January to March 2026. So for 26, 27 also, you will not become a resident. 27, 28 will become a resident. What are the consequences? For all the period that you stay in India, you will be treated as a non-resident. Restrictions on giving loan to relatives, to non-relatives being friends. What about bank account? You will have to continue as NRO, etc. So therefore, this second interpretation that is there, that is rarely used. There is a government press release of 2009, which I have referred here. You may not be able to see at the bottom, but at least I'll explain that. That was with regard to acquisition of land and immovable properties by foreign citizens. So what foreign citizens used to do, they used to come to India, say that, I have come to India, maybe on an employment visa, take a short-term, employment of 3 months or so, say that I've immediately become a resident. After you become a resident, FEMA does not apply to you whether you are an Indian national or a foreign national. So then they used to acquire land. So that typically happens in NRI belt. I'm not sure how it is in Kerala, but foreign citizens coming to India, taking short-term, employment, saying that they qualify as a resident, and then after 3 months they go back. So in order to curb this practice, the government came out with this press release saying, no, you have to stay in India for 182 days also, that also in the previous financial year, as well as satisfy either employment test or business vocation test or uncertain period test. Only and only then you will be permitted to purchase any immovable property in India. So the way that I see it, in abuse situations, you take extra precaution, you take extra care, that yes, satisfy both the situations. But in genuine circumstances, a person returning to India, you may have stayed back in Saudi Arabia for 30 years, spent your career there. Now you want to, settle back and ease down in life. In those cases, yes, go with the interpretation that all these conditions are exceptions. So the moment that you come to India, treat yourself as a resident, convert your bank accounts into resident, etc. So this is basically the controversy and the definition of person resident in India. A person who's not a resident in India is person resident outside India. So NRI, loosely the term that we all use, actually qualify as persons resident outside India as per the FEMA definition. So yeah, So all these are the notifications which are there. So I'll just take a step back and say under FEMA, the act is very small. The regulations are vast. So for each and every topic, you have to refer to a separate regulation, separate notification. So for borrowing lending, there's a separate notification. For deposits, meaning bank accounts, FD, etc., there's a separate notification. Remittance of assets, the 1 million scheme that, we all popularly know. So just one moment. I think, I'm on the stage right now. Hello? Jai Prakash ji called, I think, by mistake. So, for remittance of assets, the 1 million scheme that is there, so there is a separate FEMA notification, 13R for that. Debt instruments, separate notification. So if you want to invest in bonds, NRIs want to invest in bonds, etc., give NCD, it may fall either under borrowing, lending or debt. Where is the definition of OCI mentioned? OCI is typically there in NDI. NDI is basically inbound investments. Any foreign investment that comes into India, that is regulated under the notification, non-debt instruments rules. Then there is debt instrument. Again, under borrowing, lending, there's a difference, whether you are OCI or whether you are NRI. So treatment will be different. So therefore, you need to bear in mind the distinction between a foreign citizen having OCI card and Indian passport holder who is a non-resident. Okay. As I said, PIO definition is still continuing, but only in these two notifications that are there, not a lot of difference. PIO is typically a person who is of Indian origin, and all these conditions that are there, who was a past citizen, whose child, grandchild, great-grandchild was a person of Indian origin, all these conditions are there for OCI also. If you want to offer OCI card, then you need to satisfy one of these conditions. Only then the Indian embassy abroad will give you a OCI card. Now that we are through with the basic concept of NRI, we'll go to more specific areas, what NRIs can do, what they cannot do. If you have, as a person resident in India, any dealings with them, are you allowed to do that? Are you not allowed to do that? So the first and the foremost important concept is of bank accounts in India. Okay? So whether you know FEMA or not, you would have come across this, these concepts of NRO account, NRE account. Obviously, this is NRI belt. So therefore, this is very, very important for all of you. What is the difference between these three accounts? Okay. NRE account, FCNRB account, and NRO account. NRE and NRO account are INR accounts, rupee accounts. FCNRB is a foreign currency account and it is only a deposit account. So if non-residents want to place FDs outside India, they can do in India also. That is by way of FCNRB. And now with the GIFT City picking up, NRIs can also place deposits with Indian banks who are there in GIFT City. Okay? That will not come under FEMA at all. It is not a FCNRB account, it is purely designated as a foreign bank account under FEMA, not for income tax purpose. See the challenge here. A bank account opened in GIFT City, for FEMA purposes it qualifies as a foreign bank account, but for income tax purposes it is not a foreign bank account. Although the interest is exempt, irrespective, a resident individual can also open a bank account in GIFT City under the liberalized remittance scheme. For FEMA purpose, it will be treated as a foreign remittance made by you, but for income tax purpose, it is an Indian bank account, and therefore the Schedule FA disclosure, foreign assets that is there, that will not apply to a bank account opened by a resident person in GIFT City. Okay. Coming back, NRE and NRO, the basic difference you should know. The most important difference is NRE account is a fully repatriable account. You can bring in money, take out money at your will in midnight without any restrictions. Okay? Whereas NRO is a non-repatriable account. Non-repatriable meaning you cannot repatriate your funds from India to outside India. But there is an exception here, which you all know, which is the 1 million scheme which is there. So NRIs are allowed to repatriate up to $1 million per financial year from the NRO account. Okay? NRE does not have any limit. So any funds which are lying in NRE, that's fine. You go ahead, you remit even 10 million, nobody is going to catch hold of you. But NRO, there is a restriction. So being a non-repatriable account, because of this exception or relaxation that is there, still you are allowed to take outside India 1 million, predominantly because of which your clients come to you and seek the 15 CA CB certification. Yesterday I was having a conversation with one of the peers asking, Acha, is 15 CA CB really necessary? I'll come to that part, which is towards the end of my presentation. So coming back, this is the basic difference. If you have understood this difference, then all other things will fall in place. Okay? NRE fully repatriable, NRO non-repatriable. Who is authorized to open? I don't think that's very important for us. That is important for the banking system, who is allowed to offer you these services. But who can open? NRE accounts only individuals can open. That is one more difference. NRO account, a foreign company or a foreign corporate body being LLP or a trust can also open. But for them, this 1 million exception is not there. For them, it is purely non-repatriable account. Okay. So for them, any money that comes in, you will have to take RBI permission in order to take that out. Okay. So that is also very, very important. Then what about the currency? We already dealt with it. NRE, NRO are INR accounts. FCNRB is a foreign currency account. What about the type of accounts? Again, FCNRB is a deposit account, which I told you. Then what about NRE, NRO? All combinations are possible. Okay? Savings account is possible, current account is possible, and FD, recurring deposit is also possible. What about the period? Period, typically it is 1 to 3 years when it comes to NRE. The rate of interest typically is as good as the Indian rupee deposit interest rate only. So they are typically at par plus certain premium because they want to attract foreign currency. For FCNRB, it is between 1 to 5 years, and NRO is whatever happens with residents. Even if you have 5-year deposits, they will offer you 5-year deposits. NRO is very, very akin to a resident savings bank account. Okay. So therefore, you will see a lot of similarities between what kind of transactions you can do in NRO account versus what kind of transactions you can carry out in a resident savings bank account. Okay. What are the permitted credits? NRE and FCNRB are highly regulated. What money you can bring in, what money you can take out. There are no limits, as I told you. The reason there are no limits is because it is highly regulated. So what you can deposit and what you can take out is restricted. So once you cross that threshold, then you can take out how much ever amount that is possible. So permitted credits typically is foreign inward remittance. In day-to-day practice, we'll see that foreign inward remittance is there, transfer to other NRE, FCNRB accounts is there. Any income earned from India. Okay. This is an important concept. Current income. There is a term which has not been defined. It has been loosely used, but a very crucial term. What do you mean by current income? So typically current income is understood to be passive income. So your rent, interest, dividend, all those are passive incomes, not capital gains. So these categories of incomes that are there, you are allowed to credit into NRE, even though original investment would have been made from NRO. Okay. So there is a simple rule here. If you have made investment from NRE, you can credit the sale proceeds back to NRE. If you have invested from NRO, you will have to credit the sale proceeds back to NRO. But if you have invested from NRE, you have the option to credit the sale proceeds to NRO also. Okay? NRE basically is more restricted, NRO is more restricted. Whatever investments that you make, sale proceeds can come back only to NRO, it can't go to NRE because there are no limits for remittance or repatriation for NRE. What are the permitted debits? Debits meaning, what kind of payments can you make from NRE? All and any local payments you can make. Purchasing a property, purchasing shares, purchasing, putting in capital contribution in a LLP. So everything is permitted, not an issue. Even remittances outside India permitted. Then what about NRO? As I told you, NRO, there are a lot of restrictions on the credit side. Okay? On the debit side. What about credits? Credits, money can come in as good as NRE. Always foreign exchange inflow is encouraged. So there will be no restrictions on that. When it comes to sale proceeds credit, that is one restriction area that is there. What about debits? Debits is as good as a local resident savings bank account. So you can use again for similar purposes for, gifting to a resident, that's also possible. Then using for, maybe renovation of a house, purchase of house property, shares, etc. So that is possible. But when you want to transfer outside India, this is the major restriction that I was talking about under permitted debit. 1 million scheme is the only route in which you can remit money from a NR account to a foreign bank account. You cannot circumvent this. I have received queries a lot of times. So by the way, I address, NRI tax queries in the Live Mint newspaper on a weekly basis. Typically it comes on Tuesday. So I have received this query also a lot of times. Acha, 1 million scheme is there. Can I gift it to my spouse who also has an NR account, and from there I'll remit so it becomes 2 million. 1 million from my bank account, 1 million from my spouse's bank account. So that is not possible. There's a specific restriction that any transfer from another NR account, those funds are not eligible for remittance under 1 million scheme. So you cannot beat the 1 million scheme limit that is there. Repatriability, the most important difference we have already seen. Taxability, so NRO interest is taxable, NRE interest, FCNRB is tax exempt. So therefore we always advise our clients that yes, if you have idle funds, you should keep transferring that to NRE and let it stay there. There is no point in keeping in NRO because the interest will be taxable. Okay. What about joint account? This is important because this is also something that I got to know, which is very predominant in Kannur area, other areas of Kerala where children are abroad, parents are here. It's not that either entire family is abroad or entire family is here. So what about joint accounts? Are you allowed to hold that? So the answer is yes. Between two NRIs, yes, joint account is possible. So if husband, spouse staying outside India, they have a NR account in India, that can be opened jointly, that's okay. What if they want to open the account jointly with the parent of one of the spouses? Okay, either husband's father or wife's mother, father, etc. That is possible. See the second bullet. Jointly with a resident relative is possible, but with the condition that it is on former or survivor basis, not on either or survivor basis. The difference being, till the former is alive, only the former can operate the account. The moment that the former expires, then the survivor can operate the account for the money that is lying in the account. But again there is a way out. RBI has only given that as a power of attorney holder you can operate the account. Okay. So therefore here parents who are in Kerala, their children are outside India, they can operate their children's account in India by way of a power of attorney. Okay. My brother itself is also NRI, and my father operates his account in HDFC by way of a power of attorney. That is possible. Clearly, that is possible, but some restrictions are there. If you are operating the account as a power of attorney holder, then what are the restrictions? The restrictions are basically that you cannot remit the money outside India on behalf, only on behalf of the non-resident you can remit. So let's say that, the children want some, money immediately, and you have to run to the local branch. They are not able to operate online banking for some reason. Then the father can, make the remittance, but only and only to the children, not to a third party. Okay. So this is basically to ensure that, if any fight occurs or any misunderstanding occurs within the family, then the person staying in India are not able to withdraw the funds for their own benefit. So that is very, very important. What about loans? This is also an important angle we have seen, that if your funds are lying in NRO, NRE, you can place an FD and against that take a loan. So that is also possible. You can give a loan to a third party also. So you can tell the bank that yes, I am placing a FD with you. You give a loan, maybe to my friend, maybe to my distant relative, etc. If you don't want to give that money directly to that person, you tell that person, I am placing FD in the bank. You take a loan from the bank. Okay? So if you don't trust that person yet want to help them, then this is a way out. This is also very, very crucial, where I have seen, so we have a lot of NRI clients. Everyone, will tell you, my friend has done this, my friend has done that, why are you giving me this advice? Bank has told me this. One of the clients that, I have, when they relocated from India to US, they went to a local branch. He sent me a written confirmation from the bank stating that it's fine, no need to convert your resident savings account till the end of financial year. उसके बाद आपको करना है तो करिए. That's okay. The bank has given this written advice which is contrary to the provisions of FEMA. So please don't blindly rely on the banking advice. Do your own study, read the regulations. What are the regulations? When a person is becoming a non-resident, at that point in time, the resident savings bank account has to be converted into NRO. By default, you don't have a choice. That is also immediate. So immediately when you become a non-resident, you have to convert. You don't have a choice. On the other way, when a non-resident becomes a resident, okay, when you come to India for taking off employment, etc., there also on an immediate basis, your NRO account needs to be designated as a resident account. Okay? So this is as far as NRO is concerned, because this will be very prevalent. NRE account is a new account that you have to open. But NRO typically comes from the resident savings bank account only. So whether or not you like it, this is a default situation. Everyone has a resident savings bank. What about NRE? If you have opened a NRE account while being a non-resident and you come back and become a resident again, there also immediate conversion is required. Two choices are there. You either convert into a resident savings bank account or you transfer the funds into a RFC account. RFC account is a resident foreign currency account. The advantage there is, NRE is INR account, fully repatriable. Once you convert into resident savings bank account, it's a INR account. But if you want to maintain your full repatriability, then you transfer the funds into RFC, open a new RFC account, resident foreign currency account. Obviously, INR will get converted into foreign currency. It's an account with an Indian bank only. But the advantage there is it will remain in foreign currency. The way that rupee is depreciating right now, 90, maybe 2-3 years, 100, who knows? 10% benefit you will get if you keep the funds in foreign currency in RFC, and obviously you can always keep transferring them into the resident savings bank account whenever you want. Or you can also use those funds outside India, which is outside the LRS limit. Even after you become a resident in India, when the liberalized remittance scheme limits of $250,000 apply, that limit does not apply to RFC. Not a lot of people know this, the banks don't give you this advice, but you should know this and advise your clients. What about fixed deposits placed in foreign currency? Say you do not trust, you meaning the non-resident does not trust a foreign bank. The way that banks have been shutting down, during COVID in US, even the big banks, you don't trust them, but you trust the Indian PSUs. You can place a deposit in FCNRB, and then when you become a resident, here there is a relaxation. You can continue the fixed deposit till the end of the term. So till maturity. After that you convert. Okay? Till then no need to convert. NRO, NRE immediately. FCNRB till the maturity date you are allowed to keep. So you don't have to break that FD and pay any interest penalty. Okay? FCNRB again, upon conversion, the funds can be transferred to RFC. Okay? That's important. When it comes to resident bank accounts, can non-residents be joint holders in that? Yes, that's also possible. So the first name holder may be one of the parents and the second name holder could be the children. Here it is either or survivor basis. So here the administration and the government knows typically it is the next generation who goes out. So therefore if your children want to operate the account online, the Indian savings bank account on behalf of the parents, they are allowed to do that. Okay? No problem. So this was as far as these accounts were concerned. This is the first and the foremost basic idea that you should have when you are dealing with NRIs. Second is gifting. This is very again prevalent. When you have NRI relatives, when your siblings, when your lineal ascendants are outside India, NRIs, can you take gifts from them? Can you give gifts from them? What about the type of asset? Can you gift shares to them? Can you accept foreign shares as a gift from them? The regulations are spread across FEMA. But what we have done is, obviously this is a presentation that I will be sharing. We have collated asset-wise. Can you gift? Can you not gift? Are there restrictions? Do you need RBI approval before gifting, etc.? So on both sides, receiving gifts from NRIs, giving gifts to NRIs, between two NRIs, if you have an Indian asset, are you allowed to gift that or not? Immovable property. Okay. This is something that I had shared with Mohammed ji also as part of, I think, background material. This is coming from two articles that we had written in the BCA journal, the Bombay Chartered Accountant Journal. I hope those have been shared because those will give you in detail what are the regulations, etc. Here is where only a summary is there in the form of a table. Now, why it is permitted, why it is not, everything is there in those articles. It will be very helpful. Coming to the point of gifting from a resident to a non-resident. What is a resident allowed to gift? Okay. What about equity shares of an Indian company, listed or unlisted? Both. So let's say there is a business that you have here and it is run in the form of a private limited company. As part of succession planning, now you want to give certain part of shares, to the children, or maybe even a chunk of the shares to children. You will continue running the shares, the company, but the shares will be in their name. Are you allowed to do that? On a repatriable basis, you are not allowed to do that without RBI permission. This is very, very important. It is something which is not understandable that, between relatives also, if you want to give shares of your company to your children outside India, you need RBI permission for that. Okay. So it is permitted only with RBI approval. That also limits are there. up to $50,000 worth shares in a particular year you can gift, not beyond that. For $50,000 also you need RBI permission. That is if you want to gift on a repatriable basis. Let's say you have started a very successful handloom business here, okay, in Kochi. Now, the valuation of that has exceeded 100 crores. Are you able to give that? The answer is no. What on a non-repatriable basis? So now we all know the difference between repatriable and non-repatriable basis. When you sell the asset, meaning shares, you are allowed to take entire money out, that is repatriable basis. When you sell the shares, the money goes to NRO account, from NRO account only 1 million is allowed, that is non-repatriable basis. Okay, this is for individuals. On a non-repatriable basis, there are two views that are prevalent. RBI has not given the final verdict, but the informal view that is coming from RBI Central Office, Mumbai. The central office of RBI is only at Mumbai. The regional offices are there across, okay? The one in Kerala is at Kochi. There's a RBI regional office also in Mumbai. Okay? Our office is right behind the regional office. Yet we are not able to go to RBI and, interact because after 26/11, the security has shot up like anything. You need a written approval from the RBI officer, particular time, with your identity proof, then they will let you through the security, not even get into the lobby. I believe in regional offices, it is much simpler to meet the RBI officers, discuss a case, etc. Why I am telling you all these things? Because on a non-repatriable basis, two views. Certain regional offices of RBI are taking the view that it is not permitted without RBI approval. Certain regional offices are taking the view that it is permitted without RBI approval. RBI central office is yet to give a verdict on that. Whenever there is a conflict between different RBI regional offices, it is RBI central office's word that will be final. All this is behind the scenes. You and me will never come to know this unless, we have some connects in RBI. So this is something that is pending with RBI. We also have made an application to RBI, that is RBI West Bengal. We hope that they will view it favorably. If not, then again we'll have to go to RBI central office, make a case before them that this is something that should be allowed. Because you already have a cap of 1 million. So then what is the point in not allowing gifting of shares? Okay. Second is, what about gifting of other securities, mutual fund, ETF? You and me will think that these are very basic assets. Father wanting to give to the children. But the funny part is, FEMA is an act which is stuck in the past. There are no provisions that tell you whether you can do this or you can't do this. So we again take the same view that is there for equity instruments. On a non-repatriable basis, you should be able to do. On a repatriable basis, you should go to RBI, take permission and then do it. What about immovable property? Immovable property, very, very important. You can gift to your children. You can give to other relatives also, beyond children. Relative definition as per Companies Act 2013, a very restrictive one. Earlier it was 1956, a very broad one. Now it is 2013, very restrictive. The definition is so restrictive that it doesn't cover even 2 generations. Ancestral property in the name of grandfather, wanting to give to grandchild who is studying abroad. Not possible. Why? Because they don't qualify as relatives under the Companies Act 2013. FEMA refers to definite Companies Act. So this is also again very illogical, but these idiosyncrasies will be there under FEMA. FEMA is not in black and white. So lot depends on interpretation. What position that RBI takes, what position that bankers take. In all my sessions I always say, there are at least 3 to 4 interpretations under FEMA. One is the interpretation that you as a practitioner will take. Another is interpretation that your fellow practitioner will take. It may be different. Third is the interpretation that the bank will take. Fourth is the interpretation that RBI will take. Fifth is the interpretation that ED will take. Sixth is the interpretation that courts will take. So you will find at least 6 different variations of a particular provision. If you would have read today's Economic Times, page 5, that is a Mumbai edition. I will have to see the Bangalore edition. I am not sure. Kerala has a separate edition or not? Economic Times. No idea? Chennai has one. So please go and read that article which is there. ED is taking a very, very funny interpretation. And my father has been quoted, by the way, in that article. ED is taking the interpretation that if you want to purchase certain asset outside India, okay, which is allowed under FEMA, by the way, as a stopgap arrangement, if certain funds have been contributed by even your relatives towards the purchase of the asset in your name, it is one of the most serious contraventions under FEMA. RBI cannot compound it. It is only the ED who can compound it. And we have seen 0 cases of ED compounding till now. ED will typically levy 3 times penalty. This is also in genuine circumstances. No? These are all genuine circumstances. Supposedly, ED Delhi has issued notices to individuals, HNIs, who have done this. Certain instances that have been mentioned in the article are HNI bidding for an auction. For any auction, you have to place the bid amount there. And that's on an immediate basis, because the bidding has happened simultaneously. So if you have any person stationed outside India, or if you take help of any person outside India to pay that bid amount on your behalf, that comes under section 3A contravention, which RBI is not allowed to compound. That is the interpretation that ED is taking. So, this is the kind of challenges that can come up under FEMA, and because of the differing interpretations that regulator, enforcement authorities, courts, professionals, banks take. Okay. Another example, if you have, any clients who have done outbound investment, you may be knowing that 31st December is the deadline for filing APR, annual performance reports, for the overseas companies. Okay. So any person or entity doing ODI, they have to report to RBI certain financial parameters. What is the profitability that you have made the foreign entity? If you have any transactions with them, have you received the remittance within a particular time period, which is probably 90 days? All that reporting goes to RBI. Now, under the new overseas investment rules which came in 2022, I'll be covering that. What is mentioned there, that if you have more than 10% stake in a foreign entity, the APR needs to be on the basis of an audited financial statements. Now in US, 99% of our clients, these are all, SMEs, not listed clients, etc. Obviously, we have listed clients, but their audit anyway happens. US does not mandate audit. Just how you and me do statutory audits, they don't need any filing there. Similar goes with Dubai now. Anyway, with UAE, with the corporate tax law coming in, statutory audit is necessary. Earlier, that was not there. UK has small company thresholds. You don't need audit there. But because FEMA wants that, you have to submit on an audited financial basis. Now, where is this coming from? This is coming from the interpretation of the bankers. Earlier then, there was a workaround that, 2022 rules mentioned, you have to do it on an audited basis. All Indian CAs were doing it as per Indian GAAP. Now bankers are taking interpretation, no. You have to do it as per the local GAAP there. US hai to US GAAP, UAE hai to IFRS. Some bankers are going to the extreme that saying that, no, only local accountants there can do the audit, which is there for Indian purpose. Indian purpose is FEMA. For submitting into RBI, only local accountants, chartered accountants, CPA, they can do the audit. So look at how different interpretations are there and how persons, caught between the interpretation suffer. Coming back, gifting of immovable property outside India. Let's say that under the liberalized remittance scheme, an individual resident in Kannur has purchased a property in Dubai. Now they want to gift that property to a non-resident. Okay. So let's say, father would have purchased, son going there, studying. Now they want to gift it so that son can use it without any tension of taking rental, tenancy contract, etc., registration with the municipal authorities in Dubai, etc. That is not permitted. Okay. Gifting of foreign equity capital. If you would have invested in overseas company, okay, US listed company, Amazon, Apple, Google, any of the company, you cannot gift those shares to a non-resident. Okay, that's not allowed. What about gifts through banking channels? If it is a remittance outside India to a foreign bank account, it is allowed. That is under the liberalized remittance scheme. You are allowed to remit only up to $250,000. What about INR gifts? Can you give a gift into the NRE account? The answer is no. That's why I said, NRE account permitted credits debits are very restricted. You cannot gift in INR into the NRE account, but you can gift into a NRO account. That is also counted under the foreign remittance limits of $250,000. What about gifting of mobile assets? Again, nothing has been mentioned. Just like mutual funds, what if you want to gift jewelry? Okay, you simply prepare a gift deed, and when the NRI, your relatives are visiting in India, you take the signature. Acha, I want to gift, this set of jewelry to you. There are no provisions in FEMA which deal with that. Practically, you and me know everyone does it. But where are the provisions backing that? There are no provisions. Okay. Second situation is on the converse, non-resident wanting to give to a resident. Equity instruments of Indian company allowed. Mutual funds, as I told you, we usually follow what is allowed under shares should be allowed for other financial assets also. So therefore, we treat it as allowed. Immovable property, yes, allowed. Here there is no restriction of resident relative. Under the other way around, resident wanting to gift property to non-resident, you had to be a relative under Companies Act. On the other way around, no requirement. You can give to anybody, you can give to a friend also. Okay? Non-resident individual can gift the immovable property to an Indian friend, obviously subject to 56(2)(10), that's a separate aspect, but you can gift under FEMA. What about immovable property outside India? Not allowed. Okay. What about gift of foreign equity shares? Non-resident has floated a company outside India. They want to give the shares to a resident. That is possible, but it has to be a relative because it is subject to FCRA. Typically, gifting between relatives is allowed under FCRA. Okay. What about inward gifts through banking channels? Permitted. There is absolutely no issue. But what about cash gifting? This is both ways. Cash gifting, non-resident gifting foreign currency in cash to you, and Indian resident gifting rupees in cash to non-resident. Surprisingly, that is not allowed. Very, very surprising. I always give this example. At my wedding, I had invited, one of my NRI clients. He came from UK. On the stage, he gave me $250 envelope. Now, how do I tell him under FEMA I am not allowed to accept that gift? If someone, recognizes and realizes that, yes, I have received foreign currency as a gift through cash, that is not permitted. So, look at these funny situations that are there under the FEMA law. Some liberalization needs to happen because with changing times, these kind of transactions keep happening. So some de minimis threshold should be there. Obviously, that's a policy decision. and government is unwilling to do that. What about gift to movable assets? Again same. There are no express provisions that are there. Okay. Gifting between two NRIs. Simple principle here. If two NRIs are gifting Indian assets, FEMA applies. If two NRIs gifting foreign assets, FEMA does not apply. Coming to Indian assets, again, on a repatriable basis, if you want to gift, again go to RBI. Between husband and spouse also, let's say husband has floated a company in India on a repatriable basis. If the husband wants to give to the wife, or wife has floated, wife wants to give to husband, you have to go to RBI for that. On a non-repatriable basis, it is permitted, not on a repatriable basis. Some kind of injustice, but I don't know the thought process of the government or maybe the RBI nudging the government not to allow such transactions without its own permission. What about gift of other securities? Again, no express provision in my view should be allowed. Gift of immovable property allowed, but except agricultural land. Okay. So agricultural land, a non-resident can receive only by inheritance. No purchase, no gift. Very, very important. So many cases we have gone for compounding. Those were cases of Goa, because there also, lot of non-residents keep purchasing property, and then at the time of sale, the registrar tells them, I am not going to register. Where is your permission for purchase of this land? Then we go to RBI, and here the RBI, it is RBI Delhi. The only RBI regional office which deals with immovable property matters across the country. Not even RBI Mumbai, it's RBI Delhi. You have to go to them, you have to take permission for sale. You have to ask them, please give us post facto permission or condone our act of purchase. They will give you permission for sale, they will tell you, you have to sell it to a resident only. You cannot sell it to another non-resident. And then they will tell you, you have to go for compounding. This permission is subject to compounding. If you don't go for compounding, we will refer your case to ED. ED has penalized. And there is a Delhi High Court decision where, the RBI compounding order was challenged for this specific case, purchase of agricultural property in India. The High Court said nothing doing. RBI is within its power to either give you permission, not give you permission, levy penalty, not levy penalty. You can't come to us saying, no, RBI does not have the powers to not allow me the transaction. Then, gifting of immovable property outside India, again, as I told you, to NRIs, asset outside India, FEMA does not apply. Same goes with foreign equity capital. Same goes with cash bank transfer outside India. But what I have mentioned is in India. NRO to NRO gifting possible, NRE to NRE gifting possible, but NRO to NRE gifting is not possible. Similarly, NRE to NRO gifting is not possible. So that transfer is not possible. PSUs typically are not aware about all these things. They see NRO, NRE accounts as INR. Many a times they allow you also. They will not even stop you. So it is for you to educate your clients that yes, this is something that is not allowed. Cash in India, again between two NRIs, gifting is not possible. Okay. Movable assets in India, again, no express provisions for Indian assets. Okay. What are the relevant income tax sections for gifting? These are all the sections that you should bear in mind. 916 is a recent insertion during COVID. Earlier what used to happen is, people used to say that the gift does not accrue in India. So therefore it is not taxable, section 5 itself. Now the problem is, there is no question of accrual in the case of gift. Accrual only applies to income. Whereas 56(2) is a deeming fiction. It is not a real income which is there. It is deemed income. So government brought in a provision saying 916, any gift that a non-resident is receiving from a resident, it is taxable. Obviously, subject to the exceptions of 56 to 10 where relative to relative gifting is exempt. Then section 64, clubbing is something that you need to take care. If you give to a spouse, clubbing comes into play. If you give to your daughter-in-law, clubbing comes into play. Minor child, clubbing comes into play. 68 is very important. Huh? Nowadays, 68 inquiries, 69 inquiries are coming up. From the investigation wing, we are handling for so many NRIs. A simple transfer from foreign bank account into NRE account of a large amount are questioned, obviously depending on the facts. You don't have any income in India, they don't file income tax returns. The income in India is low threshold, but the amount of remittance is in crores. Your profile does not match. Before you went outside, you were not working, you were not earning any either employment income, business income. And after suddenly 3 years, you are making a remittance of 10 crores into your NRE account. So all these inquiries are coming up. You have to justify. So under 68, 69, it is the IGT test which is there, which we all know. Identity, creditworthiness, and genuineness. You prove all three, and that is fine. 2061G is basically the TCS section for liberalized remittance scheme, remittances which are there. Okay, that is also something that you need to bear in mind. So therefore, when resident individuals, okay, are sending money outside India for gift purposes, there is about 10 lakh rupees, it is 20% TCS which is there. So that's an additional working capital or cash flow burden which the individual has to bear, which you will get as a set off against your advance tax liability or asset tax liability. So there is a time period gap which is there. What about loan? Loan by and to NRIs again. So if an Indian company wants to borrow from NRI, it is only under the ECB guidelines. Huh? It is only and only under the ECB guidelines, and money has to come from outside India. From NRO, you cannot lend to an Indian company. This is also one of the most common contraventions which we have seen. NRI being a director Indian company, they lend from the NRO account. They lend from NRE account. That's not possible. Okay? So please bear that in mind. What about borrowing between relatives? So resident individual borrowing from a non-resident. Again, here there are two views. One view is that it is allowed because the language states subject to terms conditions. Terms conditions RBI since 2018, now it is almost 7 years. RBI has never prescribed any terms conditions. So one interpretation is allowed. When RBI prescribes, we will see. Second interpretation is terms conditions have not been prescribed. So therefore this provision is inoperative. Because it's subject to terms conditions. If terms conditions have not been legislated, prescribed, then how can you undertake such a transaction? So both interpretations are there again. Okay? This is, first one is in Forex, second is in INR. INR, rupee ECB is possible but not from NRO. What is the meaning of rupee ECB and Forex ECB? ECB is external commercial borrowing. Rupee ECB is basically the repayment needs to take place in INR. Forex ECB is that the repayment needs to take place in Forex of the loan. So rupee ECB is possible, but again from foreign sources, not from NRO NRE accounts. Then lending by Indian persons to NRIs. This is typically the corporates, you know, when they give employee loans, when they give housing loans. Banks are also allowed to give employee housing loans, etc. So that is possible. What about borrowing, lending between two NRIs? Again, no express provisions, but when the category remains the same, NRO to NRO or NRE to NRE, it should be permitted. Whenever you want to cross over, it should not be permitted. What are the relevant income tax sections that you need to bear in mind for loan purposes? So when, NRI is lending to an Indian company, if so the condition under ECB is you need to be foreign equity holder, which is minimum 25% shareholding. Only then you can lend. Transfer pricing may apply about 26% shareholding. So the interest that you pay will need to be benchmarked. Okay, it needs to be at arm's length basis. 94B is the interest that Indian company pays to the non-resident. Only 30% of EBITDA will be allowed as a deduction because that's the cap on the interest deductions. 48O, you need to again do the transactions interest payment at fair value basis. 68 again, NRI is sending loan money to the Indian company. Indian company needs to satisfy the IGT test. Indian company can be questioned by the IT authority about the source of funds in the hands of NRI. Source of source, now it is permitted. Okay, 68 was amended long back. 222E, if the Indian corporate is giving a loan to NRI, being an employee, then it could be treated as deemed dividend. This is also very, very important. Immovable property transactions, I'm sure all of you would have come across. This one table summarizes everything. Who can acquire, who can inherit, who can sell, who can gift. Okay? So, NRI can purchase any property in India other than agricultural property, either from another NRI or from a resident. So here is where the OCI term also comes into play. Okay? They can receive it as a gift also, but only from a resident, relative or NRI OCI relative, only relative. They can inherit from anybody, okay? Resident, NRI OCI, but including the agricultural land. They can sell any property to a resident including agricultural property, but they cannot sell even inherited agricultural property to a NRI. That's not possible. You can sell it to a resident, inherited agricultural property, but not to a non-resident. They can gift it to other NRIs or residents, but again, when it comes to NRIs, it is other than the agricultural property. So agricultural property, you have to bear one principle in mind: only inheritance is possible, no purchase, no sale, no gift. Okay. How should they acquire the immovable property? They have to acquire it only and only through banking channels. Not through traveler's check, foreign currency. So if you have clients who are developers, you have to tell them that they cannot accept any foreign currency in cash even as booking amount from the NRIs. That's not possible. Has to come through banking channels. What about repatriation? So when we are talking about repatriation, non-repatriation of shares, bank account, etc., let's talk about that in the case of immovable property also. So immovable property, if the property has been purchased from the NRO account funds, then it is non-repatriable. Any sale proceeds need to go back to the NRO account. From NRO you can take out up to 1 million. When the property has been purchased through funds from NRE or foreign inward remittance, or from out of maturity proceeds of FCNRB, those are all repatriable sources, but the catch here is, you may not be able to see the last line. Catch here is that repatriation is allowed only with respect to 2 properties in lifetime. So if you have a high profile HNI NRI client who keeps investing in properties across India, including home state, then you need to tell him that you will have to keep churning this and putting into another assets in India, because if you want to take out, your lifetime cap is only for 2 properties. Not more. The workaround here could be that, yes, you put it into NRO, and from NRO per year, you are allowed to remit up to $1 million. This is just a summary of what I have stated. So I think I'll skip this. Definition of Companies Act 2013. As you can see, this is a very restrictive one. So this was all that I wanted to say about NRI dealings, okay? Because this will be the major chunk of what you will be dealing on a day-to-day basis. Next, I will come to aspects of inbound investment and outbound investment, specifically focused with individuals only. Okay? Individuals are allowed to incorporate companies outside India. Individuals are allowed to buy stakes of private companies outside India. Individuals are allowed to purchase listed stocks outside India. All three are permitted, but there are loads of conditions to that, which I will be dealing right now. These are all the sources. If you want to study this outbound investment topic, you have to go through all these. Okay? This is the entire framework for outbound investment, including for individuals. Okay? Indian entity, Indian LLP, Indian company, they can also do outbound investment. Second box is for resident individuals. Third box is for trust and society. Trust society, only hospital and education are allowed to invest outside India. Otherwise, they are not allowed to invest outside India. That means only education institutions can do outbound investment. Only hospitals can do outbound investment registered as trusts. Other charitable trusts cannot invest outside India. Okay? And the last category is for pooling vehicles. Mutual funds, AIFs, can they do outbound investment? The answer is yes. SEBI limits are there. Okay? 7 billion per financial year, etc. So what I will be dealing with is the second box that is there, resident individual. Okay. There are two concepts here. You would have seen ODI and OPI. ODI is overseas direct investment. OPI is overseas portfolio investment. In colloquial terms, ODI means strategic investment that you do. Portfolio investment is typically for the purpose of investing. So OPI is listed stocks, ODI is unlisted stocks. Okay? That is the colloquial classification that you should bear in mind. Definition of ODI also includes acquisition of more than 10% of a foreign listed entity. Acquisition of any unlisted entity shares will always be ODI. But when it comes to listed, there is a threshold of 10%. Below 10% is OPI, above 10% is ODI. Why this classification is important? Because the restrictions on ODI are far more than for OPI. OPI is anything other than ODI. OPI is not allowed in unlisted debt instruments. Only listed debt instruments is allowed. So bonds listed on London Stock Exchange, yes, allowed. Unlisted bonds issued by a private company in UK, not allowed. Investment in derivatives, not allowed. Specifically not allowed. Huh? And from time to time, RBI has been banning so many online apps that are there. We have come across so many cases where clients ask, "Acha, this app is available on Google Store. In India, it is available. They are asking for my PAN number. I am allowed to do a banking transaction, so it must be legal." The answer is no. Any transactions for remittance towards trading in forex currencies or any other derivative transactions is purely banned. It is not allowed. ED has carried out raids at so many companies, and certain companies were even sponsors of IPL in the past. So that is not allowed. Okay. This is just an example to explain or maybe clarify what do you mean by ODI OPI. If you see the first box that is there on the left hand side, individual investor wants to invest in FCO1, which is unlisted. Unlisted, whether you have control or not, it is always ODI. Let's come to the second box. It's a listed company. For listed company, as I told you, there is a threshold of 10%. Below 10% is OPI, above 10% is ODI. Control is typically identified with 10% threshold under FEMA for the specific purpose of this regulation. So when I mentioned 5% no control listed company, it is OPI. The last box is 15%, about 10%, so there is control. And it's a listed company, so it is OPI. Sorry, it is ODI, more than 10%. Now, any investments by an individual are covered under Schedule 3. Okay? This is the most important part of the outbound investment portion for individuals. Individuals are allowed to invest in a company outside India, but that company needs to be an operating company. It cannot be a holding company. Okay? It cannot be engaged in financial services. Individual cannot set up a company for trading in stocks outside India. Not permitted. It cannot have a subsidiary or step-down subsidiary. Again here, for subsidiary, step-down subsidiary, the criteria is 10% threshold. You may float a company outside India, you may be 100% shareholder, but that company cannot invest more than 10% in any other company. That is very, very important. We have seen a lot of contraventions here. People don't know these specifics that are there. So this is as far as the ODI is concerned. When it comes to OPI, OPI meaning purchase of listed stocks, Alibaba, Amazon, Google, you are allowed to do that. You are allowed to reinvest also. Whenever you sell the stocks, you can reinvest. But when it comes to ODI, private company shares, whenever you sell, you have an obligation to bring back the money to India within 90 days. Very, very important. If not, it's a contravention, you'll have to go for compounding. Okay? You are not allowed to reinvest. Now, ODI or OPI can be by way of different modes. First, primary investment. Second, secondary investment. You can purchase shares of a foreign company from another person. If it's a listed company, it is OPI. If it's a unlisted company, it is ODI. Then other situations are you can acquire shares by bonus, rights. There could be a swap, but swap has to be by way of merger, demerger. So foreign company is merging into another company, or foreign company is merging or demerging that division into another company. Only then you can acquire shares. Not otherwise on account of any other swap. You can acquire shares by way of gift. This we have seen. You cannot gift shares to a non-resident of a foreign company, but non-resident can give shares of a foreign company to you. Okay? You can acquire shares by way of inheritance. You can acquire shares by way of sweat equity, ESOP. ESOP is something also which we have seen a lot, that you can do that. ESOP typically will come under the 10% threshold and it will be treated as a OPI, even though it will be an unlisted company. So that's important. Inheritance also can be of either listed company, unlisted company. When you are inheriting certain stock, in that case, the foreign entity could be a financial services entity, could be a holding company, that's okay, because inheritance is not in your control. But when you are setting up something, that's not allowed. Okay. So this is also another example in order to clarify what we have seen on the previous slide. So let's say the left hand side structure which is there, resident individual is floating a foreign company, FCO 1. So therefore there is control here, more than 10%. Can FCO 1 acquire FCO 2? That is first question. Can FCO 1 acquire FCO 3? The answer is strictly no. If you have more than 10% control in FCO 1 cannot do any further investment. But if you do not have control in FCO 1, that is less than 10%, okay? Then in that case, since you have less than 10%, then FCO 1 can invest in FCO 2 and FCO 1 can invest in FCO 3. Next is gift or inheritance. I think gifting is something that we already considered there. Inheritance, as I told you, you can inherit from a resident, you can inherit from a non-resident, that's okay. ESOP, you are allowed to pay the exercise price under the liberalized remittance scheme. That is also okay. What is the obligation? For ODI, lots of obligations are there. Filings are there, etc. OPI, hardly any obligations. For ODI, that means you investing in a foreign unlisted company, you floating a company, you have to first make an application to the AD bank. That's an intimation, sorry, my bad. It's not an application, it's an intimation. You have to file form FC, which is there. You will see the first bullet which is there. At the time of sending remittance, then at the time of disinvestment also, within 30 days you have to do the filing. You have to bring back the proceeds within 90 days. If you see, I think the fourth bullet which is there, whenever you sell your investment, you have to bring it within 90 days. You are not allowed to keep it outside India. But for OPI, you are allowed to reinvest, which we saw. We saw in this slide, the second bullet, OPI including reinvest. So there this limit does not apply. The only catch there is, you can't keep the funds idle for more than 6 month period. Okay. You have to keep them invested somewhere. RBI says we are not a fully capital converted country. So therefore, forex assets are a national resource. I am allowing you to use them for legitimate purposes, but not for parking it outside India. That is why all these restrictions are there. You bring it back within 90 days, 180 days, you can't keep it idle, etc. That was as far as outbound investment is concerned. Next is inbound investment. What if your NRI relative wants to invest in your company? What are the different modes? Again, this is the entire framework, not restricted to individuals. But for individuals, the first box applies because individuals can invest by way of foreign direct investment. Again, here distinction, repatriable, non-repatriable. Foreign direct investment is repatriable. Okay. When you see the last box which is there, that's a non-repatriable investment. So FDI, which is repatriable, can be made in a Indian company. Second box is foreign investment. That is also repatriable, can be made in a LLP. So difference between first and second box is, first box is FDI, specifically in a company. When it is a company, it is called as FDI. When it is in a LLP, it is not called as FDI, it is broader term, foreign investment. This is all as per the definitions. So NRI can invest on a repatriable basis in LLP. And if you see the last box, NRI OCI can invest into companies, maybe listed, unlisted, into partnership firms, registered, LLPs on a non-repatriable basis. That all comes under the last box. So what we are going to see are only these three boxes which are there, first, second and the last one. Okay. Before that, again, a concept of what is FDI, what is FPI. Similar to ODI, 10% threshold is again there. When more than 10% investment is made in a listed Indian company, it becomes FPI and it becomes FDI. Otherwise, for any unlisted investment, it is FDI only. NRI wanting to invest in a company floated by you, it is FDI. Assuming it is unlisted. Okay. I think this I will skip. Okay. Coming to Schedule 1, first box. Which are the sectors in which NRIs are not allowed to invest? So these are all the Indian companies. They may be engaged in lottery, they may be engaged in gambling, betting, chit fund, nidhi company, real estate trading, transfer of TDR, sectors which are not open for investment only, atomic energy, railway. Atomic energy may open up with the nuclear energy bill being proposed, then manufacture of tobacco, etc. So all these are the sectors. If the Indian company is operating in any of these sectors, then NRI is not allowed to invest. This is all when it is unlisted. I'm not talking about listed. So if you see about gambling and betting, dealt in which is a listed company, NRI can invest. If it were an unlisted company, NRI can't invest. Schedule 1, they have to come under two routes. Either it is automatic or it is government. So there are so many sectors that are given where there are restrictions. NRIs can invest under repatriable basis. Under this sector, it cannot invest under so sector. These are outrightly banned. Here, it is proportionate. They can invest up to 24%. They can invest up to 76%. They can invest up to 49%, etc. So if there are restrictions, and if you want to invest beyond that, then you have to go to government, not RBI. This is government. Government will give you permission. If it is below that, you can go ahead and invest. It is under the automatic route. What is this PN3? PN3 is a very, very big thing. This all happened because of the border skirmishes during COVID with China. So government brought about control for investment from entities which are incorporated in those countries. Obviously, it could not have come out with restriction only on one country. So therefore, the notification that was brought about, it restricts investments from all land bordering countries. Primarily, it is targeted at our neighbor China, which includes Hong Kong also. Taiwan, not as of now. So, whenever any investment comes from a Chinese company, from a Hong Kong company, from a Hong Kong citizen, I know so many NRIs, some of them are my clients who have settled long ago in Hong Kong, they have a Hong Kong passport. So when they want to invest into an Indian company, you will need government permission for that. Okay? So that is very, very important. Then, obviously, what is a mode of payment? The mode of payment is, first, it has to be foreign inward remittance, first preference. Money has to come in. But you can also do a swap. You can swap one Indian company shares for another Indian company shares. NRI can do that. NRI can not swap a foreign company shares with Indian company shares. A foreign company can swap a foreign company shares with Indian company shares. That's possible. So in that manner, you don't have to actually send funds. You can give foreign company shares, you can get Indian company shares. Exchange. You can capitalize also. If there are certain outstandings that are there, export outstandings are there, you can capitalize, you can give it shares. Okay? So that's also possible. Okay? What are the reporting obligations? This is important where, practitioners should earn some money under FEMA. So by whatever limited interaction that I had yesterday with peers, seniors, I understood that FEMA is not a large practice area here. But if you want to get into it, in any areas to get into it, compliance is a low-hanging fruit. Once you start doing compliance, you start getting hang of it, and then you start reading regulations, and then you specialize in that. So the box that I have mentioned are all the compliances that are there when a FDI comes in. When FDI comes in, you are issuing shares, form FCGPR is there to be filed. This is all online. So if practitioners want to start getting into FEMA, please at least start doing these things. You will get a hang of it. FCGPR is for issuance of shares. FCTRS is for transfer of shares. Non-resident transferring Indian company shares to a resident. FCTRS is required. Indian transferring Indian company shares to non-resident. FCTRS is required. This is all under Schedule 1, a repatriable basis, not under non-repatriable basis. FLA is annual compliance which is there. So if there is a non-resident investment in the company, you can pitch to your client that yes, every 15th July you have to file this FLA return, I can do it for you. So that is a year-on-year occurrence that is there. This is under Schedule 1. Then comes Schedule 4, this is investment on a non-repatriable basis. Non-repatriable basis is as good as a resident investment. So therefore, no valuation is required, no filings are required. So this is very, very easy. The only drawback is it's non-repatriable. So 1 million cap for remittance is there. Okay. So for non-repatriable also, the purchase can be made from repatriable sources. From NRE you can invest, from foreign word remittance you can invest, but you cannot take it back. Sale proceeds necessarily have to be credited into the NR account only. Then this is investment in LLP. This is also a repatriable investment in LLP, foreign investment in LLP. This is allowed. 2 minutes, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yeah. So tax aspects, maybe after this, I'll may not be able to cover. So you would ask me to cover 15J CV. I'll just take 2-3 minutes on that. So I think this should be the last of FEMA. No, exports also is something that I wanted to cover, but I think that's fine. So investment in LLP, only in sectors in which 100% FDI is allowed, non-resident can invest in that LLP, not otherwise. Okay. So let's say that Indian LLP is doing trading activity. In trading activity, on a B2C basis, FDI is allowed only with conditions, permission, etc. So NRI cannot take a stake in that. So let's say there is a company which does trading in garments, okay, on a B2C, not B2B. Then in those cases, so that is retail trade basically, those cases NRI cannot invest in that LLP. Okay. Again, the compliance obligations in Schedule 6, which is investment in LLP, you should start getting into all these areas. Just like FDI, there was FCGPR, FCTRS, FLA. Here also FLA is common. Again, so comparable to FCGPR is LLP1, comparable to FCTRS is LLP2. Upon sale, you have to file LLP2. Upon purchase, you have to file LLP1. Okay. Exports is something that I won't cover, but I think these slides will anyway be shared with you. You should be aware about these basic provisions. What is the time limit for getting the export proceeds back to India? So from your export customer, you have 15 months time limit. This time limit was extended recently after Trump, put 50% tariffs on India. Till then, it was 9 months only. So in order to encourage the Indian exporters that yes, continue your exports, we know that times are difficult for you. They've extended the period to 15 months. Okay. Even if you are not able to realize the export proceeds within this 15-month time period, no problem. Go to the bank, justify your case, by another 6 months, they will be able to extend that. Advance payment against exports. If you are receiving any advance payment, you have to export within 3 years. This also because of the Trump effect. Earlier it was 1 year, now it is 3 years. So if you have received export orders and you feel that yes, India is going to come up with a FTA with US very soon in 2026, don't export right now, because right now if you export, it will be 50% tariffs, it may not be affordable to you. So you delay the export and within 3 years you can do it, obviously subject to the buyer's consent. Third party payment is very important, in which cases a third party can pay on behalf of your exporter. Very, very important, subject to satisfaction of these conditions. Then follow up on overdue bills. Bank will continuously follow up that where are your bills? You have exported, money has come in, but you have not deposited your shipping bill, etc. So you have to submit it on an immediate basis. Change of consignor is, if your original buyer has backed out of the commitment, you can sell it to some third party at a lower price. So those. Reduction in invoice value is basically a kind of discounting mechanism where if you want to reduce the invoice value, there are some defects, etc. But the bill has already been issued. Payment is going to come short. So that provision. Write-off. If you have to write off your debts, bad debts, are you allowed to do 100% write-off? No, the answer is no. So please take care. Self write-off, only 5% is allowed. Status holder exports, only 10%. You go to bank, another 10%. So cumulative only 25%. If you want to write off beyond that, you have to go to RBI. Okay. And there are a host of other conditions where you are allowed to write off within this limit. Okay. then set off. You are exporting to that company, you are importing also from them. Are you allowed to set off? The answer is no, it is only subject to these conditions. This is also a very common occurrence that we have seen. Exporters caution list is very important. If your bills are overdue, or if your EDPMS, export data pricing, EDPMS is data pricing, I think, management system. That is a internal RBI system which is there. So there what you have to do is, against each shipping bill, you have to knock off the receipts. Certain receipts will be there and you would have made certain exports. So matching has to be done. If it is outstanding for a long time, the bank will mark you as a defaulter, meaning he will put you on the exporter's caution list. Then beyond that, you won't be able to export without an advance. So this is also something that is important. Refund of export proceeds due to quality issues, there are regulations on that also. Just 2 to 3 minutes on that and I think I'll get done. So this is something which I got to know is very predominant. And majority of this is under the 1 million scheme. NRIs, want to remit under 1 million scheme. Certain practical tips here, when you as a certifying professional want to issue this certificate 15B. In that case, for this 1 million, what are you certifying? You are certifying that this entire funds that are being remitted are tax paid funds. Okay? If you have one-to-one correlation, you have sold certain shares that you are remitting, one-to-one correlation is there. TDS may have been there on that, on capital gains. If it is FD maturity, interest, taxation, TDS. If it's NRO, obviously TDS will be there. Out of the NRO savings, you want to remit certain funds under 1 million scheme. So if that one-to-one matching is not there, let's say that you have a running NRO account, you had balances lying 10 years back and you want to remit it now. How do you ascertain that these are tax paid funds? As a certifying professional, it is your responsibility to check that, verify that, and only after that issue the certificate. So a lot of times what we have done is, we have obviously taken self-declaration. That's not a way to proceed in this case, but that's a way to at least protect to a certain extent our liability. But many a times we have even asked for the ITRs of the individuals where there is no one-to-one matching. Have you paid taxes in the past? If they say, "Acha nahi, 3 saal pehle I had sold a property," this is that sale proceeds. Then go back 4 years, ask them where is the proof of the tax payment for that, and only then issue 15 CACB. See, there will always be competition between professionals, and that's valid. That's there all across the country. Some other professional may be wanting to issue 15 CB at a lower fee rate than you. But don't be tempted to take a shortcut. Even if you are doing at a fee amount that you feel is reasonable, do not compromise on all these aspects because at the end of the day, it's your signature. Okay? Please adhere to the ICI fee guidelines also. There should be healthy competition between professionals and not something that cannot be substantiated. I think with this, I will end my session. These slides will be circulated if you want to go through, when is 15 CB applicable, when not. Certain LRS transactions, 15 CB is not applicable. 15 C is also not applicable. Then also banks ask you for that. You can educate them. Beyond a point, banks don't relent. So it's okay. You can go ahead and issue the certificate. These are all the purpose codes where 15 CB, if the transaction is not chargeable to tax, it's not applicable. So this is also a summary of when it is applicable, when not. Part D is applicable, Part A is applicable. Okay. Then 206AA, if the foreign person, national, does not have a PAN, and if you want to make a payment, then Do you need to adhere to 206AA? What if want to apply the treaty? You want to go under the treaty. Treaty has a lower withholding tax rate. Then you need a TRC, and you need other information. Form 10F is there. You need to take that. So these are the two last flowcharts which deal with that. So with this, I thank everyone for a very patient hearing, and thanks Kannur branch for inviting me over. And this is a very vast topic. So I think shortcut to do that is, if you go on RBI website, RBI issues master directions on so many topics. So in the RBI under FEMA section, you will find master directions on lending, inbound investment, outbound investment. You should read those through, and that could be a very good starting point for FEMA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that comprehensive and insightful session. May I request CA Lenny Lavians to kindly present a memento to CA Harshal Butta.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We are very much grateful to our event partners, our elite event sponsor, ABC Group, in association with Simpolo and Bebeto, our diamond sponsor, Kerala Grameen Bank and Aster Mims Hospital, our platinum associate sponsor, Malabar Gold and Diamonds, our silver partners, South Indian Bank, Tally and Federal Bank, and our bronze sponsor, Assure AI.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch, and the time is still 2 p.m. May I kindly request all delegates to return to the hall by 2 p.m. sharp, as our next and last session of NAVARATNA conference will begin immediately after the lunch. Post-lunch will be having an insightful session on the topic SME IPO, a roadmap of opportunities, led by 3 distinguished speakers. Sri Himanshu Srivastava, Senior Manager at NSE, CA Mitul Shah, Director at MEFCOM Capital Market Limited, and Sri Sudhir Kumar, Managing Director of Balco. We request your timely return so we may continue the day proceedings without delay. Thank you, and please enjoy your lunch. പ്രോഗ്രാം 3 മണിക്ക് തന്നെ വൈൻഡപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരും ഫുഡ് കഴിച്ച് 2 മണിക്ക് തന്നെ ഹാളിൽ എത്തിയാൽ നമുക്ക് ടൈംലി വൈൻഡപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. താങ്ക് യു.
Aster DM Healthcare was founded on aspirations to make quality healthcare accessible at an affordable cost. From a
I now invite CA Jayaprakash MC, the past chairperson of Kannur branch, to kindly escort our speakers, Sri Himanshu Srivastava, CA Mitul Shah, and Sri Sudhir Kumar, onto the dais.
Sri Himanshu Srivastava is a Senior Manager, Primary Markets and Relationship at the NSE. He has over 15 years of experience in financial services and has worked extensively across multiple products at NSE, particularly in creating awareness and enabling SMEs to access listing opportunities.
CA Mitul Shah is the director at MEFCOM Capital Markets Limited, a SEBI-registered Category 1 merchant bank, and also associated with Yoki Financial Services, an IFSCA-registered investment. He has advised numerous corporates and BFSI clients in India and overseas, and previously co-founded Arham Advantage, a management consulting firm. He is also a faculty member with the Accounting Standards Board of ICAI, contributing to professional development at the national level.
Sri Sudhir Kumar Balakrishnan, a visionary first-generation entrepreneur with over 33 years of experience in the PVC manufacturing sector, is the founder and managing director of Solve Plastic Products Limited, the company behind the renowned Balco brand. He led the company's transformation into a public limited entity and its successful listing on the NSE Emerge platform in 2024. Thank you all. Now I request CA Mithul Shah to take over the session.
Hello everyone, very good morning. Can I see some response from audience please? Good afternoon, yeah. So people are attentive, thank you so much for it. So since it becomes a post-lunch session, it becomes difficult sometimes. So I just wanted to play this way out. Now, this has been an interesting 2 days event as we have seen, okay. So if I now just correlate this with our meal, generally at the end of the meal, we go for a dessert, right? So let's try to make it more, sugary and cheerful, okay? So with that, we would close up this interesting topic on the world of SME IPOs, okay? So we have interesting members in the dais from the NSE, from the management side, okay? So who would call it a shot from time to time. So before I begin, I just wanted to thank the ICAI Kerala unit and Kannur unit in specific for the tremendous hospitality that you guys have given us. In fact, starting from Mohammad Faisal sir, then I have Jay Prakash sir, who is seated out in the dais here. Then I see members who are so devoted in their duties. That's interesting to note. Okay, I take very specific reference to Shishil, okay, Ram Krishnan, who was here escorting me since morning. Thank you so much. And then I have Danesh, who's helping me since the time I'm being invited. Wonderful, wonderful. So thank you so much for the wonderful hospitality, friends. With the state of Kerala, if I just take 2 minutes of your time here, I share a very special bondage, okay? Though I'm a chartered accountant by profession, but the state of Kerala and the people around here has given me so much respect and assisted me in becoming a professional who I am today, okay? So there are, if I just sum up my overall career, I would say Mumbai, the state of Tamil Nadu, Chennai, and the third one being Kerala in specific, okay? So that way I'm very, very grateful, and thank you so for allowing this opportunity to be a member here. Thank you guys. Now, coming back to our topic on SME IPOs, friends, before I begin, just a word of caution. We have a paucity of time. So I would have to rush through my slides, okay? But having said that, I have kept my book available here. So in case of any queries or clarification that you wish to seek here, and I would request you to please make a note here and allow the same with your email ID, so that at appropriate point of time, I can get in touch with each one of you and help you resolve those queries, okay? So having said that, now let me jump into the slides that we have it here for our discussion. So I have a very short presentation, okay? But before that, now as an audience, okay, now if you see the contribution of the SME space, okay, vis-a-vis the economy that now we are moving towards, okay? So it has been tremendous. So now just a quick fact check, okay? Just a quick fact check. Now, what is our approximate GDP that you think by March 25, or let's say the latest GDP? It's around $4.5 trillion, correct? Out of this, if you see, there is approximately, now these are through those government sources, approximately 30 percentage is being contributed by the world of SMEs. So just imagine, now 1 trillion itself becomes to what? $1,000 billion. Now if you just multiply this and take a proportionate share of 30 percentage, that's been the contribution by SME to the economy. So you can understand the depth of it. Now let's talk about very specific situation of Kerala being the state. How much of the contribution as a state that we do it in the overall GDP? Anyone? Any rough guesses? You would be reading newspapers day in, day out. Any rough guesses? Anybody would like to give it a try? Please try. Let's make it little energetic. Okay, I understand it's a post-lunch session. Yes, please. Anyone would like to give it a try? Even an average approx numbers would be helpful here. It's around 4-5 percentage. You? So, being the state which contributes 4-5 percentage approximately to the overall GDP, now if you just multiply what? 4 trillion into 1,000 billion, so that comes to around $4,000 billion. Out of that, Kerala as a state contributes, let's take 5 percentage, okay? So $4,000 billion multiplied by 5, that ends up to what? 200 billion? Just imagine, that is the appetite that we are dealing with, okay? Can you imagine? Now, when we are growing at a pace which is much faster than most of the advanced economies, okay, and we are currently at what? Number 4th largest economies of the globe, correct? Now, my friends, the expectation, okay, is to be 5 trillion by a certain date and then 7 million by a certain date. So by 2030, the estimation comes to around what? 10,000 odd trillions, correct? That's the estimation. Now we achieve it or not achieve it, that's a different story and it's a different discussion altogether. But having said that, $10 trillion by 2030, and let's go back with the same numbers, okay? Now 10 trillion, if you multiply into, or if you convert it into billions, it becomes what? $10,000 billion. And if I just take 5 percentage, okay? 5 percentage, that becomes what? Anyone? $10,000 billion multiplied by 5 percentage? $500 billion? $500 billion is the roadmap that this state will contribute in the world of the GDPs as an economy. Now, 10,000 crores, if I just go back with the current SME infrastructure, okay, 30% is what the current data says. So it says around $3,000 billion would be contributed alone by the GDP section, okay, I mean the SME section, and Kerala being the state will contribute $500 billion to this growth, okay. So my friends, we as the chartered accountants, okay, and even to those members who are pursuing this, we run this responsibility, okay, to drive this torch, and we are torch bearer in a way, just to lead this numbers and be a partner to the government of India in this journey, correct? You agree with me? So, now coming back onto the numbers, okay, it's just a very a broader picture or an outlook, you can say, of those activities that has happened in the SME space so far, okay? Now, interestingly, if you see, now this is again coming from an independent source, but in SME board, I see somewhere around 7,500, okay? That's the depth of fundraise that has happened in the SME space, okay? 7,500 till the end of November, which means around in the last 8 months, okay, this is the activity that has been experienced. Agree with me? And out of the 7,500, you see the number of IPOs that has gone or has come out with is around 172. Now this is dedicated to the world of SMEs, okay? I'm not talking about main boards. Okay, so 172 list of clients who has successfully raised funds in the world of SME IPOs, okay? And you will also see that the region, okay, that we come from, there are good amount of SME companies. I very immediately recollect one name, which is Opto, okay? So that's a very interesting case, I would say. Now, getting listed in the world of SME and in the last, 1.5 years, their valuation, okay? So around September 23 is what I roughly recollect that they got listed. Their valuation was around 40 crores overall. But now the current market cap, they have been 2.5x, okay, within a tenure of 18 months, okay, or closely around 18 months. So it's 100, 105, 110 crores, okay. So just imagine one company can contribute and multiply wealth for their investors, for their members who are part of their journey. Just imagine as a state how much we can contribute, okay. And as chartered account, and starting from 1st July 2025, okay, we have some new regulations or criteria from SEBI on the SME IPOs, wherein there's some restrictions or the criteria that's been demonstrated by the regulator for a company to go for an IPO. Interesting ones. Now, only those companies who are rich in their governance, compliances, or when they have a healthy financial statements, like for example, EBITDA being 1 crore positive, okay, in the last 3 years, 3 financial years, so out of last 3 financial years, in 2 of the financial years, they have to be EBITDA positive of 1 crore and above, okay. Similarly, there needs to be if somebody wants to go and get themselves listed on, let's say, NSE Emerge platform, they need to be there has to be a positive free cash flow to equity, okay. Again, out of the last 3 financial year, in 2 financial year, they have to be free cash flow to equity. There has to be a positive cash flow in their balance sheet. And we are very well versed with the world of cash flow statements, okay. I don't have to explain you what are the adjustments that needs to be called out for, since we in a way review, audit, and also opine on the financial statement. So cash flow statement is something that we deal with day in, day out, correct? You agree to this? So similarly, so there has been a good amount of regulatory guidances, okay, that is effective from 1st of July of this financial year, that we need to be mindful of and evaluate any specific situation, okay, for your client specifically, if they wish to get exposed and raise funds through the world of equity and SME in specific, okay. Now, as merchant banker, what we do. So I'll just yeah, this slide is very, very critical. So in simple words, okay, as merchant bankers, I would say that when you see a train, okay, the train is being supported by, there is an engine which takes you through that journey, but being supported by all those bogies, okay, or coaches. Now, those coaches are nothing but, if you see, as merchant bankers, we act as an engine of this train, and we work in sync with, if you see, the legal counsel, the company secretaries, the statutory auditors or the independent auditors on the deals, the registrar to the issue, the industry experts, then what else? The stock exchanges, printers, advertising agencies, and bankers, okay, for creating escrow account. But in specific, I would like you to, I want you to focus on the first 2 stakeholders, which are nothing but the legal counsel, the company secretary, and the chartered accountants, okay. Just focus on that. What does it say? It says they are appointed even before the kickoff. If you see the legend at the left corner of the slide, now we are the stakeholders who are partner with the company in this journey of fundraising, okay. So even before the client gets an insight, I'm sure we are in that position, to demonstrate whether are you a fit case to go for an IPO, and specifically SME or main board, correct? Now, interestingly, if you see from the state of Kerala, there has been tremendous audiences, okay, who has been in this journey and have increased the investors' wealth, and at the same time has contributed so much to the economy. Very, very interestingly, and as auditor, I just recollect an example of Sachin Tendulkar, okay? So when he got retired from the world of international cricket, there was one ceremony. I'm sure most of you have watched in that ceremony. And in that ceremony, he was being asked one very specific question. What was the question? Who do you identify as the next Sachin Tendulkar of Indian cricket? Obviously, till date, since I follow cricket, and that's been a game that I like the most, okay? And I'm quoting an example to that. I'm sure most of you here will also be loving it. So the Sachin Tendulkar named two professional cricketers, okay? Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli. Even they were, in 2013, these guys were just an entrant and making their way in the journey of cricket. Now, 12 years have passed by. You see the contribution of Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli in the world of Indian cricket men's team, correct? Similarly, now here, the members who are seated, okay, my sincere request to you would be that you need to be that Sachin Tendulkar for your clients, okay? You need to identify those diamonds, those Rohit Sharmas and Virat Kohlis of the world, and how would you? You will, while we are here to assist, the regulator here is to assist, but the journey starts from your side first, okay? You need to be mindful of what are the criteria, how the balance sheet is moving, how can we raise funds, what are those external investors who would be interested, what are those impact funds that would be interested, okay? So those are some meaningful conversations. You need to be mindful of, and at appropriate time, you need to ensure that you have it not only with the management, but also with your fellow colleagues in the industry, okay? I myself a chartered accountant. I have worked in the worlds of PwC, EY, and now acting as a merchant banker. So yes. So I will only say that as a chartered accountant, we have to be versatile. We have to be a hybrid in our approach. That we just not be just concentrated on the worlds of tax and audit. While that is definitely important, undoubtedly, but there is so much is happening in the world of fundraise and more specific IPO as an activity, okay? So I would request your contribution to that side of the story, okay? And in that way, you are also assisting the economy to grow. It is not that only you are growing or the management is growing. You are assisting those other audiences, and you are also contributing it for the upliftment of the economy, okay? So that is very, very essence of the game that we have to be mindful of, my friends. Yeah, so this is fine. Now for paucity of time, this is more on the preparedness, okay? The stages that are there for a client when it goes for an IPO, okay? I would just take the left-hand side. What are the stages? The stages include the preparatory actions, okay, wherein you do your valuations and indicative one, the due diligences, preparation of financial statements, compliances, okay. Then the second step comes around the kickstarting the process, okay, of IPO, because that journey is very long. In fact, I was being, just for the interest of the audience, when I was mentioning about the state of Kerala, in fact, my first IPO consulting assignment came from a subsidiary company whose parent is a private bank in Kerala, okay, just imagine. And we were the IPO consultant. So that way Kerala has contributed immensely in my career, in shaping up my career. And as well as the city of Thrissur and those regions, which I'm very, very familiar with. Coming back to the fourth stage of a journey is your pricing of the deal, okay? How do you price? Again, that wherein we as merchant banker contribute immensely in the setting up the expectation and those valuation benchmark with your peer companies. So there is a lot to be done. Having said that, this journey, let's say if one of your client wants to go for evaluate for an SME IPO, I would say that on an average it would be around 6-7 months of journey, okay? If in case everything is appropriate in terms of your paperwork and your DRHP, your financial statement, everything is proper, 6-7 months generally it takes for getting the approval and filing the DRHP, RHP, starting up with the road shows and all, okay? So this is on the process. I will not get into those nuances of this presentation, considering the paucity of time that we have it here. Last but not the least, as merchant banker, how do we assist a company, okay? So we have multiple roles here, starting from discussing with your management, with getting clearances and addressing those queries from the regulators. In an SME IPO, this becomes your stock exchanges, okay? So the stock exchange that you wish to get listed, we assist you to get those clearances, okay? Be it SEBI, be it BSC, be it NSE, okay? We assist our clients in that journey. Then what else? Then while doing road shows, okay, we also assist companies to identify those set of right investors, okay? If there are regulatory, bucketing that needs to be adhered to, we ensure that you have the right quota of investors, be it your anchor side, be it your QIBs, be it your retail investors, be it your non-institutional investors, okay? So we ensure that the game of or the journey of IPOs, okay, is meaningful and it's a rich experience for the client as part of the process, okay? Now, we offer due diligences, optimal valuations, investor reach, regulatory navigation, and accelerating approvals and execution. So with this note, so these are our coordinates. In case you wish to have anything specific to be discussed, we would be happy to hear your thoughts. Otherwise, I am stationed in Chennai. Strategically, we are expanding our footprints in the South market, and we are very, very hopeful about the world of capital markets taking a shape in the world of South India, okay? So this is our credentials. If in case you wish to connect with us separately, we are happy to hear your thoughts and love to advise you on the journey. Thank you so much, friends, for your wonderful listening. And I look forward to your questions. If in case somebody has question, please feel free to ask. I'll be happy to answer it. And if it's a bouncer, then I'll make a note here and I'll come back to you individually. Yes, friends, anyone with any questions or clarification? No one? Everybody is updated? Yes, sir, please. Happy to hear your thoughts. Can someone please pass the mic?
Thank you for the presentation. Can you please throw some light on the valuation? Usually, I understand that SME IPOs get a valuation of 15 to 18 times of PAT, not based on DCF approach. So, can you throw some light?
Yes, sure. So that's a very important milestone, okay, as far as any IPO is concerned, because the right valuation is, I would say, the work of an expert, okay? Why? If you see from the world of management, they would obviously, anybody in that, if let's say a CA student, okay, if we want to appear for an examination, we would, if some examiner is valuing our question paper or answer sheet, we will be mindful that we have given the best shot and we should get the maximum of the mark. But the story gets different when we get the result, correct? Now that's been guided by those right answers that we make in the answer sheet, correct? Now in the world of valuation, how does it takes is that while DCF is the most important, the DCF methodology as a valuation practice is the most important methodology, I would say. But sometimes what happens, setting up the expectations, okay, the cash flows, the discounting rates, okay. So these are very, very essential to get established properly, because now while GDP, in fact, in most of the valuation workings that we see, we see 100% growth. My friend, the companies, let's say for example, the company's existence from last 10 years, you have been the CAGR at which you have been growing is, let's say, around 12%, 15%. But when it comes to setting up the expectations on the expected revenue, it multiplies like anything. It's like it will be 2x by so years and 3x by 2030, something like that, which sometimes becomes very, very difficult to substantiate, correct? So that becomes a challenging subject. Therefore, what we do, we kind of use a proxy method, okay, wherein what's going around in the market, a peer comparison. those companies who have got themselves listed on that particular index, what we do, we kind of identify what is the price to earning multiples that which they have been trading at in today's term. At the time of listing, what were their P ratios? So those important and benchmarking we carry out to establish a valuation process in place. So to answer in simple words, it is not an easy journey. It involves a lot of brainstorming and careful consideration of each of the fact that management comes up with. Because the balance sheet, if even in these days, when people know that through valuations or through IPO journey, our wealth can maximize, okay? So to cover up that way, revenue, but they were meeting those criteria, and today they are doing wonders, okay? Now, the Holex Octo, okay, the company that I have referred, if you see, it's a simple balance sheet with no major complexities. The governance structure is good, the balance sheet, revenue, P&L is good, okay? Now you see, and it's a simple business, sir, manufacturing of engineering products. So it's a simple business. Now you see the value that it has given to their investors. 2.5x or more than that in just a span of, let's say, 18 to 20 months or 24 months rather. So there is no USP. Any company can come in, subject to they meet the requirements of the regulations. Yes, please. Anyone with any other questions?
Sir.
Thanks for asking a valid question, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Meeting this eligibility criteria, whether in all these 3 years of initial period,
Initial
period before eligibility, before going for IPO, whether this organization should be of limited company or can it be in as a proprietor or partnership?
So that's a very good question, sir. In fact, if you see paragraph number 6 and 7, okay? So let's say you talk about the point that you have raised, that's been clarification from SEBI. Now point number 7, it says time gap of 1 full financial year is needed after conversion from proprietorship, partnership, LLP before DRHP filing. Which means, now let's say if your company in today's term it's an LLP, now today we are at what? December 2025. Now you will convert it. Let's assume, okay, all practical purpose, let's assume you get this approval by March of 2026, okay? After that, 1 full financial year, starting from 1st April 2026 till 31st March 2027, they have to be operational with the new, or let's say the converted name or class of company. And then after that, they would be filing the DRHP with the regulators or stock exchanges. Clear? Again, now what you raised about conversion from a proprietorship or partnership to limited company, if there is a change in the promoter, okay, then pointer number 6, a time gap of 1 year is required after the change of promoter for DRHP filing. So that would be if there is a change in the promoter circle. So again there we have a 1 year time frame to be adhered to. That's how it is, sir. So please pay careful attention to details and evaluate your clients, and if they are fit and if you can contribute to the economy and the pace that we are working on, more than welcome to hear you guys out. Okay? So thank you so much, friends. Thank you for your wonderful listening. Okay? Look forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Now we move on to the next speaker. I request Sri Himanshu Srivastava for taking the next session.
Okay, so good afternoon all. First of all, as part of NSC, we would like to thanks to ICAI Kannur chapter, Faisal sir, for inviting us as part of the session. Thanks to Mithun ji, he has already covered the major part of the presentation. I wanted to touch base. So the limited time what I'm having, I would like to only, I would like to bring it into three parts. One is the major structure of the platform. Second one is why this, what is the, if somebody is willing to go ahead, how do you approach stock exchange? What is the process? And third one is mainly, okay, why somebody should think about IPO. Okay, so this is a bit about exchange, what we are into. Just to touch base, as Mithun already told, this is a platform. So basically SEBI, which is our regulatory body, they wanted to have a setup for small and medium enterprises. So traditionally, if you'll see always in Indian capital market, we were having a platform for an organization like your Tata, Wipro, L&T, Infosys, where these companies or these type of companies, if they wanted to access the equity market, it was capital market was there where they can get listed and access the equity. But for small and medium enterprises or SME companies, or let's say a company which is having a turnover of 20 CR, 30 CR, or in that range, if you'll ask them on those days, okay, why don't you think about IPO? It was not feasible. Okay, if we'll talk about the listing process, if we'll talk about the requirements, certainly these companies were not in a position to access their equity through capital market. So that is where SEBI, they gave us a mandate around, it came 2011, to have a separate setup for small and medium enterprises. And that's where in 2012, NSC, we started a segment which is known as NSC Emerge. So the flower or the umbrella remains same, that is NSC. Under NSC, today we are having two platforms. One is the SME platform, which is known as NSC Emerge. As the name itself says, Emerge, which means a platform dedicated for emerging corporate companies. And second one is the main board. Now, some basic structure of this platform, as I have mentioned, the regulatory body remains same. It's a separate segment in NSC, and majority of the trade intermediaries, let's say if we'll talk about the trading member, if we'll talk about the merchant banker, those are same. Okay. So let's say here we are having one of the merchant bankers. So they, as per the SEBI required criteria for merchant bankers, they can take SME IPO also, they can take main board also. Now talking about the numbers, as on November 21st, on pan-India level, we are having close to 690 companies listed with a fundraising of more than 20,000 crore. And the total market cap is more than 2,28,000 crore. This I am again referring only about SME platform, not to get confused with the main board. Now, as I mentioned, or if there is someone, some chartered accountant here who have not heard about SME IPO as a concept, and if your client will come to you and they will ask you, okay sir, I want to go for IPO, you might laugh. If let's say a company which is of, where turnover is let's say 50 CR, 40 CR, they are saying, okay, I want to come up with an IPO of let's say 15 CR, you might laugh. Okay, but this platform, they gave them opportunity to even being SME, they can get listed. So if you'll ask me, we have at capital market, we have even seen companies coming up with an IPO size of as low as 10 CR. Does it mean, okay, if your company is having potential, you cannot raise more? Nothing like that. There are companies who have raised more than 150 CR through SME platform itself. So it's all about the potential in your company and the kind of valuation what you are getting. So talking about the average issue size as on date, it is around 29 to 30 CR. And this is not an end of a story. See, SME platform is like a baby step towards main board. So once you are listed at SME platform, a subject of completing 3 years at SME, we are gonna give you option to migrate from SME to the main board. And it's not a compulsory push. So just to give you an example, there is a company based out of Bangalore. name as BNB. They are into the corrugated boxes. As soon as they completed the tenure, basic tenure required, they migrated. Now there is another company based out of Chennai, Tamil Nadu. This company, Tejo Engineering, they decided to migrate after 10 years. So it's an option. It is like we will open the door for main board. Whensoever you are willing and meeting certain criteria, you can migrate. Talking about, so talking about Kerala, as on date from Kerala, we are having 3 companies which are listed. The second company which got listed from Kerala, their promoter is here, Solplast. They can, during their experience, they will tell you about their journey. And this is how the entire growth of the platform lies. So if you'll see, today when I'm talking about more than 690 companies are listed, more than 50% of the companies got listed in last 2.5 years. Okay, that is again a reason why recently SEBI, they came up with so many additional criteria to filter the companies, the quality of the companies, so that on one side they can protect the investors, and another side they can give a platform or give a scope to the promoter who are looking for listing for getting a better prepare for the platform. Just to touch base, already sir has already covered the major criteria. So any company which is planning to go for IPO, they need to liquidate minimum 25% stake. As CA, you know, this guideline remains same for main board also. So 25% you will have to liquidate when you are looking for IPO. Now the second question comes, okay Himanshu, when you are saying, okay, this platform is there for SME and all, what if tomorrow a Kannur based company will decide to go for IPO? Let's say Kannur based company which is into the cotton, Himanshu Cotton Private Limited. They will decide to go for IPO. Now when Tata Capital or when any one of the large entities, when they are coming for IPO, so these brands are known. Okay, so there are major chances that they will get the minimum required subscription, okay, from the market. But what if Himanshu Cotton Private Limited, based out of Kannur, if I am going for IPO, then who's going to take the surety about my IPO? Okay, after doing everything, my IPO will not get failed. So for that, SEBI, they are having a criteria which is known as 100% underwriting. So it's a mandate given to the merchant banker. Yeah, at any point of time, if they are taking any assignment, whether your IPO size is 10 CR or 100 CR, they will give you a surety, okay, at any point of time, your IPO will not get failed. How do they ensure it? Before opening your IPO, firstly, they are also selective when they are taking the profile. They will do their own due diligence. And before opening the IPO, they will do a road show. You know, meeting with different category of investors, HNIs, Ultra HNIs, QIB, Anchor and all that. To ensure, okay, if your IPO size is X, you should get more than that as a response. What is NSC's criteria for this entire platform? So MSME, as sir has already explained, when we are saying SME, we are not looking on the basis of your investment or the investment of your client on the basis of their plant and machinery or official equipment or turnover. Criteria is very simple. Any company where they are having 3 years operational history with positive net worth and their FCFE, free cash flow to equity, it's positive for 2 out of last 3 years. As per NSC, they are eligible for coming for IPO. Now, on top of that, SEBI is having two criteria. One is your client's paid up capital. So if the paid up capital on face value, if it is not exceeding 25 CR, then you can approach exchange for listing at SME platform. When I am saying not exceeding, there is no lower cap. Even if your paid up capital is 50 lakhs, there is no problem because the criteria says up to 10 CR as a paid up capital on without reserves on face value. If it is up to 10 CR, you can approach exchange for listing at SME platform. Between 10 to 25 CR, both the doors are open for you. You can go to SME also, you can go to the main board also. Now the time when you are exceeding 25 CR, you can only go to the main board. So these are the basic criteria, and as sir rightly mentioned, recently 2 to 3 months back, additional criteria came where the EBITDA of the company has to be, for last 2 years, has to be more than 1 CR. Now, this is pre-listing. So pre-listing, one or two major changes is when any company is going for IPO at main board, as you know, they are supposed to file their draft paper with exchange as well as with SEBI. And they will have to take approval from both. But at SME platform, SEBI approval is not required. So your draft paper will directly be sent it to exchange. The subject of getting our approval, your company can go and open the IPO. Now, this is pre-listing. Post-listing, one of the major changes is that is about the filing. So at main board, companies are supposed to do the submission on each and every quarter. But at SME platform, quarterly submission is not required. It is half yearly. Okay, so this, if you want, you can take a snapshot. So this is a major difference between SME to main board. Now, the second question comes, okay, if somebody is even thinking about IPO, or why, first of all, why somebody should think about IPO? If your company is there, which is traditionally doing good, they are not even borrowing, they are cash raised, they are not even borrowing from bank. So why they should even explore the IPO? Now, sir, on the basis of the feedback what we have received, there are two parts to it. One is what is the benefit for promoter. Another is what is the benefit for professionals like you. So talking about the promoter, this is the platform which helps them to unlock the real value of the company. When I'm saying real value, so when the merchant banker is doing the valuation is done on the basis of the parameters like books, how healthy your books are, or how healthy the books are. Second one, promoter. Third one, industry. So there might be a company which is having 100 acre of land, or probably the investment in their plant is more than 50 CR. It doesn't matter when the merchant banker is doing valuation. What matters is the real worth of your company or the value of your company. If I will exclude all the tangible assets, then where your company stands. So if company is there which is genuine, which is doing good, so the platform gives them an opportunity to monetize it. And then there are lakhs of investors who are there to be a part of it. That is where you must be agree on the point. This capital market is the only platform which helps the company or the promoter to create the wealth. Once you are listed, so we are having lakhs of terminal. So one of the key feature of this platform, although your company is listed at SME platform, but when we are talking about trading, so the trading of your shares, it's done at the same terminal. So there is no bifurcation. So tomorrow if I want to buy the one share of Tata Capital or Solplast, the trading terminal remains same. So that gives a great visibility to the company. That's another benefit what these companies are getting. So tomorrow if you are going and talking to any one of the overseas client, or let's say MNCs in India, and the time when you are saying I'm a listed entity, so there is a different perception which is being created. Okay, I don't have to go and do a third-party verification about your entity. I will just put the name of your entity at exchange website or SEBI website. I can see some basic detail. That gives a comfort. So it's a great tool to do or create a visibility as well as credibility. Now tomorrow if you're talking about doing any kind of a merger, acquisition, so as a listed entity you must be knowing your shares will start behaving like a currency. So any kind of a merger, acquisition, the transaction becomes very easy for company. Now, as a SME company, one of the challenge being shared by a couple of promoters, okay, when we are, okay, I'm having good idea, I'm having money, but there is no good caliber employee, or even if I'm, hiring some employees, they are not, the attrition is a problem. So that is where today, if you'll see, there are lots of listed corporates, they are using e-shop as a tool. So tomorrow as a listed entity, you can use your shares to attract as well as retain them. Somebody is asking for a package of, let's say, 40 CR. You can do, or 40 lakhs. You can do a breakup. Okay, 30 lakhs as a salary you take, worth of 10 lakhs, I'll give you shares, which he cannot liquidate immediately because it's going to have a lock-in. So these are the different kind of a benefits what companies have shared. On another side, sir, currently in India, if you'll ask me the number of merchant bankers, it is very limited. It is not, it's hardly close to 70-80 merchant bankers who are listed. And on top of that, there are selective merchant bankers who are active at SME space. So they are looking for good people or good professionals good CAs. Along with them, they are working on these assignments, or they are looking for good people to support them during this entire process. Because sir, goes without saying, when I'm talking about the financials of the company, you are doctor. There are people, when we are meeting with them, they will put entire blame on chartered accountant. Because one of the basic requirement for this platform is company need to have a healthy PAT. Okay, so they may not take a blame on them. They will say, okay, it is CA. Okay, he misguided me. But see, that's another thing. But yes, tomorrow when I am going and talking to them versus when you are going and talking to them and making them understand, okay, sir, what is the benefit? Till date, you are running your company. Let's assume your company is cash rich. But what is the wealth creation? There's a limit to it. Okay, and tomorrow if you are listed, not only equity, today there are lots of banks. Even there is an event being organized by State Bank of India in Kochi. They invited us to come and address the session. Because tomorrow when your client is listed, their debt equity ratio, that will improve. They can offer their shares in form of collateral. So those benefits companies can enjoy. And that enlightenment I cannot bring, or at probably monthly basis, I cannot tell them, but it is you. And it's a win-win situation. So tomorrow if your company is coming and going for IPO, there are merchant bankers who are supporting and appreciating your efforts. I mean, on that you can have a separate discussion with him. But the thing is, sir, if we need to support the entire system, so certainly you are very crucial part of the entire process. You need to understand the benefit and the process, and you need to pass on to your client. Now, quickly taking just one more minute, okay, what is the, somebody is there who understand the process, who understand the, okay, why should I go for IPO? Then what is next? So as the exchange, we are extending our full support where you can directly reach out to stock exchange with regards to the first or second round of filter. There is no cost of testing the water unless you will not sign your agreement with your merchant banker. Nobody is going to charge you, your client, even a single bucks. Exchange will never ever charge you even. There is no agreement which you are going to sign with exchange. But your merchant banker also, they will only sign when your client will say, okay, I want to go ahead. I'm agreed on the valuation given. I'm agreed on the issue size being told. So for that, you can reach out to the merchant banker. You can, if you don't know, okay, who's the right merchant banker, you directly reach out to exchange. We are there to guide you, to support you, to even go and talk to your client along with you online or offline basis on the feasibility and making them understand why they should explore it. So with that, and considering the, the limitation of time, I'll sum up my presentation. The next session is more important because he is the promoter. He have gone through the journey. His company is being listed for more than 1.5 years. Post that, if there is any question of the platform, probably we can take it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our last speaker, Sri Sudhir Kumar, to take over the session.
എല്ലാവർക്കും എൻ്റെ നമസ്കാരം. പ്രത്യേകിച്ചും ICAയുടെ കേരള ഘടകത്തിനും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ കണ്ണൂർ ചാപ്റ്ററിനും അംഗങ്ങളായിട്ടുള്ള എല്ലാവർക്കും എൻ്റെ നമസ്കാരം. ഇവിടെ ഈ SME IPOയുടെ എലിജിബിലിറ്റിയെക്കുറിച്ചൊക്കെ ഏതാണ്ട് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞു. ആ പോർഷനൊക്കെ ഞാൻ സ്കിപ്പ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് എൻ്റെ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ഞാൻ പറയാം.
അതിനു മുന്നേ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയാമായിരിക്കും, ബാൽക്കോ എന്നുള്ള ബ്രാൻഡിൽ PVC പൈപ്പുകളും ഇലക്ട്രിക്കൽ കോൺഡ്യൂട്ട്സുമാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ ഉൽപ്പാദിപ്പിക്കുന്നത്. 1991 ഒരു ചെറിയ KFC എന്നൊരു ചെറിയ ഫൈനാൻഷ്യൽ ലോൺ എടുത്തിട്ട് എൻജിനീയറിംഗ് ഗ്രാജുവേറ്റ്സിന് ടെക്നോക്രാറ്റ് ലോൺ കൊടുക്കുന്നൊരു സമയമുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു 5 lakhs എടുത്തിട്ട് തുടങ്ങിയ ഒരു സ്ഥാപനമാണ് 91. അതിനുശേഷം 95 ഇത് സോൾ പ്ലാസ്റ്റിക് പ്രൊഡക്ട്സ് പ്രൈവറ്റ് ലിമിറ്റഡ് എന്ന കമ്പനിയായിട്ട് മാറി. അതിനുശേഷം തമിഴ്നാട് ചെങ്കോട്ടയിലും ഇടമൺ, കൊല്ലം, പുനലൂർ, കണ്ണൂർ, ഇവിടെ തളിപ്പറമ്പിലൊരു യൂണിറ്റ്, ഇവിടെ നമ്മുടെ കിൻഫ്രയിൽ, ഈ യൂണിറ്റുകളാണിപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങളുടെ മാനുഫാക്ചറിങ് നടക്കുന്നത്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയാവുന്ന പോലെ 2013 പുതിയ കമ്പനി ആക്ട് വന്ന സമയത്താണ് ഈ SME IPOയ്ക്കുള്ളൊരു സാധ്യത വന്നത്. അന്ന് ഇതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് 2014 ഇതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് അന്വേഷിക്കുമ്പോൾ കിട്ടിയ വളരെ ഒരു നെഗറ്റീവായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു അഡ്വൈസാണ് കിട്ടിയിരുന്നത്. അതിനുശേഷം ഞങ്ങൾ 22-23 ബാലൻസ് ഷീറ്റ് P&L ബേസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ ഈ IPOയ്ക്ക് പോയത്. ഏതാണ്ട് 43 times സബ്സ്ക്രൈബ് ചെയ്തു. അത് 12 crore റേസ് ചെയ്ത എമൗണ്ട്. അതിനകത്ത് ഏതാണ്ട് 14% അതിൻ്റെ ഇഷ്യൂ എക്സ്പെൻസായിട്ട് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ കേരള ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഒരു പുതിയ സ്കീം കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത് നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും നമ്മുടെ ക്ലയൻസിന് ഒരു അഡ്വൈസായിട്ട് കൊടുത്താൽ നല്ലതാണ്. ഇഷ്യൂ എക്സ്പെൻസിൻ്റെ 50% സബ്ജക്റ്റ് ടു എ മാക്സിമം ഓഫ് 2 crore നമ്മുടെ ഗവൺമെൻറ് അത് റീഫണ്ട് ചെയ്യും. സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഗവൺമെൻറ് അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു സ്കീം വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത് മറ്റ് സ്റ്റേറ്റുകളിലും ഉണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇവിടെ സംസാരിച്ച കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്, അതിലേക്ക് പോകുന്നില്ല. ഞങ്ങളൊരു 2 മാസം ഈ പബ്ലിക് ലിമിറ്റഡ് കമ്പനിയായിട്ട് മാറിയതിന് ശേഷം മാറുന്നതിനൊരു 2 മാസം സമയമെടുത്തു. അതിനുശേഷമാണ് കീ മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് പ്രൊഫഷണൽസ് KMB ആൾക്കാർ, അതായത് CFO, കമ്പനി സെക്രട്ടറി, ഇൻഡിപെൻഡൻറ്റ് ഡയറക്ടേഴ്സ്, ഇവരുടെ എല്ലാം അപ്പോയിൻമെൻറ്റുകൾ നടന്നു. ഞങ്ങളെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് വളരെ സ്മൂത്തായിട്ടായിരുന്നു ഈ പ്രോസസ്സെല്ലാം നടന്നത്. ഫണ്ട് റേസ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ SMEസിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് നമുക്കറിയാം, ഭാരതത്തിൻ്റെ ഈ നമ്മുടെ 100 വർഷം സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യം കിട്ടി 100 വർഷം തികയുന്ന സമയത്തേക്ക് നമ്മൾ $30 trillion എക്കണോമിയിലേക്കുള്ളൊരു കുതിച്ചുചാട്ടത്തിലേക്കാണ് നമ്മൾ. അതിൽ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും വലിയൊരു പങ്ക് വഹിക്കാൻ പോകുന്നത് നമ്മുടെ SME സെക്ടറും സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്സും തന്നെ ആയിരിക്കും. ഇപ്പോൾ SME സെക്ടറിൻ്റെ ഡെഫിനിഷൻ മാറി. 500 crore വരെ ടേൺ ഓവറും 125 crore വരെ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെൻറ്റും മീഡിയം സെക്ടർ അതിൽ ഉൾപ്പെടുന്നുണ്ട്. അത് ഏതാണ്ട് എനിക്കൊന്ന് എബോവ് 25 crore എംപ്ലോയ്മെൻറ്റ് ജനറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നൊരു മേഖലയായിട്ടത് മാറിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ഈ കുതിച്ചുചാട്ടത്തിൽ ഏറ്റവും വലിയൊരു പങ്ക് വഹിക്കാൻ പോകുന്നത് നമ്മുടെ ഈ SME സെക്ടർ തന്നെ ആയിരിക്കും. ഇപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങളെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് ഒരു ചെറിയ യൂണിറ്റിന് ഈ രീതിയിൽ പോകാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കും. കേരളത്തിൽ ക്വാളിഫൈഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ധാരാളം സംരംഭങ്ങൾ കേരളത്തിലുണ്ടെന്നുള്ള കാര്യം വളരെ വ്യക്തമാണ്. ഞാൻ ഈ CIയുടെ മീറ്റിങ്ങിലും മറ്റ് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയൽ അസോസിയേഷൻ്റെ മീറ്റിങ്ങുകളിലൊക്കെ ഞാൻ സംസാരിക്കാറുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ പറഞ്ഞിരുന്ന പോലെ കേരളത്തിലെ രണ്ടാമത്തെ യൂണിറ്റാണ് SME IPO ഞങ്ങളുടേത്. ഞങ്ങളുടെ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റിനെ കുറിച്ചും നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാവുന്നൊരു സാധനമാണ്, നിങ്ങളെല്ലാവരും ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നതുമാണ്. നമ്മൾ വീട് വയ്ക്കുന്ന സമയത്തൊക്കെ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന ഇലക്ട്രിക്കൽ കോൺഡ്യൂട്ടും വാട്ടർ പൈപ്സുമാണ്. കേരളത്തിൽ ആദ്യത്തെ ISI മാർക്ക് കിട്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള പ്രൊഡക്റ്റാണ്. ഇലക്ട്രിക്കൽ കോൺഡ്യൂട്ടിൽ ആദ്യത്തെ ISI മാർക്ക് കിട്ടിയ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റാണ് ബാൽക്കോ ബ്രാൻഡ്. വാട്ടർ പൈപ്പ് 95 വാട്ടർ പൈപ്പിനും ISI മാർക്കായി. ഇപ്പോൾ നമുക്കൊരു വളരെ പ്രസ്റ്റീജിയസ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള അംഗീകാരം കിട്ടി, സെഡ് ഗോൾഡ് സർട്ടിഫിക്കേഷൻ. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇവിടെ ചാർട്ടേഡ് അക്കൗണ്ട്സ് എത്ര പേർക്ക് ഇതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് അറിയുമെന്ന് എനിക്കറിയില്ല. കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെൻറ് കൊണ്ടുവന്ന MSME സെക്ടറിന് വേണ്ടി മാത്രമായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു അതായത് ലോകത്തുള്ള എല്ലാ നല്ല മാനുഫാക്ചറിങ് എക്സ്പീരിയൻസസിനെ എടുത്തിട്ട് അത് വെച്ചിട്ടൊരു ഫോർമുലേറ്റ് ചെയ്തൊരു സർട്ടിഫിക്കേഷനാണ് സെഡ് സർട്ടിഫിക്കേഷൻ. അത് ബ്രോൺസ്, സിൽവർ, ഗോൾഡ് എന്ന രീതിയിലുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ തന്നെ ഏതാണ്ട് 6 SME സെക്ടറിലുള്ള 6 കമ്പനികൾക്കാണ് ഇത് കിട്ടിയിട്ടുള്ളത്. അതിലൊന്നാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ. സൗത്ത് ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ആദ്യത്തെ സെഡ് ഗോൾഡ് സർട്ടിഫിക്കേഷൻ കിട്ടിയ കമ്പനിയാണ്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് മിഷനിൽ 1000 കമ്പനികളെ തിരഞ്ഞെടുത്തിട്ട് 100 കോടി ടേൺ ഓവറിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാനായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു എഫർട്ട് ഗവൺമെൻറ് എടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അതിനകത്തും നമ്മുടെ അതിലും ഞങ്ങളെ ഇപ്പോൾ സെലക്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതൊരു 40% ഡയറക്റ്റ് സബ്സിഡി അതിൽ ഫിക്സഡ് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെൻറ്റിനുണ്ട്. ആ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിലെ മാനുഫാക്ചേഴ്സിനെ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും നമ്മുടെ എല്ലാവരും തന്നെ ഈ ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്നവർക്കെല്ലാം ധാരാളം ക്ലയൻസ് ഉള്ളവരാണ്. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എല്ലാ SMEs-ൽ വരുന്ന എല്ലാവരും തന്നെ ചാർട്ടേഡ് അക്കൗണ്ടൻസിൻ്റെ ആയിട്ട് ബന്ധമുള്ളവരുമാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമുക്ക് കൺവേ ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കണം. പിന്നെ ഒരു കാര്യം, എൻ്റെ ഒരു ലേണിങ്, നമ്മളിത് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ പബ്ലിക് ഇഷ്യൂവിന് പോകുന്നതിന് ഈ പ്രോസ്പെക്ടസ് നമ്മൾ സബ്മിറ്റ് ചെയ്യുമല്ലോ, അതിന് മുന്നേ തന്നെ എനിക്കുണ്ടായ ഒരു അനുഭവമാണ്, പ്രൈവറ്റ് പ്ലേസ്മെൻറ്റ് നമ്മൾ നടത്തണം. കാരണം ഞങ്ങളിത് തയ്യാറായി കഴിഞ്ഞു, ഇത് സബ്മിറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ കൂടെ പഠിച്ച, ഞാൻ ട്രിവാൻഡ്രം എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജാണ് പഠിച്ചത്, CET-ലാണ് പഠിച്ചിരുന്നത്, 81-86 ബാച്ചാണ്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ കൂട്ടുകാരെല്ലാം ചോദിച്ചൊരു കാര്യം, ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് കുറച്ച് ഷെയർ തന്നുകൂടെ എന്നാണ്. വൺസ് നമ്മൾ പബ്ലിക് ഇഷ്യൂവിന് പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഈ കാര്യം നടക്കില്ലല്ലോ. അപ്പോൾ മർച്ചൻ്റ് ബാങ്കറുമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ഈ പ്രോസ്പെക്റ്റ് സബ്മിറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് മുന്നേ തന്നെ ഈ കാര്യങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ച്, പ്രൈവറ്റ് പ്ലേസ്മെൻറ്റിനെ കുറിച്ച് നമ്മൾ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും അതിൻ്റെ ഡിസ്കഷൻ നടന്നിരിക്കണം. അതില്ലെങ്കിൽ നമുക്കത് വലിയൊരു, കാരണം നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടപ്പെട്ടവർ കൊടുക്കാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കില്ല, അത് നമ്മളെ സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നവർക്ക്. അത് നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യേണ്ട ഒരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യം. അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് അറിയില്ലായിരുന്നു, അങ്ങനെ ഒരു കാര്യം ഇത് നേരത്തെ ചെയ്യേണ്ടതാണെന്നുള്ളത്. അപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ ഒരു ലേണിംഗ് ആണത്. അതുപോലെ കേരളത്തിൽ, ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ സൂചിപ്പിച്ചു, കേരളത്തിൽ ധാരാളം യൂണിറ്റുകൾ, ഇതിന് പറ്റിയ ധാരാളം യൂണിറ്റുകളുണ്ട്. ഒന്ന്, ട്രാൻസ്പെറൻ്റ് ആയിരിക്കണം, നമ്മുടെ കംപ്ലയിൻസ് വളരെ കൃത്യമായിട്ട് നടന്നിരിക്കണം. അങ്ങനെയാണ് തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും കേരളത്തിൽ ധാരാളം കമ്പനികൾക്ക് പോകാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കും. കേരളത്തിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഇവിടെ സൂചിപ്പിച്ചതുപോലെ നമ്മുടെ കോൺട്രിബ്യൂഷൻ, GDP-യിലേക്കുള്ള കോൺട്രിബ്യൂഷനിൽ ഫൈനാൻസിങ് സൈഡ്, ഫണ്ടിങ് സൈഡിൽ ഇതിന് വലിയൊരു കോൺട്രിബ്യൂഷൻ നൽകാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കും എന്നാണ് ഈ അവസരത്തിൽ എനിക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത്. എന്തെങ്കിലും കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ടുള്ള, എൻ്റെ 1-2-3 ഫ്രണ്ട്സ് ഉണ്ട്, അവർ ഈ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ എന്നോട് സംസാരിക്കാറുണ്ട്, SME IPOയുടെ കാര്യമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട്. എന്തെങ്കിലും കാര്യങ്ങളുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമുക്കത് ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിക്കുന്നതുമാണ്. ഈ ഫണ്ടിങ് മാത്രമാണ്, ബാക്കി ഈ മാർക്കറ്റിംഗ് ചലഞ്ചസും മറ്റ് കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ സാധാരണ ചെയ്യുന്നതല്ല. നമ്മളൊരു ബാങ്കിൽ നിന്ന് ഫൈനാൻസ് എടുക്കുന്നു, അതിന് പകരമായിട്ടുള്ളതാണ്. ബാക്കിയെല്ലാം നമ്മൾ മാനേജ് ചെയ്യേണ്ട കാര്യമാണ്. ഇവിടെ ഈ 2 വർഷം കൊണ്ട് ഇത്രയും വാല്യുവേഷൻ കൂടിയെന്ന് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ബിസിനസ്സിൽ അത് അത്ര എളുപ്പമല്ല കാര്യം. കാരണം ഒരു 2-3 വർഷം എന്തായാലും ഇത് സ്റ്റെബിലൈസ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് എടുക്കും. കോസ്റ്റ് കൂടുമല്ലോ, കോംപ്ലയൻസ് കോസ്റ്റൊക്കെ വളരെ കൂടും. അങ്ങനെയൊക്കെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും വലിയൊരു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റിയാണിത്. നമ്മുടെ SME സെക്ടർ വലിയൊരു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റിയാണ്. അത് നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിലുള്ള ആൾക്കാരെ അതിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാനായിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ ഈ ഫ്രട്ടേണിറ്റിക്ക് സാധിക്കും എന്ന് തന്നെയാണ് എൻ്റെ ഉത്തമ വിശ്വാസം. നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all our esteemed speakers for the highly practical and insightful session. On behalf of the Kannur branch of ICAI, we would like to present a memento to all our speakers. May I now request CAPJ Reggie, past chairperson of Kannur branch, to kindly come forward to present a memento to all our speakers.
Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the valedictory session marking the conclusion of the NAVARATNA 6.0 conference. Over the last 2 days, we have witnessed an extraordinary gathering of knowledge, experience, and inspiration. We thank each one of you for your active participation, your time, and your continued support to this remarkable initiative of the 9 ICA branches of Kerala. A heartfelt thank you to all our respected speakers, the Central Council and SARC leadership, all branch chairpersons and committee members, our sponsors, our dedicated volunteers, both members and students of Kannur branch, and each one of you, our delegates, for your enthusiastic participation. Your presence, your spirit, and your support have made this conference truly special.
Before we formally conclude, may I request all our dignitaries to kindly come forward to the stage for the valedictory session. First of all, I request the chairperson of Kannur branch, C.A. Mohammed Faisal, and all the managing committee members of the Kannur branch to kindly come forward to the dais. I also request the chairpersons of other branches, C.A. Sachin Shashidharan, the chairperson of Kozhikode branch, C.A. Sanjo N.G., chairperson of Thrissur branch, C.A. Nikhil R. Kumar, chairperson of Thiruvananthapuram branch, I also finally request the past SIRC chairman, C.A. Jomoon K. George, also to come forward to the dais. Let's all give a warm round of applause.
May I now invite Chairperson of Kannur branch, C.A. Mohammed Faisal, to deliver the valedictory address and share closing thoughts.
A warm good evening all. As we come to the end of the NAVARATNA season 6, I'm very grateful to all. നമ്മുടെ സമയക്കുറവ് കൊണ്ട് പെട്ടെന്ന് തന്നെ വാലിഡേറ്റ് സെഷൻ നമ്മൾ തീർക്കുകയാണ്. പ്രോട്ടോക്കോളും കാര്യങ്ങളൊന്നും നോക്കുന്നില്ല. ഐ എം വെരി ഗ്രേറ്റ്ഫുൾ ടു ഓൾ ദ സ്പീക്കേഴ്സ്, faculty members, and the delegates across the Kerala come here and make this event a grand success. ഈ 2 ദിവസമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ നടന്ന എല്ലാ ആക്ടിവിറ്റികളും ഈ നവരത്ന കോൺഫറൻസ് കണ്ണൂർ ബ്രാഞ്ചിൻ്റെ മാത്രമല്ല, എല്ലാ കേരളത്തിലെ 9 ബ്രാഞ്ചിൻ്റെയും കൂട്ടായ ഒരു പരിശ്രമത്തിൻ്റെ ഫലമാണ് നമ്മൾ 2 ദിവസം കണ്ടത്. അതിൻ്റെ കൂടെ എൻ്റെ കൂടെ നിന്ന കണ്ണൂർ ബ്രാഞ്ചിലെ MC മെമ്പേഴ്സ്, പാസ്റ്റ് ചെയർമാൻമാർ, ഞാൻ ഓരോരാളെയും പേരെടുത്ത് പറയണില്ല, എല്ലാവർക്കും ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ഗ്രാറ്റിറ്റ്യൂഡ് അറിയിക്കുകയാണ്. ഈ ഒരു നമ്മൾ 2 ദിവസം നടന്ന ഈ സെഷൻ നമുക്കെല്ലാവർക്കും ഒരു വാല്യുവേഷൻ തന്നു എന്ന് തന്നെയാണ് നമ്മളെല്ലാവരെയും വിശ്വാസം. അത് പ്രൊഫഷണൽ ലൈഫിൽ എല്ലാവർക്കും ഉപകരിക്കും, നമ്മളെ എക്സലൻസ് ആയിട്ട് ചെയ്യാനും സെർവ് ചെയ്യാനും ഒക്കെ ബാധിക്കും എന്ന് തന്നെയാണ് നമ്മളെ വിശ്വാസം. Over to some felicitate over to Jomon sir, past chairman of SARC.
Thank you, Mohammed Faisal. I'm extremely delighted, excited to be here at the valedictory session of this 2-day Navaratna Conference Edition 6. I was there throughout, right from the inaugural session. It was very, very thoughtfully conceived. Topics were very carefully selected. A range of topics from bread and butter, taxation, direct and indirect, And the last session, which is of very great importance for Kerala, we noted that of the 690 companies, we have only 3 from Kerala. And we also had Son of the Soil, Mr. Nair, talking on his experience in Balco. It's been quite enriching sitting here, all the sessions, FEMA, Companies Act, private limited companies, all very, very, very relevant topics, very carefully selected. And about the organizing part of it, it was seamless. It had the feel of a regional conference. So my sincere compliments to the entire team, led by Faisal. I remember seeing Faisal first time when the Kannur building was under construction. I saw a young boy running around. I said, you should not stop here. You should come to the managing committee. And today he is the chairman, and he has been fortunate to be the NAVARATNA chairman to conduct this program here. And he grabbed it. It is not through a lot that what Faisal was saying, that we wanted this time. And like no inhibitions, Kannur is a relatively new branch, younger branch, farther branch as far as distances are concerned. There's absolutely no such issues. It was very, very well conceived and organized. So once again, sincere compliments to Faisal and the entire team at Kannur. And we cannot stop here because I've been very closely working with Kannur branch. A lot of seniors sitting here, all the past chairmen, seniors, all of them gave very, very effective support and worked as one. And ably supported by parent branch, Calicut, Sachin is there. So we always say that Calicut and Kannur, we see together. So a lot of support from across. Nikhil is not there. So from Trivandrum to Kannur, all the branches work together. And the best part is that Kannur had a larger number of registrations than Ernakulam and Trivandrum. That's a physical version. That's something very, very, very good, exciting. They came to Cochin for the registration campaign. I could contribute in a small way. So it was very, very wonderful. And the organizing part, the food, is seamless at the MC desk. And we see a lot of young volunteers there. Well done. And thank you for making me part of this valedictory session. So let's continue to learn together, work together. A lot of new things happening. In fact, a few of the members were asking, our conventional areas are fading, so why should we gear up? How should we gear up? There are a lot of things which we should think about. And this conference has given a direction on a lot of things we can do. There are a lot of companies which are eligible for IPOs. For example, I'm taking a cue from the last session itself. In corporate law practice, we have pledged to company secretaries. We should reinvent, get into the newer areas of practice. There are green shoots everywhere as far as the profession is concerned. So I'm not seeing any dark shade there. So these are conferences where we wake up and then say that there's a lot more to be done. I'll conclude quoting none other than Arvind Datta. In the last SARC conference, he was given a topic called scaling the peak. Verbatim, I'll put in his own terms. He said, 4 weeks from now, I'll complete 7 decades of my life. I asked myself, I thought to myself, what should I do? Retire, take a back seat. Then it beamed on to me. I made a firm resolve that I'll do much more things in the next 15 years than what I did in the last 45 years. That gave us goosebumps. So if some of us are thinking that we are growing old, we are aging, Datta has given a strong message. So this conference has also given a message that it is not time to think about thinking some conventional areas fading out. It's a conference which has given an awakening, a fresh thinking to wake up to the new realities, the new challenges, and the new opportunities which are opening doors for every one of us. Once again, my very, very sincere compliments to the entire team at Kannur and across Kerala, all the branch captains. Thank you so much, and thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We got 685 registration across Kerala to this seminar. This is the highest in Navaratna season. Now I request Sanjo sir to few words.
Good evening. I'm a joint host of this Navaratna conference. And if I am asked to rate the conference, it is 5-star, no doubt about it. And if I am asked to give the mark, it is 100 by 100, no doubt about it. And I think if any of the delegates is asked to point out at least some mistake or some correction, I don't think any of the delegates is having any issues. I don't think any of the delegates would like to point out any correction or mistake. Such a wonderful performance by the Kannur branch, no doubt about it. And I request all the participants who are sitting in the auditorium, kindly give them a good round of standing ovation, which they require is very, very important. Thank you, because that's such a wonderful performance. And in fact, the chairman group, we are continuously meeting online, and Faisal was always asking for boost up the registration and boost up the sponsorship. And I am very much sure all the branch chairpersons done their role extremely well, and I congratulate all the branch chairpersons also. Also, again, the branch managing committee, they are working very, very hard. And the hospitality, what we are getting right from yesterday or day before yesterday night till this time is super, no doubt about it. And special mentioning to Srijit also, who is giving a continuous support till day before night onwards. And all the managing committee, yesterday evening, we had a wonderful night. We danced. We enjoyed very well. All were sitting over there, and we took the lead. We came in front of the stage, and we danced throughout the day, throughout the night. So we enjoyed very well. So once again, all the kudos to all the branch managing committee, as well as the past chairpersons and the entire members of Kannur branch, and including the very good Sikasa and students team. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Few words for Sachin.
Good evening. I truly believe that any വീണ്ടും ഫൈസലിക്കനെ ഞാൻ ടോപ്പാക്കണമെന്നില്ല അതുകൊണ്ട് but I would like to take you all through how hardship it is to host a program. എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു ഗാലക്സി ഓഫ് പാസ്റ്റ് ചെയർമാൻസ്മേൻ്റോ ഫൈസൽ ഇത് നമുക്ക് we'll have one chairman's meeting on April, then we'll decide this program schedule. April മുതൽ ഫൈസൽ is working on this Navaratna. ഒരു ഡേറ്റ് ഫിക്സ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി മാത്രം he had to go through almost 2-3 months to finalize a date. നമ്മൾ ഡേറ്റ് ഫൈനലൈസ് ചെയ്ത് വരും. അപ്പം we'll go to president and look for his availability. There will be some commitments, then we'll reset the date. അങ്ങനെ വർക്ക് ചെയ്ത് വന്നപ്പം ഒരു മന്ത് എത്തി. Then കുറച്ച് ദിവസങ്ങൾക്ക് ശേഷം റീജിയണൽ കോൺഫറൻസ് വാസ് came on the same month. So അന്ന് നടത്താൻ പാടില്ല പറഞ്ഞാൽ മാറി. പിന്നെ വീണ്ടും we went to another date. അതും കുറച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പം പിന്നെ ഫാക്കൽറ്റി ഫിക്സിങ് തുടങ്ങി. സം ഫാക്കൽറ്റീസ് കെയിം, സം ഹാഡ് സം ഇഷ്യൂസ്. നമ്മൾ ഫിക്സ് ചെയ്യും, കുറച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞ് പിന്നെയും ഫാക്കൽറ്റി ബാക്ക് ഔട്ട് ചെയ്യും ബിക്കോസ് ദേ ഹാഡ് മോർ ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻറ്റ് ഡീലിങ്സ് ഇൻ ഡൽഹി ആൻഡ് ഓൾ. അത് ഓക്കെ, അതൊക്കെ സെറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് വന്ന് വെൻ ലാസ്റ്റ് മിനിറ്റ് 1 week ബാക്ക് ഇൻഡിഗോ പണി തന്നു. കുറേ ഫ്ലൈറ്റ്സ് അങ്ങോട്ട് ക്യാൻസലായി ഇങ്ങോട്ട് ക്യാൻസലായി. ടിൽ 2 days ബാക്ക് he was tensed whether faculties will be reaching here, whether Babu sir will be reaching here because of Indigo. ഒരു 10 മാസത്തെ ടെൻഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഇന്ന് ഫൈസലിന് മനസ്സമായത്തോടെ കിടന്നുറങ്ങാം. ആൻഡ് പിന്നെ കോഴിക്കോട് ഞങ്ങൾ വി ഹാഡ് എ മീറ്റിംഗ് ഇൻ കാലിക്കറ്റ് ടു ഡിസ്കസ് അബൌട്ട് നവരത്ന. വി ഹാവ് ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ് 40+ പാസ്റ്റ് ചെയർമാൻസ്. അന്ന് മീറ്റിങ്ങിൽ ഫസ്റ്റ് എന്നോട് പാസ്റ്റ് ചെയർമാൻസ് പറഞ്ഞ ഒരേ ഒരു കാര്യം ഒരുമിച്ച് പറഞ്ഞതാണ്, കണ്ണൂരിന് വേണ്ടി ഒന്നും പറയേണ്ട ആവശ്യമില്ല, കണ്ണൂർ ഈസ് സ്റ്റിൽ പാർട്ട് ഓഫ് അസ്. നമ്മളിപ്പോഴും കോഴിക്കോട്, കണ്ണൂർ വേറെയാണ് കോഴിക്കോട് വേറെയാണ്, നമ്മൾ ഒരിക്കലും കാണുന്നില്ല. വി ഓൾ ആർ കണക്റ്റഡ്. മെജോറിറ്റി ഓഫ് ഫേംസ് ഹാവ് ബ്രാഞ്ചസ് ഇൻ കണ്ണൂർ ആൻഡ് കോഴിക്കോട്. ഇപ്പോഴും കണക്റ്റഡ് ആണ്. നമുക്കൊരു ഗെറ്റ് ടുഗദർ സ്പോട്ടാണ്. വെൻ എ ഇവൻ്റ് ഈസ് ഓർഗനൈസ്ഡ് ടുഗദർ വി ഫീൽ ദിസ് ലൈക്ക് എ ഗെറ്റ് ടുഗദർ സ്പോട്ട്. പഴയ ഹിസ്റ്ററീസ്, പഴയ സ്റ്റോറീസ്, പഴയ ഡിസ്കഷൻസ്. യെസ്റ്റർഡേ ഈവനിങ് പ്രോഗ്രാമിലൊക്കെ ലൈക്ക് I was watching so many senior members, they were going through their history, 83, 84, 87, so many stories. I feel it is a great privilege to be part of this Navaratna. ഈ ഫൈസലിൻ്റെ കൂടെ തന്നെ ചെയർമാൻഷിപ്പ് സെയിം സമയത്ത് കിട്ടിയതിന് ഐ എം റിയലി പ്രിവിലേജ്. താങ്ക് യു.
Thank you, Sachin. Any feedback from audience or something like 1 or 2?
Hello, I'm from Thrissur, but I would congratulate the entire team, especially Faisal, the efforts the team has taken. Excellent arrangement, as our chairman Sanjay has said, everything is 5-star, 100 marks. There's nothing to pinpoint any mistake everything is intact. Thank you so much for hosting us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for the proximity of time. ഞങ്ങളെ ഈ ഇവൻ്റ് എല്ലാം ഓർഗനൈസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴും ഇതിൻ്റെ എല്ലാ ആർക്കിടെക്റ്റൊക്കെ എല്ലാം ചെയ്തത് കൂടുതൽ നമ്മളെ സ്പോൺസേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്, നമ്മളെ സപ്പോർട്ടേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. അതിനൊക്കെ അവർക്കൊരു ഗ്രാറ്റിറ്റ്യൂഡായിട്ട് ഒരു മൊമെൻറ്റോ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഓവർ ടു MC.
First of all, I request Sri Ummar Kutti, our catering team head, come on to the stage to collect a memento. I request Shamal, our branding and souvenir designer from Color Drops, to collect the memento. I request Sri Muhammad Reis from Madina Sounds, our event manager, come on to the stage to collect a memento. I request C.A. Rama Sharma, the past chairperson of Thiruvananthapuram branch, who conducted Navaratna 5. On behalf of C.A. Rama Sharma, I request C.A. Nikhil R. Kumar to collect the memento. I request C.A. Nikhil R. Kumar to collect the memento on behalf of C.A. Rama Sharma, who conducted the Navaratna 5. Then to our sponsors, the event is not possible without them. I request the representative of Kerala Grameen Bank to collect the memento. I request the representative of Aston Mims to collect the memento. The representative of ABC Group, our elite event sponsors, come on to the stage to collect the memento. I request representative of Tally Solutions Private Limited to collect the memento. request the representative of South Indian Bank come on to the stage to collect the memento. I request the representative of Federal Bank to collect the memento. And I request the representative of Asho AI to collect the memento.
Thanks to all our sponsors. Let us now give a huge round of applause to all our students from Sikasa Kannur who are standing right in front of us. Without them, our event will not be this much colorful without their help. So let us all give a very large round of applause to the students for their hard work.
Thank you all. Before that, before closing, നമ്മൾ ഈ പ്രോഗ്രാമിൻ്റെ എല്ലാം ഫ്രം ദ പ്ലാനിങ് ഫോർ ദ ഇംപ്ലിമെൻറ്റേഷൻ MC ആണ് ഇതിൻ്റെ ഒരു നെടുംതൂണായിട്ട് വന്നത്, മാസ്റ്റർ ഓഫ് സെറിമണി ലെഡ് ബൈ പാസ്റ്റ് ചെയർമാൻ ശ്രീ ശിവപ്രസാദ് സർ. ഐ റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ശിവപ്രസാദ് സർ ടു കം. സർ, CA Amrita and CA Mariam. Come.
Once again, a big thank you to all delegates. We wish each one of you a safe journey back, and we look forward to meeting you again at the next edition of NAVARATNA. tea is served for everyone outside the hall, and we invite everyone to enjoy it before you leave. Thank you once again for being part of Navaratna 6.0. Have a wonderful evening.